Yeah. Um, there's a video that's in the description of of someone that's kind of telling how it happened. I guess um, I don't know. Guess they found him anyway. I'll play the audio of it here.
So I wanted to come on here and touch base with y'all. I know a lot of y'all have probably heard the rumors. Uh, and yes, they're true. He is no longer with us. Um, it's no secret that Josh has struggled with addiction for a really long time. And they found him overdosed. And honestly, I really don't want anything negative said today. Yes, opioid. It's not going to change anything. Right now, our family's just trying to figure out what to do next. I'm sorry, I don't know how to deal with this right now. I just figured I would come on here for the people who did really care about him. And I would tell y'all what happened and kind of touch base with everything. They found him not breathing in a bathroom. And the thing is he actually was trying. I know the last few times y'all saw him, you could tell in his voice, his eyes, that he was doing okay. And he slipped up, and I think he just ran out of chances. He died of an overdose. From what I know, the person he was with was taken to jail. Um, I've been talking with my family, his girlfriend, mother of his kids. She's, I think, 6 weeks away from having their next child. And all of this was really unexpected. Josh was just one of those people who you always thought would be there, no matter what. I'm not sure exactly who it is, and I do know his name, but I don't want to put that out there. Um, Thank you guys. He was doing okay. He really was. He wasn't taking anything. I was proud of him. Everybody's already talking about it anyways. Um, I started a GoFundMe. I put it in the description. Services are his kids. If you'd like to donate, you can. I don't want to hear anything about e-begging. It's not for me. It's for his family. Right now, we just need prayers and support and no negativity. And I know Haley would appreciate any help she could get. And we're just trying to get things figured out for them and trying to make it not so stressful on everybody. But everyone's already put it out there for the world. So I figure it would be good for y'all to hear coming from me. That way speculation isn't being thrown out. Yeah, I can try to. I don't understand what's wrong with it. I just know that I made the link. Honestly, I can't tell you that. I'm not him, and I don't know if he thought he could do it on his own. All I know is that I woke up to this phone call this morning. And he just picked me up the day before yesterday, and he took me to get cheesecake and a Sprite to make sure I was feeling okay. And he was fine. addiction is really bad. And he was lost in it. He tried to get out of it a lot. And it doesn't make him a bad person. Yeah, Sarah, if you could try to fix the GoFundMe link, that'd be awesome. I don't know what's wrong with it. And he wasn't a bad person. He got caught up in some things, and he's always struggled with a lot of stuff. I don't think it was a party. I just think he overdid it. We're not doing his PayPal because none of us have access to it. It is a disease and it's hard to get through. There is a GoFundMe set up. I am aware that there's another one set up from someone I don't know. But I did discuss it with Haley and my family, and we decided to open one up ourselves. So whichever you choose to donate to, it's all, welcome. Yeah, I am his sister, his cousin, his sister. We were raised, basically, from our thumbnail, you can see we've been raised since we were babies. No, I'm not really aware of who he's reached out to. Josh reaches out to a lot of people, and that time of need is when he does it. He was just going through a lot. What's the GoFundMe? I tried to put it in the link. I don't know if it's working or not. Anything that's given, it can be put towards his service. Or I was really hoping for Haley, especially since she's due in 6 to 7 weeks. I have his PayPal account too. I was trying not to get into it. I have all this information. I'm logged in. But you're more than welcome to email me. We can talk through that too if you want to touch base about it. Yeah, I'll be okay. Like I said, I'm still in shock. You never thought that Josh would go anywhere. Yeah, that's what I was told too about Texas Sheepdog. I don't know who he is, so I didn't talk to him. I'm here at my grandma's, and I've been in touch with his mother. His dad was here earlier. I've been talking to Haley all day, and I told her I would open one as well. I'm not saying he's, not to donate to him. You're more than welcome to donate to whoever you want. But there are 2 accounts open, yes. Yes, Texas. I opened it earlier because I literally opened the GoFundMe myself, and I informed Alan, Melody. I'll tell her. She's having a really tough time right now. Our whole family's kind of being brought down. Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. We were aware that he had issues, but he was trying before it ended. He was a very good person. Thank you, guys. Zoe, he loved you. This was the last thing that I wanted to do today, and I really debated on talking to anybody about it. Sarah, can you give my email out, please? I was worried about hearing negative feedback, and honestly, today it's not tolerated. A lot of times I overlook it. But right now, we're all aware of everything. And talking negatively or saying anything wrong isn't helping anything, especially right now when everyone's grieving time. But I decided to come and talk to you and tell you that the rumors are not rumors, that he's no longer with us. And I appreciate that. I really do. Right now, there is no news on when a funeral will be. Everybody's kind of... There's some disputes kind of going on in the family about how everything is going to go down. I can't really say too much on it. Of course. I know there was a lot of people who didn't agree with Josh or how he did things, but I know there's a lot of people who cared, and they deserve to know the truth. PayPal account if you want to send one to me. You'd have to go to my page. I don't. Sarah, could you do that? I know I ask you to do a lot, but on my page, it's got a PayPal on there. There's a GoFundMe and the link from my actual account under there, and my single. It's a weird situation right now. But my PayPal is also on my account, so that's, if y'all want to donate through that, anything will be sent to help his kids and his pregnant wife. And that's great. If you donated to Texas Sheepdog, that's awesome. That's also going towards this as well. Like I said, I just don't know who that is. And, I do have access to Haley and everyone from me. So he died of an overdose. There should be a link in my description. If not, there's my PayPal. Either way, anything is very welcome. This is kind of like the last thing I wanted to do today. Thank you guys. Thank you, everyone. And I really appreciate everybody being so positive and loving right now. And y'all have my email, y'all have my PayPal, y'all have my links. And I will be checking back in with you whenever things come up together a little more, when we figure out, even if it's a small service, anything, I will touch base with y'all, so y'all can be a part of it if you choose to be. So, thank you guys. Say a prayer for my brother, please. Bye.
How you doing, buddy? That ain't the corona, is it? How you doing, buddy? Let me get that volume off. That was some hellacious news for the day, wasn't it?
Um, it's something.
Yeah. I didn't know Josh for too long. Well, I've seen him around, but I had a little contact with him over the last couple of weeks. He's a good kid. He's going to be missed.
He uh, he was trying.
Yeah, it's a struggle. Uh, I put a There was a music video I put up a while back. I put the link on the stream. If you'd like to share it at any time, you're more than welcome to. I also put that link of the GoFund page that his sister put out. So if you want to direct people that direction or whatever's listed with Nomad's channel, that's perfect.
I know that feeling.
Yeah. So did you
Feeling.
know Josh very well?
I've known him for a while. I used to call him Bam Bam.
Cool. Yeah, I thought I'd seen him around here maybe.
He was trying.
Yeah, I'd say I'd seen the struggle in him when I ran into him, and I had a few words with him. He came to a couple of my late night streams. Pretty sad. It's not the first friend that I've lost to an overdose, and I will go out and say that he was a friend. He was an upstanding member of this community, in my opinion, and he had some devils to deal with, and
Don't we all?
you know,
I mean, who hasn't thought of the feeling of just wanting to be numb
oh, nothing wrong,
and taken it too far?
yeah, yeah. Like I said, I don't know exactly all of his struggles, but I could tell he didn't have to go into any detail. But there is drug abuse and there's drug use. And when you split hairs on the difference is when you could lose.
I think his chances ran out.
There ain't no chances either. Every time you pick it up, if you can't put it down, picking it up is, you know, there's a decision to be made there. Uh, it is what it is, you know. Uh,
I
don't
think
be,
people should
don't.
have had more faith in him.
They had faith in him. Did he have the faith in himself?
He was fine when
Yeah,
things were going a certain way, and then
yeah, and
when it would slide off, that's when he would relapse.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, didn't see this one coming at all, but damn it. Uh, it just goes to show you how short life is. You know,
Yeah,
I seen some of his streams and some of the negative shit, and I stepped up for him. And we we had a few conversations in a couple of my streams, and he's a good kid.
Always
But
trying to do the right thing.
yeah,
Sometimes
yeah,
the right thing is never good enough.
yeah,
I mean, in your own mind.
yeah. And like I say, when you're struggling, you need to surround yourself with people that can help you. You know? And you also have to minimize the bullshit and the stress triggers. You know? But anyway, I got some fresh biscuits I just popped out of the oven. And I hate a cold biscuit when I got fresh ones, so I'll be right back in just a
Yep.
minute. Would you like some caramel cream coffee while I'm up?
Why not?
All right.
Hey, Beagles, I'm gonna put that GoFundMe in the description with the video that's in there. That's a good idea. There, it's in the description. Does anybody here struggle with an addiction of any kind? I can't screen share on this computer. Um, yeah, I feel that, Don.
Tank, you want me to replay that video for you from
Uh, yeah,
Nomad?
if you wanna play the one Shardy apparently put up there somewhere.
You want Shorty's video or the one from Nomad's page of his sister?
It's up to you. Hey JD, we could play both if you'd like.
Whichever you want. Tell me which one you want. I need a link.
Shardy, can you post the link to that video, and then when we're done that video, we'll play the one from Nomad's
All
channel.
right.
Hey Betty,
Standing by.
standing by, standing by. Addiction is a hard thing to cope with sometimes. He just put it in there, Rob.
I got it. Working. That short restaurant talk, short talk for, hey, your fucking order will be done when I get done.
Hold your tits. We'll get it ready.
Kiss my grits, Mel.
Kiss the crack of my white ass, bitches.
Oh, maybe that's before your time. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell, that's StreamYard. That was okay. There you go, short.
When I asked her if the body was found in the barn, she immediately transferred me to the sheriff and were transferred to the right away.
Doody. And you're ready, boss.
All right, hold up. Did it go?
Real saddened to hear just a while ago that our friend in the civil rights community, Nomad News, died early yesterday morning, or this morning, I guess.
Can you mute Rob? The sound is coming through both.
Send you on your way, man. I just really appreciate everything you did, getting out there and making a difference. Every foot put in front of the other. Fighting tyranny is a battle won.
I caught you knocking at my cellar door. I love you, baby, can I have some more? Ooh, the damage done. I hit the city and I lost my band. I watched the needle take another man. Gone, gone, the damage done. I sing the song because I love the man. I know that some of you don't understand. Milk blood to keep from running out. I've seen the needle and the damage done. A little part of it in everyone. But every junkie's like a setting sun.
Rest in peace, Nomad.
Let me pop his other music out real quick, and then we'll go to his sister's video. Okay?
Yeah.
Little bluegrass gospel. Beg my pardon, but hey, it's good.
All right.
And I will testify. I swore I've heard the angels sing, and here it goes.
Near and dear to our hearts because we sang it at a memorial service, actually 2 memorial services. It's an old Ricky Skaggs song, and I believe Ralph Stanley and lots of other great folks have recorded it as well. It's really encouraging. I know sometimes you're not really sure when you're in the midst of a trial what's going to happen and how you're going to come out of it, but this is one that's encouraging because it reminds us that the darkest hour is just before dawn, and God is always in control. So hope you enjoy our version of it. The sun is slowly sinking. The day is almost gone. Still darkness falls around us, and we must journey on. The darkest hour is just before dawn. The narrow way leads on. Lay down your soul at Jesus' feet. The darkest hour is just before dawn.
means the darkest hour is just before dawn. The darkest hour is just before dawn. The narrow way leads on. Lay down your soul at Jesus' feet. The darkest hour is just before dawn. The darkest hour is just before
That's for you, Josh. Rest in peace, brother. And here comes Little Sister's video.
Okay.
Boom. It ought to be good volume. Let me know if the audio's good. Give me a 1, give me a 2 if you want me to turn it up.
Hey guys, thank you. Thank y'all, everybody. So I wanted to come on here and touch base with y'all. I know a lot of y'all have probably heard the rumors. And yes, they're true. He is no longer with us. It's no secret that Josh has struggled with addiction for a really long time. And they found him overdosed. And honestly, I really don't want anything negative said today. Yes, opioid is not going to change anything. Right now, our family is just trying to figure out what to do next. I'm sorry, I just I don't know how to deal with this right now. I just figured I would come on here for the people who did really care about him. And I would tell y'all what happened and kind of touch base with everything. They found him not breathing in a bathroom. And the thing is he actually was trying. I know the last few times y'all saw him, you could tell in his voice, his eyes, that he was doing okay. And he slipped up, and I think he just ran out of chances. He died of an overdose. From what I know, the person he was with was taken to jail. I've been talking with my family, his girlfriend, mother of his kids. She's, I think, 6 weeks away from having their next child. And all of this was really unexpected. Josh was just one of those people who you always thought would be there, no matter what. I'm not sure exactly who it is, and I do know his name, but I don't want to put that out there. Thank you, guys. He was doing okay. He really was. He wasn't taking anything. I was proud of him. Everybody's already talking about it anyways. I started a GoFundMe. I put it in the description. Services or his kids. If you'd like to donate, you can. I don't want to hear anything about e-begging. It's not for me. It's for his family. Right now, we just need prayers and support and no negativity. And I know Haley would appreciate any help she could get. And we're just trying to get things figured out for them and trying to make it not so stressful on everybody. But everyone's already put it out there for the world. So I figure it would be good for y'all to hear coming from me. That way speculation isn't being thrown out. Yeah, I can try to. I don't understand what's wrong with it. I just know that I made the link. Honestly, I can't tell you that. I'm not him, and I don't know if he thought he could do it on his own. All I know is that I woke up to this phone call this morning. And he just picked me up the day before yesterday, and he took me to get cheesecake and a Sprite to make sure I was feeling okay. And he was fine. Yeah, addiction is really bad. And he was lost in it. He tried to get out of it a lot. And it doesn't make him a bad person. Yeah, Sarah, if you could try to fix the GoFundMe link, that'd be awesome. I don't know what's wrong with it. No, and he wasn't a bad person. He got caught up in some things, and he's always struggled with a lot of stuff. I don't think it was a party. I just think he overdid it. We're not doing his PayPal because none of us have access to it.
Yeah, Tank, did you make note of that?
Make note of what?
She said that they didn't have access to his PayPal, so I'd suggest donations go to that GoFund. Yeah.
Yeah, I put it in the description of this video.
Yeah. Cool. I'm saying, in future references, everybody keep that in mind.
Yeah.
It is a disease, and it's hard to get through. There is a GoFundMe set up. I am aware that there's another one set up from someone I don't know. But I did discuss it with Haley and my family, and we decided to open one up ourselves. So whichever you choose to donate to, it's all, welcome. Yeah, I am his sister, his cousin, his sister. We were raised basically from our thumbnail. You can see we've been raised since we were babies. No, I'm not really aware of who he's reached out to. Josh reaches out to a lot of people. And that time of need is when he does it. He was just going through a lot. What's the GoFundMe? Not just I just put it. I tried to put it in the link. I don't know if it's working or not. Anything that's given, it can be put towards his service. Or I was really hoping for Haley, especially since she's due in 6 to 7 weeks. I have his PayPal account too. I was trying not to get into it. I have all his information. I'm logged in. But you're more than welcome to email me. We can talk through that too if you want to touch base about it. Yeah, I'll be okay. I just, like I said, I'm still in shock. You never thought that Josh would go anywhere. Yeah, that's what I was told too about Texas Sheepdog. I don't know who he is, so I didn't talk to him. I'm here at my grandma's, and I've been in touch with his mother. His dad was here earlier. I've been talking to Haley all day, and I told her I would open one as well. I'm not saying he's, not to donate to him. You're more than welcome to donate to whoever you want. But there are 2 accounts open, yes. Yes, Texas. I opened it earlier because I literally opened the GoFundMe myself, and I informed Alan, Melody. I'll tell her she's having a really tough time right now. Our whole family's kind of being brought down. Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. We were aware that he had issues, but he was trying before it ended. He was a very good person. Thank you guys. Zoe, he loved you. This was the last thing that I wanted to do today, and I really debated on talking to anybody about it. Sarah, can you give my email out, please? I was worried about hearing negative feedback, and honestly, today it's not tolerated. A lot of times I overlook it. But right now, we're all aware of everything. And talking negatively or saying anything wrong isn't helping anything, especially right now in everyone's grieving time. But I decided to come and talk to you and tell you that the rumors are not rumors. that he's no longer with us. And I appreciate that. I really do. Right now, there's no news on when a funeral will be. Everybody's kind of, there's some disputes kind of going on in the family about how everything is going to go down. I can't really say too much on it. Of course. I mean, I know there was a lot of people who didn't agree with Josh or how he did things, or but I know there's a lot of people who cared and they deserve to know the truth. I have a PayPal account. If you want to send one to me, you'd have to go to my page. I don't. Sarah, could you do that? I know I ask you to do a lot, but on my page, it's got a PayPal on there. There's a GoFundMe and the link from my actual account under there, and my single. It's a weird situation right now. But my PayPal is also on my account, so that's, if y'all want to donate through that, anything will be sent to help his kids and his pregnant wife. And that's great. If you donated to Texas Sheepdog, that's awesome. That's also going towards this as well. Like I said, I just don't know who that is. And, I do have access to Haley and everyone from me. So he died of an overdose. There should be a link in my description. If not, there's my PayPal. Either way, anything is very welcome. This is kind of like the last thing I wanted to do today. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. And I really appreciate everybody being so positive and loving right now. And Y'all have my email, y'all have my PayPal, y'all have my links. And I will be checking back in with you whenever things come up together a little more, when we figure out, even if it's a small service, anything, I will touch base with y'all. So y'all can be a part of it if you choose to be. So thank you guys. Say a prayer for my brother, please. Bye.
That was that.
Doesn't get any easier.
No, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Do you want me to pull that screen?
Yeah,
There's
go
an
and bring
echo.
that back up. I don't know why this link ain't working. There's that same link here in the private chat.
It's the same link that's in the description.
Yeah. So I don't know how or whatever. Somebody's saying it ain't working, but if it ain't, it ain't. It's on the page, so boom. Just go to his Nomad's page. And you'll find it.
Should be in the description of that video as well.
Right, Nomad's video. That's right where I got it.
He was a nomad that I never knew, traveling across the land for me and you.
Can you mute Too Tall?
He was a nomad that came into you. He came to earth from heaven above to do something for me and you. But he was still a nomad that I never knew. And R.I.P. shouts out to you. He was a nomad living in a nomad's land that I never knew, and that I never knew. I got a chance to know by watching on video, by looking at the transparent one-on-one time man, on to the next level. And he was a nomad that I never knew across the land, feet traveling. And nobody knows the direction he goes. He was a nomad that I never knew.
That's the only link I got. And like they said, the family had no access on the PayPal. So you're welcome, Don. You're welcome, everybody.
Do you want me to pull your screen back up, Rob?
No, that's all right. I've had everything played that needs to be played.
Okay.
If you needed something, let me know.
I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm baffled about that PayPal link. I got a
Worked when I
neighbor.
clicked on it.
Uh,
Worked when I clicked on it.
yeah. Like I say, if you want to repost that, maybe it was just shortcutted. I don't know what the hell somebody's talking about. And when they don't give complete explanations, when it don't work, well, what did it's, hey, come on up on the panel, explain it. Don't be shy, don't be bashful. I don't know how somebody can blame some supporters for somebody's. Nah, nah. Sorry, Alex, I can't blame a supporter. To thine own self be true. Where's Goldie tonight? How's she doing?
Um, uh, I'm hoping she's doing okay.
I was talking to somebody earlier today, and we were laying odds you two went self quarantine in Las Vegas after a little trip to the little chapel or something. So there you go. Ain't seen them since the other day. Yep. Oh, ain't reality a bitch?
It is.
Well,
Could be any one of us.
yep.
One of us could take it too far. One of us could know someone that took it too far.
Well,
It's all by
you,
chance.
you could just be out going to get a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk, and you know, when your time comes, your time comes. You know. That's exactly what I did, Don. Oh, we'll do it again. Well, it is, it was, it has been. You know, where do you go from here?
I'm not sure.
You know, I was just looking at some of the chats and just having a little comment there. You know, I don't know all the questions and I have few of the answers.
Right.
But,
Sometimes it's
I
easy to
have,
figure out all of the answers when sometimes the questions are unclear to you.
yeah, and like I say, not everything is fit for our understanding. Uh, well, I know plenty about addiction, and I've known several friends of mine that have died from addiction. Each one is a different story, but yet each one is still the same. Ah, there she is. Uh, kind of late. I done ate all the warm biscuits, Golden Eyes, with the raspberry jelly. They were good too.
Good morning, beautiful.
Well, talk to me like that.
Fuck.
At least let me get my beauty rest first, for God's sake.
you you's fucked up, man. You's fucked up.
I still got raspberry jelly in my whiskers. Oh no, that didn't sound like a chronic. That might be the corona cough there. I know I heard that lighter clicking a minute ago.
Click, click, click.
Actually, this is only the fourth funeral I've known about, or you know, fourth person this year that I've known and lost of sorts.
You just you don't imagine that someone like Nomad, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
I mean that was a
Yeah.
truly good soul. Helped everybody, did the right thing.
Oh, I will tell you that he was pretty jacked up the last couple of live streams I've seen. And like, dude, you're a mess. Like I said, some of those streams, he came over and visited with me for a little bit.
His chances ran out.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
I got another video here to share with you.
All right.
A friend of
What is
mine, and brother, rest in peace, Jimmy Van Zant.
Hmm.
This is one of the last songs he recorded before he left this world. Uh, hepatitis got him. Uh, you know, hell of a tune. Think about it. Go ahead and get this link.
He had everything he wanted. All the stars were lining up. Like an inside straight when you go all in on a Vegas run. Then one rainy night while driving his Mercedes up that ladder, he lost control of what he thought he had, and his life was done. The preacher man said, "Here lies the richest man in town. Maybe in heaven you'll finally find the happiness he never found." And man, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Living was just passing right by me. Time to slow down, take a look around. Tomorrow can't replace what I got right now. Running alone at the speed of crazy, going right past the gifts God gave me. Nobody gets to go around this world twice. Lord, please don't let me live an unfinished life. I sat on an old park bench. Man, I kicked off my shoes, felt the grass between my toes. First time since I don't know when. I thought about the days I wasted, all the things I left unsaid. How the big brass ring I've been chasing ain't gonna matter in the end. Just about then a kid walked up, said, "Mister, have you got the time?" I smiled as I took the watch off my wrist, said, "Son, you can have mine." And man, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Living was just passing right by me. Time to slow down, take a look around. Tomorrow can't replace what I got right now. Running alone at the speed of crazy, going right past the gifts God gave me. Nobody gets to go around this world twice. Lord, please don't let me live an unfinished life. Now I'm running alone at the speed of crazy, going right past the gifts God gave me. Nobody gets to go around this world twice. Lord, please don't let me live an unfinished life.
Yeah, Alex, I knew Jimmy too. Back in the day of '97, I drove the bus for Jimmy for 9 months. Bus driver, security, roadie, stagehand. 9 months on the road with a rock and roll band. A hell of a educational experience it was. Righteous dude all day long. I got a doggy wants outside. Hang on tight.
Yeah, buddy. Well, I don't know what to talk about. So if anybody has got a better way to run this damn fucking show,
Yeah.
I'll post the damn link because I'm not fucking good with these situations.
Yeah. Many times have I been through it. It ain't easy any time the next.
No,
And there's
not
not
when
a
it hits close to home too. When you can relate to something,
yeah.
it makes all of the difference.
Well, I've been down that road. Uh, we have but one life to live.
Yep. It's weird. Just the other night, I tattooed "Hold On" on my arm. Just a little word,
Oh,
couple inches by an inch or so.
yeah.
Then I find out about this.
Like, whoa. Yeah.
It's hard to hold on.
There ain't no fucking grab bars when you need them.
No, there's not. And then you wind up slipping
Yeah.
to an endless fall, or what seems to be an endless fall. And no matter how far you fall, you still can't get back up.
Yeah.
And even when a glimmer of hope shows that you could get back up, you wind
Yeah.
up not being able to hang on to it either.
I've seen people in recovery, like say I've spent some time at the tables of Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous. Uh, except, a lot of people realize that I smoke a lot. That's my medicine. There's a little bit of a difference between that and my addictions. You know? I've seen people with many years of sobriety and recovery fail. Say there's only three ways out of it, death, prison, or recovery. You know, none of us get out of this life alive.
No,
Yeah.
that's one thing we're sure to do. We're born to die. Give me 1 minute, Rob. I'm just gonna
Yeah, no
go
problem.
and make a coffee, I guess.
Go make a coffee or empty a cup. I know.
when I wait time. Every time I thought about well, that's when most time. Itchy, sleeping in the oh, please forgive me. For I could not wait. I'm coming home to see you, Jesus. Well, it feels so close this time. Please take mercy on the soldier of the Lord Jordan. And they find me, they must kill me. Oh, Jesus, save my soul. I can't go back down to the grave. I can't take that. Like you, oh, Lord, fence I thought about when the time was right. Now they find me out that only that I never stood that well with the make there was no work in me. I felt really wide awake and kids and hands so I was one of America's heroes when they shoot me down. Don't you fly going round, but now you never turn around. I'm gonna see you, Jesus. Look real so close this time. Please take mercy on the soldier. Lord, your life. When they find me, they must kill me. Oh, Jesus, save my soul. I can't go back down to the grave. I can't take that. I just wanted to take a moment to encourage you to go back to the beginning of the video and use the speed feature to slow the video down and gradually work up to full speed. This amazing new feature works perfect with our animated fretboards. In fact, you might not even have to listen to me explain anything after slowing things down and using your eyes and ears. Hey everybody, Gary here with Pound Music.
Okay. You should be able to hear me now. Fucking microphone.
What? I
The
didn't hear you.
fucking laptop died while I was making my
I can't
coffee.
hear you.
Oh, fuck off.
Well, okay. Got you. They were
Fucking.
saying I was sounding robotic. It's like it sounded great here in this 5.1. I don't know what the fuck. I just run what I brung. Beg my pardon. This is not a Sony production studio. Maybe they should get up here and do better.
uh, I think it's working a bit better now.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. Oh, one more cup of Joe, I do believe, buddy. One for you too.
Yeah, I got one right here.
Yeah. Ugh. You think 3 eggs, 4 slices of bacon, and 5 biscuits would be plenty for a boy like me, but I said I was looking at another one of them biscuits and I was saying no. Uh, I've been watching too many of them Cowboy Kent cooking shows on the YouTube, and
On
he
the
got me
YouTube.
started up on a batch of buttermilk biscuit. I got me a piece of buttermilk I've had cooking for over 2 weeks now. I'll rip some of that out and make it up into some biscuit. I did some fry bread, and oh man, fry bread, buffalo meat, like Indian tacos. That was good. Yep.
The pretty lady in the chat said that she said, "Let me make some coffee, and I will be up."
Hell, we done drank a pot damn near.
So she's probably gonna save me from this. Fucking, I hate these types of situations. It's awkward as fuck.
Welcome to the suck.
Yeah.
Scoot over, Diamond. Hey, give me that pillow. Damn dog. Getting to be a bed hog. I remember old girlfriend of mine that used to snore and hog the bed.
Hey Ryan. Hey Drew C.
About
Hey
two
Dennis.
years
How come I didn't see these names before?
about 2 years after she was gone, I rescued a dog that turned out to be epileptic, and after that dog made privileges to come in the house, up in the bed, hogging the bed, and snoring like a motherfucker. God.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Oh boy.
Well, I'm happy for you, Betsy, but there's some people in life that don't have that type of happiness, or they have less happiness rather. And sometimes that can make people do some strange things. I never said that it was your fault, but it's always good to have compassion for other people. If the whole world was just thinking about their own happiness, I think that it'd be a horrible place to live in.
Oh shit.
A good instance is if my neighbor's car gets stuck in a snowbank and she can't get it out, that's not my problem. But I'll still go out every single morning and help her get her vehicle out.
Very cool. Quit being such a bed hog. Mm. Yeah, you're that guy too, huh?
Help
3 o'clock in
everybody
the
that you
morning.
can,
You know, I had
and
a
always
neighbor.
try to find a way to feel what they're feeling, and it will bring understanding that is unlike any other understanding.
I had this one neighbor at a campground I lived in. This gal was up in her 80s. You know, she'd still drive everywhere she went, but she only went about 50 miles an hour top end. But, she didn't go far, so that was pretty good. She had a granddaughter and a single mother daughter. She's always babysitting the daughter while mama was working and stuff. This woman went to church every Sunday and other events. I saw this woman up one morning at 2 o'clock in the morning wiping snow off her car so it wouldn't be built up before she went to church.
Hold on a second there, Rob. I've been reading your comments, and you're not having that very much compassion for someone that obviously struggled with a problem and felt alone and like nobody would help him. And then he wound up taking it too far and paid the price for it. We gather that. But there's a way that you approach a situation like that, and the way that you're approaching it is very bitter and heartless. And that's all I'm saying.
But anyway, my neighbor lady, as long as I lived there, I never did see her out scratching snow on that car. And then wee mornings before church, I sit there, I see it snowing, I'm out there throwing a sheet over the windshields. Hi, Cindy. How are you this morning?
Pretty good. How are you, Rob? Hi, Tank.
Oh,
Hey, Cindy.
having another bad hair day, I do believe.
Oh, me too. But at least we got hair to have a bad hair day, don't we?
Yeah,
My husband's hair got up and left years ago.
yeah.
I told him,
I was at the barber shop a while back, and the guy at the shop, guy I knew from school, he said, "Damn, Robbie," said, "you're losing your hair." I said, "No, I'm not losing my hair. I'm just getting more head." Har har. That was a funny joke. Ha ha.
I told him, I asked mine last night, is he ready for a gray headed old woman? He said, well, you've been married to a bald headed old man. Mine keeps getting grayer by the day.
Yep.
I think I'm done dyeing it, so I think I'll.
Ryan in Kansas, how are you doing? I guess I got a neighbor in the hood. Ryan, where are you at in Kansas, if I
Kansas.
ask? I'm out here by Fort Riley. You know where I'm at? I think I've seen him around before. You're in Olathe, okay. Yeah,
It's cold here this morning. Whew.
yep. I'm right next door there. You ever get down this way, be sure to holler at me. Let me know you're in the hood. We'll go find a good apple fritter.
We'll go find a good apple
You and
fritter.
your apple fritters.
Hey, just imagine, if there weren't the apple fritters, could you imagine how much danger all them pretty redheads at Walmart would be in? You think I'm crazy about an apple fritter? You ought to see me at Walmart when them redhead go by. Whoa.
Betsy, I understand that. I totally understand that because there are days when I have my brother-in-law is an absolute awful alcoholic, and there are days when I lose my compassion with him.
Hey,
So I understand when you say you have issues like this. So I understand that. Don't get me wrong. I do understand what you're saying.
hey, Ryan, I'll just take you for a ride in the truck if you want to go get some deer. We just duct tape you to the hood of the truck. I know some places, man, there'd be 20, 30 of them out there in the field. And nice thing about it is you're so far out in the field and down the road, ain't nobody gonna hear that gunshot.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh, what did I say?
Allegedly.
Hey, it's only poaching if you get caught.
Rob, it's poaching even if you don't get caught.
Oh really? Where's the ticket? Prove it. Prove it.
Isn't that like the old saying, no body, no crime?
Yeah, no ticket, no
Hey,
pressure.
What?
you too, be good.
Listen,
Oh,
if you don't get caught, it's not a crime, right? I mean, it's just an action.
and how many times did you cheat on your taxes, Cindy?
I don't do my own taxes. That's between my
She
accountant
likes
and the
that plausible
IRS.
deniability.
I don't do my accountant. That's between the accountant and the IRS.
Oh yeah, you conspire with another individual for financial revenues to hit
That's
the
right.
government at every time you can.
That's right. I don't do my own taxes.
Hell, I'm so good at dicking them. Hell, I'll take you out.
Although my accountant is my daughter, so that might not be good for the IRS.
I got a hell of an accountant. I even managed to go to Canada. That was funny. I was at the border, and that guy he's like, Goomer. It's like, no, my name is Gomer. Can you imagine somebody giving me a damn fake ID with the name Gomer on it? Do I look like a fucking Gomer? My name's Gomer. Yeah, I just coming over here to buy some cigarettes. Oh shit.
Does anybody know how old Nomad's children are? I mean, were. Excuse me. Anyone
Young.
know how old Nomad's children are?
They were young.
Yeah.
I think there was one that was a little older.
There's one that 6 to 8 weeks or something away on the other.
Yeah, he was just about to have another baby.
Yeah.
Another baby. What?
Yeah.
One in the oven, 6 to 8 weeks away.
Who's pregnant?
Not him.
Obviously.
What was her name? Haley?
I believe so.
Oh, goodness.
Yep. Oh, goodness. Golden is the mom.
I know that I think he was on. He put a video of him in one of them on his page on Easter.
Yeah.
And I think someone said that one looked 4 or 5. Don't quote me on the age.
Cindy, we played the video earlier from Auditron and had a bunch of family photos on there.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I'm late to the party.
Oh, yeah. Hey, somebody slept tonight, huh?
I did. Yes, I did. Well, then you should know average age, Rob.
Huh?
Then you should know average age.
I had 3 eggs this morning, about half hour ago, and 5 biscuits.
Hey, Cindy, did you say eggs or age?
Age.
Age, right?
Age. You should know the average age.
Yeah, he thought you said
Average
eggs.
age.
He's like, I had 2 eggs this morning.
I don't listen to Rob.
They were extra large.
Fuck, I'm dying. Ever so slowly.
I had a damn microphone.
Betsy, the new baby's doing 6 weeks.
6 to 8. No, Ryan, that's me you're smelling.
Well, Patrick's got a baby due in the next 2 or 3 weeks too, doesn't he?
I thought Selena had one due.
Oh, Rob, of course Selena's carrying it. Rob, how much have you smoked this morning?
A lot.
I guess so.
But not really enough.
Rob, I'm going to drive to Kansas and smack you.
No.
I think that'd be threatening him to a good time. I'm not sure, though.
Yeah. What in a fond memory? What happened to the last woman that tried to smack me?
What, can they find her body?
Huh?
Haven't you been listening, Cindy? No body, no crime.
No body, no crime. That's right.
Well, she went to the police talking all kinds of shit. Had pictures taken. That's funny. It didn't look like that when you left here. You know, and it takes you 3 hours to get there. Like, who knows? You didn't stop at the bar and get your ass kicked. Yeah. That was awful nice. District attorney didn't bother to file on them charges. Unsustained allegations. And what the fuck were you doing there trespassing in the first place? You know what I'm saying? You're trespassing, you're going to go to the police and say, I got my ass kicked? Wrong. Oh, well.
I think it's more of an expression, Dennis, not a fact.
She slapped me once, and I didn't quite like it. She wanted to slap me again. It's like, that ain't happening. Yeah. I think there was a get the fuck out of the house involved in that before she got what she had coming.
Oh, Rob. We're just going to say that this is all a figment of Rob's imagination.
Yeah, allegedly.
Any cops sitting in this room listening?
Wow.
Anyone listening? This is all Rob just rambling on.
Oh, there's somebody probably recording it. Who gives a fuck?
And none of the views expressed by Rob is expressed by this channel or anybody that's on this channel. Just saying.
You might want to run one of them, what they call tickers at the bottom.
Oh shit! I forgot my ticker.
Yeah, you might want to run one of those.
We'll go back there and collect adult content. Yeah. You act like a lady, you get treated like a lady.
I believe that. And if you act like a man, you get treated like a man.
Yeah.
People say you never hit a woman. Well, I don't necessarily agree, because if you hit a man,
By her own statement, she said she slapped me and went to slap me again. And after she did it again, that's when it was balls deep.
Where's that ticker you put at the bottom?
Can't fucking see the keyboard.
That's okay. We done did the disclaimer verbally.
Yeah.
She gets a 75-inch. I got banished to my room with the 50-inch.
Yeah, I got two of them. I got two 65-inch TVs I got off of Let Go. Well, that's back around Valentine's. No, not yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, my daughter got mad. She put her 7-year-old in his room. I said, that's so good.
Nice.
Put him in his room where all of his toys are. That makes no sense. All you did is put him up there to play.
That's not what I wanted it to do.
Well, we don't want to put him in your room with your toys, would we, Cindy?
No, Rob.
I heard about some of them toys.
You did. I doubt you did. You're assuming, Rob.
Oh no, I got sent video clips.
You did.
Like, what the fuck? Oh my God.
Wow. Rob, you're just really in the know today.
I'm trying to not be in the know. Oh shit, I'm still trying to get the ring out of my ear. So how long a power cord you got on that thing?
55 inch. 55 feet, excuse me.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And you can reach up and down the stairs with that?
Anywhere you can imagine.
Oh Lord. Good morning, Golden Eyes.
Good morning, Rob.
How are you, Sunshine?
I'm okay. Yeah.
You missed the buttermilk biscuits and the raspberry jelly.
Raspberry jelly. Huh.
Can we have strawberry jelly instead?
No.
I like boysenberry.
I got some rhubarb and strawberry. I got some strawberry. It's all homemade Kansas.
Oh, I made homemade strawberry rhubarb.
I mean, within 15 miles on about any given day. Out there by Abilene, Kansas, I know some folks and know some folks. Hell, by the time you come back from a little trip to the farm and $40 later, you got a nice supply of goodies.
Well, you would like my strawberry rhubarb. It's really good. Homemade. Oh, it's really good.
Like, I don't know where in the hell these Amish in Kansas come from, but I like their productions.
I'm sorry, what?
What do you mean you don't know where they came from? They just
I'm trying to read chat so I can catch up on what's going on.
Oh, that'll take you a minute.
Well, I went to make coffee, and when I left, it was it was pretty intense in chat, so I just wanted to see if it's calmed down a little.
Yeah, I hope everybody feels better. You know, damn, fuck's sake. Oh well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of feelings going on right now with the death of Nomad, and I think it's important to remember that everyone's feelings are valid. Um, when you're dealing with someone who has died from a drug addiction, um, there's going to be a lot of different emotions.
Yeah,
And because especially with the family who are closest to them, So I think people need to be empathetic towards them first and foremost. Try to put their feelings ahead of your own. Because as much as we all would like to believe that we're a family here and that we're very close, um, you didn't live with them. You didn't have to see it every day and deal with the aftermath of all of this. Um, so my heart is actually going out to them.
I had a buddy of mine die on my sofa that overdosed. That's always fun.
That would be terrible.
Yep,
I think it's time that we are supportive of one another. And I know a lot of people want to get mad at Betsy because she's angry. She's mad at him, which is a normal reaction.
yep. I'm a little pissed at
Um,
him too, but it doesn't change the
it,
fact that shit. I mean, it's
right,
unrealistic expectations. You know, that's what addicts do. Some of them recover, some of them don't. Uh,
right.
uh,
And despite how you feel, and you could be angry, and you could be confused, even you're not really sure what you want to think at the moment. Um, we can still, like I said, we can still be empathetic towards the family because they're watching this. I know a lot of people, when they see the RIP Nomad, or rest easy Nomad, rest in peace Josh, they're going to see these videos, right? Because they're looking at them, oh, maybe it's a tribute. Unfortunately, a lot of people are in the chat saying negative things. They don't need to see that right now. They can deal with all that later. This just happened yesterday,
yeah,
or the night before, I should
welcome
say.
to YouTube.
I know, but I'm just saying these are just my opinions. Nobody shoot me, or whatever. I'm just saying, despite the negativity, we still need to find a way to support his family and people who knew him. They've just lost a loved one. They just lost someone very near to them, their father, their
Yeah,
brother, their son,
The friend.
right? Their friend, exactly, their husband, their lover. Um, I mean, we just need to put ourselves into their shoes and think, gosh, what could they possibly be feeling, and reach out a hand towards them. I know everybody, like I
well
said,
said,
everybody has an
bro.
opinion on it, but we can, instead of talking about Nomad, maybe you guys could talk about addiction as a whole, because that shit is a motherfucker.
Yep,
I mean, I've never gone through it myself, but I know people who have. I have family members who died from it. And I'm going to tell you right now, it tears families apart. It turns people that you once knew as loving and sincere and caring into thieves and liars and selfish asses. And you need to be a strong person to be able to deal with someone like that. And I commend anyone anyone who's able to stand by someone who's going through that. And it's not, you're not enabling. Well, you're enabling if you're actually, that's a whole different subject though. You're talking about codependency there. You know,
Hey,
someone who enables is usually codependent because
yeah,
they're getting something from it too.
somebody was saying something about support. Hey, well, if I sent him $50 to get to court and he used that money for something other than what I may have donated that money for, the onus ain't on me,
Correct. It's not yours.
you know. And to go kicking other people around that supported him and shaming them that they supported, no, that's bullshit, in my
Trump
opinion.
said, I'm
Uh,
sorry, Rob.
and,
Trump's Trump
yeah,
saying it GoldenEyes, it doesn't turn them into jerks. These people were already jerks and only needed to be triggered. See, I disagree there.
Read the comments on any one of Nomad's videos. That's enough to send anybody over the edge.
yeah, yeah, he was
He's
No,
getting,
attacked at
no.
all fronts.
Now wait a minute. If you go back and you read now,
Oh, excuse me, guys. Sorry.
I'm not going to say a name, but um, Mama Pug, I think it is. I might have her name backwards. Has said she feels bad that he hooked up with someone because the person he hooked up with was, and she has said it. I'm not speaking out of turn because she has posted that she feels bad he hooked up with someone because the person he hooked up with was trouble.
The
Now
one that he married.
that's not to excuse anything, but
uh,
he possibly hooked up with someone that was a little trouble.
Are you talking about the one that he married that the marriage didn't last long?
No, the man is in his last video. If you
yeah.
look at the last video,
Hang on a minute, Cindy. Okay, from what I've seen of that, they hooked up and they were going somewhere taking care of cop watch and shit, from my understanding.
that's
Now,
what's
hang on, I'm not finished. Uh, she did comment that the fellow that was at the hotel with him did get arrested, but hey, if I'd have been there with him, guess what? I might arrested me because I had a little weed in my stash in my luggage or something. Who knows what the fuck he got arrested for? The responsibility is still on Josh.
Mm-hmm.
right.
He had the choice. He had the decision to pick it up or put it down. Whoever he was riding with, yeah, maybe he made a mistake hooking up with the wrong person if that's what was going on. Who fucking knows? It changes nothing. Josh was responsible for nobody but himself and to his family. You know,
Well, I just mean Mama Pug acted like she knew that person. That's what I meant. But no. I'm not saying that expunges Josh from anything.
no, and I do not think she said anything about the person that she was with had any part to do with why he OD'd, other than he got arrested. But she said something about didn't feel that he was involved in his death, and he ain't. Not
So, does
unless,
anybody know exactly what happened?
from what
He
I
overdosed.
understood, he was found on the bathroom floor at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Of an accidental overdose.
He'd passed from an OD.
And
I,
he had
I,
somebody with him, I heard.
well, I mean, the guy in the truck, I guess they got a hotel room together. They must have went to bed. Josh must have went up to the bathroom struggling, as anybody that does when they overdose. That's why many of them are found in the bathroom instead of where they were sleeping or something. That he probably got up and went to the bathroom struggling. trying to vomit or whatever, and he collapsed and passed there. And somebody got up to go pee at 4 o'clock in the morning, and hey, what are you doing on the floor? Oh fuck, you're dead. You call
4 o'clock in the morning.
Was this prescription medication or was this like a?
I don't know what it was he took or whatever.
Mm.
I
His
heard
vice
something
was
about
opioids
opioids before, but
or heroin. Those were
Okay.
his two vices.
Mm. Well, we can go into another subject on that too, I guess.
there was a couple. Hey, there was a
People
couple.
who are.
Goldie. There was a
Yes.
couple. There was a couple years ago. I helped a girl that was in addiction. Took her to a hotel out of town for her to hole up and sober up. I left her at that hotel. Allegedly, she had nothing with her. I didn't search her. Get in the truck. Let's go. I'll drop you off at the hotel. Bada
Thank you,
boom.
Trump.
2 days later, they found her in her room dead.
Yeah, Trump just said that he overdosed because he had been doing drugs for a very long time in large quantities. The friend he was with was also charged with negligence, failure to assist. Oh.
Hey, Rob. Can you play one of his last videos? It shows the guy that she's talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go to
It's
his.
called Let's Talk.
Right.
On his channel. Let's Talk. One day ago.
I'll go.
Take a look at this guy's face. I think that Nomad was doing incredibly good for the longest time. He was doing very good, actually. And the trouble is that when you do so much and then you quit for a while and you still think that you can do the same amount, you can't. Your body's not immune to it as it once was.
Yeah, it acclimates, yeah. So apparently he tried getting clean.
He did.
Or
he'd been
he
clean for
tried
a
getting,
while.
and then he went back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And thinking he could
do the same amount.
And it killed him.
He was doing real good. He had a job. He was getting back close with his family, his kids.
I actually saw a video of him that he posted. Like, I don't know if it's a rerun, if they just put it up, because it's like, at the time it was only 10 hours old. So I'm assuming that it might have been a rerun. It was with some other guy. He was getting ready to do an audit, and he looked good. Now, the very first time that I ever saw Nomad was unfortunately on Teresa R's video, where she was begging for help. Like, this is no way, and she even said it, this is in no way meant to bash him, but somebody needs to get him help. He's crying for help. And it was literally, he was falling asleep in front on a live stream, and you could see that he was obviously under something. Well, somebody, I don't know who it was, you can't see their face, but somebody kept coming up from behind him, trying to help him, like put his hat on and wake him up and all of that. That was the very first time I'd ever actually seen him.
What do you want to look at?
See the one that says "Let's Talk"?
Is that?
But before I made any judgments towards him, I followed him. I watched his videos. That's the one I saw this morning. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
He looks a lot better, right?
That's
than
one
he
day
did in that
ago.
other video. Yeah.
But those were posted in the morning, and they said he died at 4 a.m.
This must have been his last video that maybe was on his computer and they posted
On
it.
the morning of the 14th.
Yeah.
Today is the 16th.
I mean, I'm just assuming.
Mike after this, right?
Don't forget to mute Rob so the sound doesn't come through your mic.
Correct the mundo. Why do you got Velcro shoes? Correct the mundo. What's up, Jason Rogers? This should be good. Everything? Yeah. Don't you need this to clean with? Oh. All right.
Now, I have a question. Is this the guy that's in jail?
No, that's Nomad.
No, the other guy. That's
Yes.
with him.
I don't
What's up?
know.
What's up? Damn, it's
That's the
28.
guy that's
Yes.
in jail?
What's up, guys?
Oh, shit. Okay.
How's the rehab going? Oh, Chapo, knock it off with the rehab, or I'm just gonna block you. I don't even give a shit. All right.
Hmm.
I found Texas. I'm still kicking, brother. Getting her done. And look, everybody say hi to my boy Jerry.
What's up, girls and boys? Love and laugh. Always will.
You guys know Jerry Mathis. That's my boy.
Got my hatchet here.
We're having to take care of some business today because we don't play. Listen, guys, I appreciate you all. I know a lot of you hate me, a lot of you love me. So if I could just have a thumbs up, that'd be greatly supported. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up, guys. What these charges about? These charges are about Renee Valenciano. These charges are about Renee Valenciano coming at us. That's the bottom line. He's coming after us. You saw when Miller was attacked. We were more than 100 yards away, and that's what happened. What it is.
All right, so
Jerry.
will you put that on pause for a minute so we can do this?
Hold on 1 second.
Wow.
Anyway, guys, so it is what it is. We know that these charges are bogus. Yeah, we're gonna beat them because here's the deal: we have video evidence that Patrick and I were both over 100, maybe even 200 yards away from Odin. I know you hate me, brother, but I love you.
Oh. That just broke my heart right there.
I'll put it right here.
Push perspective to everything I've been saying.
I'll give you a wrench, Odin. I'll give you a wrench. Yeah, guys. Look, it's gonna cost about $400, guys, for me to go bond out. I've raised about $60. If anybody's welcome to help, call it eBay, call it what you want, but I'd appreciate it. If some of my mods could post a PayPal link, I'd really appreciate it. Because honestly, guys, we know these are bogus charges. Todd Ferguson, Jerry, I'm sorry, Todd, I read Jerry. Todd Ferguson, Patrick, and I were both 200 yards away. All right. Let me explain something to you. Corrected. Patrick's not going to give me anything that you've donated to him for me. It's not going to happen. The charges that they have against us, it's going to cost me about $400 to $500. Not to mention travel fees. I'll try to handle the travel fees on my own, but I am going to need help with the bail money. So if anybody wants to please help out with that, please donate to the PayPal, whether it's $5, whether it's $1, whether it's 25 cents or $100. I will give you a channel shout out. I will push your channel. I will help you out. I'm just going to be needing some assistance, guys, on being able to bond out. So if anybody could please tell me, corrected, Patrick's not going to PayPal me any money. If you sent him $100 and 50 of it was for me, I'm not going to get it. Hey Jerry, I don't have any more quarters, brother. Corrected, he's not going to do that. So you might as well just PayPal me the money if you want to help out. In normal circumstances, I would say I got into this myself, but you know that Renee Valenciano and Almost Park PD, they are retaliating. And they're retaliating by saying, yeah, Patrick's not going to split that money. Me and Patrick have squashed things, but I'm telling you right now, I have not received any money. The only money I have received in donations is $25 from Ben Tobias. Maybe I shouldn't say his name. I don't know if he wants to be known. Uh, and I've received $25 from Guarino, and I'm going to be needing about 100. I'm sorry, 400 to bond out. So I understand, guys, COVID is hurting you guys financially, but these tyrannical thugs have came at us. Um, they're against us, and you know it is what it is. Yeah. Um, I'm gonna probably need $400 to $500 to bond out. Anybody that saw the attack on Jack Miller knows that I was at least 150 yards away. So there was no way I was trespassing. And trespassing law does not work that way. Trespassing law works is a private business or an establishment has to notify you to leave, and then you must leave. And if you don't leave, you can get you can be arrested for trespassing. We were never notified to leave. The second charge they gave us was interfering with court duties. They are such a small department that they did in fact say that Patrick was messing with the court officers' women. Um, and you know, Nomad, what's that thing with the crank handle on the wall? Before I don't really know. We're at a car wash. We're cleaning the truck out. What do you need? Anyways, here's a floor mat, brother. And this one. They're right here on the toolbox, brother. So what I was saying is, they're over here, bro. Jer, I got them right here. So listen, guys, I'm gonna need some support. Yes, Steve Pender, I need to turn my. Hold on one second, guys. I need to talk. Listen, all right. Sorry, Jerry's trying to clean his truck out, and he's trying to have me help, but I'm trying to talk to you guys. So here's the things, guys. Uh, Renee Valenciano has. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate any amount that you guys can do to help. I realize, I understand. You know, guys, I've made mistakes. I have e-bagged when I was intoxicated, and I apologize for those things. However, we know that this is pure retaliation by Almost Park PD, and um, we know it's pure retaliation by Renee Valenciano. So I'm taking $400 to $500 is what's going to be needed for me to go down there and handle this. And also, guys, if you support me, please. Yeah, Wymito sent $25 and it was greatly appreciated. If you guys are able to help, please send to the PayPal. I will do a shout out. I will do a shout out. Please do not do super chat because YouTube keeps half of that money, or at least 40%. Odin, I've already got my meds. Please don't start, brother. I love you, Odin. I know that we've had our differences. Um, and I do want to sue them. But we know this is Wymito, please don't time out Odin. Uh but I will tell you this. Our job has been suspended. Okay. I do know for a fact. I've talked to Alamo Bell Bonds, and I know for a fact I'll need about $400 to bond out on this. Not to mention another 100 to travel on. I can try to cover the $100 to travel on. YouTube does take 30% on Super Chat. So I'm going to have to go down to San Antonio. I'm going to have to bond out and fight this. But we know these are pure retaliation, guys, and we're going to film the thing the whole way. All right? Um, it's pure retaliation, guys. It's pure retaliation. There's two separate charges. There's criminal trespass warrant and there's interference with court duties. And I'm going to need help with both. So Patrick is not in jail, Sunflower Sky. I love you, Sunflower Sky. I'm going to give you a wrench. But guys, I do need help with this. If you guys, you poked a bear and you want us to pay. No, Bill Jones, you know what? You control all you want, and I'm sorry that you feel the way you do about me, but I do have my medications. They're in my backpack inside my truck over here, and I can prove to you that I have my medications. This is not for my medications. This is, in fact, for this Almost Park situation. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to definitely bond out with this, and I'm thinking it's gonna cost me about $100 to get down there, and another $400 to $420 to bond out. Um, and I need some support. So if my mods could please post my PayPal link, I will show all receipts. I will show all proof of where the money is gone. Um, and I wouldn't be asking other than the fact that we know this is pure retaliation. If any of you guys saw, uh, yes, it was. I had 500, and I know I had $526 in my wallet, and that money was not in my wallet. You can donate any amount. If you can donate $5, if you can donate $1, it's paypal.me/nomad news, guys. Paypal.me/nomad news. I've shown you the pictures that I they returned my wallet, they returned my medication, and but there was no cash. There was no cash, and I don't know the reason why they did that. And I'm sorry that it is that way, but I'm gonna have to take a trip down to, and I've got pictures from Jack's wife. I'm not gonna say her name because I don't know if he's comfortable with her name out there. But she sent me pictures of all my property that was released to me, um, and there was no money. Inside my jacket pocket, I had my wallet, my medication, and I had my cash in my wallet. And I was returned my wallet, and I was returned most of my medication. Pink Camera Magic, that Pink Camera Magic should have a mod. If that's the real Pink Camera Magic, I just added you back. I'm sorry if you were removed. I removed a lot of moderators. But here's the deal, guys. They're retaliating against us. I'm gonna go down this weekend, guys. Okay. Israel D, I appreciate the super chat, but please do not do super chat because YouTube keeps the money. Please do it to my PayPal. It's paypal.me/nomad news. Okay. I don't know why Patrick is asking for 3K. It may have to do with the fact that he is wanting uh I'm sorry. It may be lawyer funds. All right, Odin, since we can't get along, I unblocked you. I'm just going to go ahead and block you again because I thought we could get along. But here's the deal, guys. Renee Valenciano and Renee Valenciano and Almost Park PD are retaliating against us. Okay. You can clearly see because mine was the original video of Jack Miller being arrested. Okay. That is my original video. That is my original copy. All right. It's going to cost at least $100 to travel down there. Yes, Pink Camera, I'm coming to do a walkthrough in San Antonio. I would love to meet up with you. I will be doing that this next week, this weekend probably. I do need some assistance, guys. I'm raising probably about $400. So far, I've received about 100. So if anybody could please help out through. Yeah, hopefully they let us. They let us just do a walkthrough, and I'll get an attorney. But they're clearly retaliating against us because I was there with Todd Ferguson, Joanna Ferguson, S.A. Ecstasy Perez. I was there with Patrick, and we were clearly 200 yards away. And they're trying to say that we were interfering with their court duties, and they were also saying that we were trespassing. But we all know that in the state of Texas, in order to trespass, they have to give you fair warning. And then if you refuse to leave at that point, then they can arrest you. We were never given warning, and we would never, ever refuse to leave. We were always at least 200 yards away. So I'm going to try to get the same lawyer as Patrick, just so we can handle this. But here's the deal, guys. I do need some help. I'm thinking about $100. $400. I'm gonna do at least 100 to get down there, and then to bond out another 400. My PayPal link was just posted in the chat, so if anybody could help out, please help out. You will donate if some 200 if someone else does. Well, I doubt anybody's willing to donate $200. Um, So, guys, please assist. It's paypal.me/nomad news.
And that goes in the front seat. You know.
So, guys, this is very imperative, guys. We gotta beat these guys. That's the bottom line. What are you talking about? Sell my child's car? You're crazy. The bottom line is, guys, I need help. I need help to fight these guys. I need help to bond out, and then um, I'm gonna try to get an attorney. So, if anybody can please donate to PayPal, it's paypal.me/nomad news. I will show receipts of everything that is donated and what it's spent on. If anybody could please help out, paypal.me/nomad news. All right, guys, I'm going to get off here. Please do what you can, whether it's $1, whether it's $10 or $100. We got to beat these guys, and we have a good chance of doing it because all they're doing is adding to the lawsuit. Anyways, um, there's my PayPal link right there, paypal.me/nomad news. I will be heading down to San Antonio this weekend to do a walkthrough, but I do need the money. Yes, I will be coming back. If anybody can please help. I appreciate it. And I'll be showing full transparency on where the money is spent. Love you guys. And
Thank you
Gotcha.
for playing that, Rob.
No problem. Yeah, he was in a way. But almost didn't get that park off, did they? They didn't get their conviction, the bastards. Oh, shit.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little
You're fine. I mean,
taken back.
I know that I know that it's affecting you, but you don't have to apologize for it.
I mean, I didn't know him personally. I just
You would have loved him.
he seems like a nice guy. Seems like his heart was in the right place. He obviously just he had some problems.
And people utilized those problems and attacked him for it.
Now, what do you mean by that? Because I've heard, and I really don't want to like hash anything up or start anything um, regarding. I know people are talking about trolls, and I heard another. I'm not even going to say the chat, but I heard another panel talking about, you know, if he wasn't bullied, that he would have never have done what he did, and he probably wouldn't. You know, he would be alive today, and. Uh,
I'm not a future teller, so I can't tell that. But what I can say is that a lot of people spouted some hateful shit every time that he was on, every video that he uploaded, every live stream. Some serious hateful shit. They wouldn't allow him to move forward, and he wouldn't allow
Well,
himself to move forward because it would
he
affect
got
him. All of the
he got settled up with
Rob,
Rob, let him
Rob,
finish, please.
oh,
all of the shit he allowed himself to suck it in and make him feel, and it bothered him because he had a genuine fucking heart, and he wasn't a hateful person. He was a loving person.
He actually didn't seem like that. In fact, my heart just dropped when he said, "Odin, I know you hate me, but I love you." Oh
That's who
my
he was,
God. It
though.
just, I just like,
You
what?
could
I
you could
mean,
attack him from all angles. He'd still love you the same.
and he said it again. He's like, I love you, Odin. I love you. Like, I don't know what conspired between the two of them. Honestly, I really don't. That was probably before my time. Or I just never was in a chat when the both of them were in the same room. But I just, that just, I'm sorry, but no matter what, how you feel about Nomad, um, if I was Odin, I would be feeling pretty crappy right now. I mean, not crappy. I would be like, not crappy. I don't want to say that. I'm sorry. My heart would have dropped. Just like his heart probably drops when he sees that. I'll just put it that way. Not crappy, but just like wow. Because maybe Odin, like I said, I don't know what conspired between them, and from what I've heard, that maybe Odin's heart was in the right place, trying to get him help because he saw somebody that desperately needed help. Maybe I don't know. But if that was the case, if that's truly the case, then
No,
No,
I mean,
it was trolling.
it was
correct
trolling.
me if I'm wrong. I'm honestly, I
It's
you know,
trolling.
I'm just
It's been going on for a long time. People make put off the image that they wish the best for someone, but if that's the case, you don't bring a whole group of people to tear someone down and make them feel emotionally unstable, because you know that they're going to take that and they're going to run with it inside their brain, and they're going to think, well, why does all these
mhm,
people hate me? What did I do? What did I do?
right. Ben C and Lots. Hi. I don't know if I've ever spoken to you before, but he's writing in chat, and I've heard this too. Um, Here is what he said. Here is what I don't get about this huge outpouring of grief. Where the fuck was everyone, when he was alive? The answer being used by other auditors. Um,
I agree. This is my thing too.
These people tear apart the community, and then when you really need them, when the people in the community really need a friend, they need someone, we're so fucking divided that we miss the simple signs. I think this could have been prevented. But feeling alone is a bitch of a feeling. Having an addiction or a problem, that's a bitch of a feeling. And then to have other people utilize that and use it as a harmful thing instead of helping them. I mean, if he would have just heard some kind words, just that little teeny incentive to help a person feel better, those make all of the difference. That's my
And Ben's
opinion.
got a point. Where was everybody then?
Divided.
yeah.
And I'm just gonna say it. Where is everybody now? Because we got the same thing going on. Only the person doesn't have an addiction; they're just being harassed.
Now add an addiction to that.
That's right.
You fall on what makes you feel good. You lean on what makes you feel good. And if you don't have what makes you feel good, you you choose something else. And if you have an addiction, that's what you choose because that's the last thing that made you feel good.
But don't you feel that, and this is going back to Odin, what you guys may have seen as trolling or hatefulness, maybe Odin in his own way, and again, I'd have to go back and look at all that, but maybe in his own way, he was trying to like shake some sense into him, so to speak.
No, I've been around a while. I, I've seen how this shit plays out. I've seen the two masks that people wear.
Because I've heard that, people try talking to him night, day, especially after that Teresa video came out. Like, it kind of let people really see, like, what was happening to him right before everyone's eyes. But no one, unless you've seen addiction firsthand, it's difficult to spot right away because you're not living with that person. You're not having to deal with them on the daily.
Can I say something?
And, uh-huh.
Less than 6 hours after he got out of rehab and made the incentive, he looked healthier. He sounded healthier. He had proper goals. The hateful people just came right fucking back and pushed him. So if they really wanted to see something good come of him when he was doing good, why wouldn't you help that good stay good? That's all I'm
Like
saying.
nurture the good part instead of
Right.
the, well, that's where you're going to uh enablers, people who enable addicts. They're usually codependent.
Yeah, but
So
they could have at
even
least
so,
said, "I'm happy for you. Keep up the good work. I'm
I
happy for
know,
you."
I
Eh,
know, I
I'm
know what
sorry.
you're saying. I know that's okay. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Um, but sometimes people get frustrated because they've tried being the nice part and patting on the back part. You know, there's probably a lot that none of us in this community know about. I'm sure there's like 98% that we don't know because when you live with a person with addiction, it's completely different. You have
The
to deal with
people,
it morning, day, I mean, morning, noon, and night. It's just, it never goes away. There's never a break.
the people that attack people and utilize their
Excuse me.
their triggers, or they say hateful, stupid fucking shit to make someone feel a certain way. I've never seen those people say anything nice about anybody. It's always about picking apart all of their faults. I've never seen them say anything good that was genuinely good unless they wanted something.
Okay. I'm just trying to look at both sides, baby. Okay.
I
That's all
know,
I'm
and
saying. Like,
that's a
I'm just saying,
large
I
portion of
don't
why
think
I
that
love you is
there's,
because you're just an amazing person. You see the good, and I love that about you. I really do.
I'm just saying when you're dealing with somebody with addiction and you're really trying to get them help, you tried everything. You tried the holding their hand and and you can still be supportive and still kick someone in the ass and say, "Look, you're about to lose everything in your life that you love if you don't get your shit together." And sometimes being taking the nice way towards it, it'll help some people. But then there's others that you just can't get through to them unless you threaten them, unless they know that they're about to lose something that's extremely important to them. And it's got to be
Can
something good. It's got to be
can I tell
something
you? Sorry.
sometimes I did, I'm sorry, but sometimes that isn't even enough. The addiction is so strong, it takes over everything that you love. It takes precedence. I know a lot of people cannot put they can't fathom that. But if you can just for one moment put yourself into the shoes of someone, imagine having something that you cannot live without. Imagine being in so much pain physically, not just emotionally, but physically, that if you didn't
Mentally.
have it, you feel like you were going to die. Like,
But
it's just
not, but
horrible.
see,
It's like that.
too many people, no, too many people sat back and said nothing. This is what we're saying.
And the people that did say something said hateful shit.
But there are some who did say
yeah,
stuff. Now we're not going to
Mm-hmm.
discount the ones who did
no.
try. Some
And
tried,
here's the
some
thing.
tried nothing, and
Excuse me.
some tried mean.
Here's the thing with Nomad. Nomad was the type of person that if you just made him feel, if you just took those steps to make him feel good, you know, if he felt that he was in a good place and you helped him feel like he was in that good place, he he didn't have a care in the world and he stopped letting certain things get to him. But it's when people started to walk away from him and he was losing things and he felt alone, that's when he
Mm-hmm.
would completely go off over the deep end, because now not only is he feeling that, but then he's got to read 150 comments of people picking out everything that he's done wrong, or basically keep bringing up his addiction, accusing him of other shit. It does a lot to a person's psyche. Like I haven't been like I've taken a step back. I'm not in as many live chats, or I'm not in this community the way that I used to be in this community. But it doesn't mean that I don't watch.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
Okay,
mean that I don't listen. And that's from what I see. And plus, I mean, like I've talked to Nomad through either texting, emailing, you know, those things. So the dude was crying out for help, but who?
Can I say something really quickly
Yeah,
though? Sometimes, okay, there are ways to help someone that you love who's suffering with addiction. Um, One is to stop hoping it'll get better on its own, because it won't. I mean, you can't turn the other cheek and allow someone with substance abuse uh, to wreak havoc on your life, not just theirs, but on yours. I mean, this isn't to say that they can't be in your life, but it needs to be on healthy terms. There are, you know, and there's safe ways to protect yourself and your family from loved ones like that, without cutting ties, right?
there
And
are
maybe
people who
they're
did try to help him.
exactly in their own way. That's why I'm trying not to pass judgment on
but
people who
but
say,
many
I know it's
abandoned him.
kind of shitty to come at someone and say, you're a fucking loser, you're an addict, you don't give a shit about nobody but yourself, and you're selfish, and, and now, but this is my thing. Okay, we could talk about addiction, or we can talk about the fact that this man is gone. He's gone. There's no help for him now. It's done.
There's help for
Now
the
we need
next
to think
person.
about exactly, but what you need to think about now is how we help his family through the grieving process. People who loved him and who had emotional ties with him that are actually really grieving right now, and everybody's grieving in their own way. I realize that. Some people are very angry. There are stages. Some people are just sad. Maybe they'll be angry later. Um, but you have to understand that we need to be empathetic towards the bereaved, um, empathizing towards his family. I mean, he has kids that'll grow up now without a father. He has a wife that is going to miss him terribly, I'm sure. He has parents, sisters. I mean, brothers. I mean, I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes at this point, because I've been there. Um, and I'm not going to get up on a pedestal and say, oh well, I did this and I did that, and say that, because that's not what it's about either. You don't say, well, because this happened to me too. That's not being empathetic. That's
Well,
just
we
being a
also have
dick.
to understand he was trolled heavily. So we have to make sure if somebody in this community is trolled heavily, that the community stands behind that person if we see this person is suffering because
Hmm.
they are trolled heavily, and not let someone who is trolled heavily stand alone. Because we do know
Power
Nomad
in numbers.
was trolled heavily.
Well, absolutely. And I'm gonna tell you right now, this is just from my experience, but substance abuse and self-esteem often go hand in hand. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, it could be disheartening for your loved one to face someone who knew them prior to their addiction, right? I mean, they've lost people's respect and they feel shame. They're embarrassed. I mean, and it can. I'm just trying to think. Like, damn. I mean, the people I knew, they didn't have YouTube. They weren't on a public platform. So you go on a public platform with people knowing, or at least they assume they know everything. They don't, but they know that you obviously have a problem. And how embarrassing is that? I mean, his self esteem was probably at an all time low. But for a moment there, like you said, Tank, he said he was getting help.
Yes.
Um, he was cleaning up. He was actually looking forward to life. Now, I
Had a
don't
job,
know.
everything.
I
I
know, but
mean, I think he still had the job, but he didn't get that job until after he cleaned up and doing incredibly well. The only thing he was doing was smoking a little bit of weed here and there,
yeah.
but
But
he
I'm just
wasn't
saying with
touching any
addiction
hard
though,
drugs.
with addiction, it's not just the physical. The physical is the easy part. The physical is the easy part. The emotional is the freaking hardest part because you're emotionally and mentally addicted to that drug for the rest of your life. And it doesn't really ever go away. There's a psychological thing to it where I read that if you stop a drug or alcohol, it usually takes at least 2 years for that mental addiction to to subside. The physical part, it can take a year, right? But the mental part, I mean, and then you're an addict for the rest of your life. You're always going to be, if you're around something that's your weakness, you're always going to be tempted by that. And the more support that you have rallying on your side, um, the more people that are there to help you and to give you that little extra drive, the better, in my opinion.
It wasn't always like that, Betsy. This community was strong at one point in time where if you fucked with one person, you had every fucking person to back you up. And then these little fucking groups come in and just fucked with people and then divided it into its own little areas.
I'm going to get some coffee.
And
I'm
now they
sorry.
have free roam to fuck with everybody they want. We just don't have each other's backs the way we used to. And it's sad. It's very sad. Because this community was so welcoming at one time. And they didn't care what color you were, what sex you were. They didn't care. As long as you were a good person, you were welcome. And if you were a bad person, they tried to help you become a good person. But then it got all fucking divided. And now there's so much fucking division that if you take a step back and you look at it, you think, how the fuck did we get to this point? How in the hell the strong, like-minded people become victim to this division? We're just divided. We've
Absolutely.
allowed ourselves to be divided. And it's horrible. I don't like it at all.
Absolutely.
There was a time where if I left for one day and I went into a chat, people asked where the hell I was that day. The whole chat would be like, "Hey, Tank Boy, where'd you go? I missed you the other day. Didn't see you." And
Now
they
they
did
don't
that
even
for.
notice.
They don't even
Now they don't even
notice.
notice you're gone.
Right. I mean, how many people have noticed that I'm not in every fucking live chat every single day? How many people have noticed this? How many people have noticed that I'm not a part of a lot of things in the community anymore? Hey,
Yep. Did you see? Well, I'm gonna change people, but you see the emo video situation yesterday?
no, I've been kind of laying in my bed staring at my ceiling for the past little while.
One word: disgusting.
I'm sorry.
Disgusting.
What happened?
Well, Chip Boland's got about four up. Gary put one up. And then all of a sudden, Emo decided to stand up for himself. But the other videos are just, maybe I'm just tired of them. But it's time people stand up with Emo. Well, depends on the people. Depends on the people. But
I
yeah,
like Gary. Don't get me wrong. I like Gary. I like Tatted. I like all these people, but I know that they might be putting these videos out for fun. But it's becoming apparent in my brain that emo's not finding them fun,
right.
and it's creating more harm than good.
Well, you need to go see Emo's video because last night he uh he really put it. Oh, he really took back himself. But you got to see their videos too because their videos was just I personally didn't like them. My opinion, in my opinion, I can't be held responsible. In my opinion, I didn't like them. But boy, Emo put his foot down last night, and but it's just I don't know. I don't know. If these were children, we wouldn't like them if it was children picking on each other.
Yep.
But we tell children, don't talk to each other. I mean, I don't know. But then we go back to the thing is, do we stand and tell people to stop picking on each other? But then they say, oh, it's all for fun. Well, if it's all for
We
fun, shouldn't
we become
everybody be
complacent
laughing?
in it. Is what's happening. We are becoming complacent in it. We're becoming a part of it. And I mean, whether it's good intentions or bad intentions, I mean, I think we need to be better.
I
Because
think if it's all for fun, all both parties should be laughing.
right. I mean, that's what makes a joke funny, right?
Yes.
Because if I make a joke and I'm the only one laughing, then was it really funny or did I just think it was funny?
Yes.
I mean, I've watched this community repopulate at least 3 times now. New people have come, old people have gone. There's new names in chats, people that I have no clue who the hell they are, and they don't know who the hell I am. And some of the good people that were here before just got sick of the bullshit and left. Some were trolled out, some were uh, just couldn't take the bullshit anymore, and they said, "Fuck this! This isn't what I signed up for," and they left. And then you got new people that have come in that have no clue what this community once was, so they can't make a formative opinion to save their damn life. But people like me and people that have been here a while, they they can see it. They know what it once was and what it is now.
2 weeks ago, my husband told me to get off YouTube. He told me he'd had enough. He said, you're your own person. He said, but I really think that's about enough of that bunch. Because in the evening, I make it where he can hear things, and I he said, I think I've had about enough of that. And he said, you're your own person, but I really think that's about enough of that stuff.
We need to be better.
I said, well, I'll think about it.
I mean, none of this would have happened if this community was the way it was before, because people would have seen the signs and they would have said, "Well, something's not right here," and they would have immediately went to help, because that's what this community was good at. This community was good at helping people, and they maybe I don't want to play the what ifs because I don't know for
Right.
sure. I just know what it once was and what it is now, and people allow the people that are dividing this community to skate free with a damn pass, and they just don't see it. They don't know, or they don't remember, or I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But the people that tear others down are a great part of what's happened to this damn community.
Well, that's what my husband was listening to that night. I said, well, honey, I can just leave this room. And he said, no, it's not the fact of you leaving. He said, why is it 6 people are sitting there screaming and carrying on at each other? He said, yeah, you can leave that room. He said, but they're still going to be doing it. He said, why are 6 people screaming at each other?
And that's the trouble now, though, is because once you leave one room, you go to the next room, and it's still the same damn thing. It's fucking infectious. It is spreading like a fucking wildfire, and nobody is seeing it. And the people that are new to the community that come in, God bless them, because they don't know what it was like before and what it is now, because it would break their fucking hearts. It was. I would get up in the morning and I would look forward to going into a chat and saying hello to everybody. And then it became to a point where it's just it stopped it stopped being healthy. And then in return you start reacting in those ways. And that's where I get it's fucking infectious. Because then you start to become that way. And then you start to join the same little things. And then you start to see what the fuck they're really about. And then you regret it. But to see what it once was to what it is now fucking hurts me to no end.
Yeah, it used to be in the morning, right? When you first entered it, it was you'd say hi everyone, and then it would be hi Tank, hi Cindy, and then it would be hi Golden, hi Tank, hi Cindy. And you'd just go and be like a
Mm-hmm.
page of hi 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 hi
Right.
hi 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 hi.
Everybody loved everybody. You know, you had your occasional person that was just like an idiot, but they didn't really last long, you know? And sometimes those people would wind up joining us in being happy. And and then it wasn't like that anymore. These little teeny fucking groups come in and tore this damn community apart like they were trying to harvest the fucking land. And nobody's seeing what was happening right before their eyes. And then by the time you blinked, everybody was so divided, and these little groups were top of the fucking food chain, and everybody fucking loved them, not
Mm.
realizing that it's just about spouting hateful fucking bullshit to divide people. I miss how it once was, Cindy. I really do.
Yes, and see Betsy just has her opinion. I don't want anybody to think anything bad because Betsy's been around a long time,
Right.
and
But she's been around for a bit. Hey, Bet
yeah.
Check. Shit, I missed a couple people.
When I found this community, when I found this movement, um, Well, let me go back. Everybody knows that. Well, if you don't know, you know I volunteer a lot of my time to the battered women's shelter, um, and I felt like I never even thought about YouTube because I can't really do what I do and put it on YouTube. People are hiding, and it's a very personal business. But when I found this community, I found that that there are many ways to advocate for your rights. Um, and this is just one of those ways to bring, your message to a place, a safe place. This is what I thought anyway, a safe place where your voice is amplified by other activists. And YouTube is perfect for that because this not only are you spreading the message to other activists, um, but you're also spreading that message to the government, right? They're seeing it too. Our voices are being heard through these platforms. And like Tank and Jeff, Joe Cool, I mean, they've created a space for people to lead their own discussions and have an opportunity to support and motivate each other towards a common goal: protecting our human rights, our constitutional rights.
Protecting our human rights, our constitutional rights.
Whoa,
Our human rights.
that's weird listening to my own voice.
There you go. That should be better. Say something to see if that did that again.
Hey, Cindy.
Okay.
But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I agree with Tank. I mean, I think that this should be a place of communication, getting our voices out there, helping one another. I realize that there are some evil, malicious motherfuckers out there that all they care about and are motivated by nothing but money. I understand that. It's unfortunate, but in every, I mean, it's unfortunate, but there's going to be people out there like that are going to do that. They're going to take advantage of good people, and some people want to take it amongst themselves to be the white knight, so to speak, and take them down. But if there's no good reason other than just to be evil and malicious, then I think you're a piece of shit.
That's very true.
There are, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tank. I'll let somebody else speak. I don't want to start monopolizing the conversation.
No. Do your thing.
Well,
You're saying some good shit.
I'm just,
Dennis doesn't think so, but I think he's just joking. Maybe.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about people who, I even put a couple of videos out about it. I just writing and writing and writing and writing and writing and writing and writing. And as horrible as it sounds, there are malicious people out there who enjoy nothing but they take absolute pleasure in other people's misfortunes. And
They
it's
wear two
sad.
faces. It's like a reverse psychology.
Now, I'm not pointing any fingers because I'm just, I'm not going to call anybody out because that's not the type of person that I am. Unless, of course, I just see blatant uh, bullshit that you just can't miss, like picking on someone because, they're, uh, they have disabilities, or maybe they don't spell so good in chat because they're dyslexic. But you see that and he's like, oh, well, you can't spell, you're a dumbass. Well, how do you know he's a dumbass or she's a dumbass? How do you not know that they have a learning disability? Now you just put your foot in your fucking mouth. So you're not making anybody look dumb but yourself by acting like an asshole. That's just my opinion. But
But people let it get to them. People take the things that others say to heart, and they hold it close, and it causes an effect. I'm one of those people. I let the things people say and do bug me.
well, that's serious. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the flip side of it. Now, do you? It's about making choices. Just like they choose to be dickheads, you have to make a choice. You have to either choose to be strong and do not let that shit bother you, because you know yourself more than anybody.
It
Take
doesn't
it.
bother me
It's
that
about
they say shit about me.
self-awareness.
That's not the
I know.
part that bothers me.
We're in a conversation. I'm not like pointing my finger at you, babe. I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's all about self-awareness, right? If you are self-aware and look, I can tell myself, look, I am a good person. I mean, I try to live my life on a daily basis as best as I can. I'm human, so I make mistakes all the time. God knows that. But I try every day to help people, whether it's my neighbor, my daughter, my mother, whatever. I think more than just about myself, right?
Mm.
That's the point. That's what I try to do. That's
Do you know the
me.
part that bothers me?
So if somebody tells me, oh, Golden, you're a fucking bitch. You don't really care about anybody in this community. Like, you don't, I mean, no one's ever said that to me. I'm just using this as an example. But if someone ever said that to me, I'd be like, all right, well, tell me how you feel that way. What made you think that I feel that way? Or what did I do to make you believe that you feel that way? And I mean, because I know, but that's really all that matters, right? Is what you feel about yourself, what you know about yourself, and what you've done, and things that can be factual, not just hearsay and rumor.
Well,
So,
but sometimes we have to remember that you don't always know somebody's past, so you don't know what may trigger them.
and that's the fucked up part about being on YouTube or trying to say something in a chat, because text can come off, you can misconstrue so much in a text, right? I could be like, okay, for instance, I mean, I'm like, Cindy, we're going shopping today. Okay. And I'm going to send you a text and tell you, Cindy, I'm waiting in the car. Get your ass out here now. Well, I could have been like, Cindy, I'm waiting in the car. Get your ass out here now. And I could have been saying it completely like, hey, girlfriend, but I didn't say that. But I didn't mean anything mean by it. But when you read it, you're going to be like, oh, shit, she's mad at me. She's here and she's outside and she's mad at me. So you're already coming out with an attitude thinking I'm pissed.
Okay, don't say the word. Don't say the word, because if you say the word, I'm going to click off, okay?
What word?
I'm going to tell you, and you'll know what I'm saying, okay?
Okay.
On ladies' night, you and Blue Eyes called me something. You
I
remember?
didn't call you anything.
Well, you jokingly repeated it, okay?
Okay, yes.
No, she asked what it meant.
I asked what it meant because I didn't know.
Okay, but just don't say the word, because then you'll put it in chat.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not.
Okay, because then I'll click off.
But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Okay. that word relates to something else. You don't know why, but that has a meaning to me because it relates to something else. And I told you, and you don't know why, and you don't mean a malicious, but you don't know why. And I told you if that is continued to be done, I wouldn't come back to ladies' night. Not that I'm being childish, and you probably think she's being childish, but you don't know.
I don't think
You
that that's what she thinks.
No, I'm
Because
not.
every
I don't think
ladies'
that.
night, she asks for you to come up.
but
You know,
you don't know
she
why
really likes it when you come.
that is a trigger. So see, you don't know the past history of Cindy as to what that does.
You're right.
But that does something. And you probably think that is the strangest thing that would trigger her.
Now, if I was an evil person, I would use that against you.
Well, yeah, if you was evil, you would continue, and then there would be a big problem. Then we'd have a big issue.
But you're right. But you're right. It's a matter of who heard that,
but
and who's
it's
going
just
to
the fact
use
that you
that.
probably think. But see, I told you you just can't do it, and so that's
Well,
a
once you
trigger.
told me that it was you didn't like it and it made you feel bad, of course I was like, shit. I'm sorry. If had I known, I would have never even pushed it. But
But see, when we
asking what it
say
was and
things,
all
no
that
matter
stuff.
what it is, and the person reacts, we have to also remember we don't know this person's history. And that is the strangest word I know. It's the strangest word. But it's not that word, but that word relates to something else, which is a big trigger. And other people have triggers. So we have to remember if somebody reacts, there's probably a reason. And sometimes we forget and sometimes we don't even pay attention. Which I had done it. Actually, I'd done it very recently. And then the person's spouse whispered in my ear what it was, and I'm like, oh gosh. And I apologize and apologize and apologize and apologize. Because I didn't even think that could be a trigger to something. And we don't mean it, but we don't always know somebody's past.
Cindy, pause. She dropped out. Just so that your point isn't lost. So when she comes back, you can pick up at that point. Just so that your point isn't lost. Is that cool?
Yes. We lost her. We lost her.
Yeah, she dropped out again. I think that for me, what bothers me about these hateful people is it's not what they say or how they say it that bothers me. It's the fact that they say those things, they mean those things, and they hold that hate inside of them. I I can't accept that a person could be that way. That's what bothers me about it.
Sorry, I hate this shit. It keeps cutting me out. You guys can't hear me, or I can't hear you. It's just
Where did you
ridiculous.
last hear Cindy?
She said that you don't know when you say things, you don't know the history behind it. If someone says something and you're like following along with it, which I don't think that I kind of did. I kind of did because that night I was
like, did you hear me say
that
I accidentally did it to somebody? Not long ago, I was talking to somebody, and I was talking to somebody, and I didn't realize that my conversation had triggered somebody, and that person's spouse sort of whispered in my ear what I had just done. So then I had to apologize big time because I hadn't realized it. I kind of stepped over the line. I didn't realize I had just said something that had bothered them, was going to trigger them. Because we don't know people's past. We don't mean to do it, but sometimes we just don't realize it.
When someone calls you, when someone calls you out and says, well, like for instance, what you said, and I've said it too. I did it too. I did it to Beaver just about last week. I said something and I immediately thought, oh shit. As soon as I noted, as soon as he told me that, I offended him by saying that, and I wasn't saying it in a malicious way, but it made me feel really bad. And I immediately retracted that statement and
I
was
can vouch
like,
on that. We were talking after, and she felt a certain way about it.
so I know that I will never say that again. But you learn from your mistakes. I apologized, and I did, and I still do feel really bad about that. But like I said, I'm human. We're all human. We're all gonna make mistakes. We're all gonna say stupid shit and stuff. But it's like if you acknowledge it, you take personal responsibility for it, and make your amends and move forward.
Yes.
Unfortunately, there are people out there that can't do that. They just don't see anything wrong with what they say,
They just don't.
and they
They
just
just,
don't take any consideration for other
or they
people's
find it
feelings.
funny. And the more
It,
they see you're triggered, the funnier they find it.
The harder they
right.
come.
Hi, uncontrollable.
Uncontrollables here.
I thought so. I heard somebody say something about maybe not. I'm sorry. I would recommend uncon going on panel. Just doesn't appeal to me.
What? I
I
was
don't know what
reading
that means.
that.
I don't know what that
Where
means.
did you
I'm not
see
reading
that?
chat. I apologize,
I was
guys.
reading that.
Dennis spokes, but oh shoot. Hold on a minute, guys.
I
Hold
was
on.
reading that because I
Yeah.
was trying to see if I
Back.
could figure that out.
I don't see where the hell she's seen that. I don't see it.
Dennis
It's,
spokes
Oh, here
he's
we go.
not.
at 5:50, or
I
well,
got it.
He's
it's
not
5:50
here.
here.
He's making a statement.
Mm. Oh, he's talking to Betsy. Never mind. Sorry, Dennis. All up in his Kool-Aid. Huh.
Pay attention, or you're getting grounded. Well, there's only
Sorry.
one person that can ground me, and
That was me.
yeah,
Yeah. I wasn't paying attention. I apologize, guys.
nose again.
Yep. So, I know if my voice sounds really weird right now, I have a tissue stuck up my
Get the
nostril.
tampons out. Tampon one side, tampon on the other.
Literally, I've had a nosebleed on and off for 2 days.
You
It's
need
like
to get that
weird.
like
I'm like,
yesterday.
what the hell? So anyway, yeah, but Dulce Betty said it right. People feel superior. I don't know. I mean, I don't know
People
what this community
people are
look like.
trying
I'm
to
a
make
newbie.
themselves feel superior.
Yeah.
How many times do you make your? How many times do you hope to? Your life is. How do I put that? If you can look at somebody else and make if their life is bad, then you feel that my life is better. Did I say that right? If you're hoping to find somebody with a worse life than yours, then you feel better. Well, look, my life's not so bad. Look how crappy theirs is.
Misery loves company. There's a lot of little phrases, catchphrases that people like to use. But yeah, essentially.
Sexually?
I said essentially. I'm sorry. My
Oh,
nose is plugged up right now.
I heard sexually. My bad. My bad. My bad.
Oh, Dennis. Read that. I'm
Oh.
not saying it out loud. I'm not
He
saying it.
said. He said
10th man
10th
is
man
superior.
superior.
Get it
Get it right.
right. Oh, Jesus.
I didn't say that.
Some fuckery's going on with this damn power cord that's connected to the laptop. It keeps shutting it off.
Uh-oh.
Stay on, you piece of shit.
We are dust. That's what he claims.
Okay,
Dust in
well,
the
this is
wind.
coming from somebody who still can't let the freaking witch hunt thing that happened on Ladies' Night. D-Ban made one comment about
Ugh.
witchcraft, about
Ugh.
witchcraft and all that shit, and I swear to God, he's still talking about it. He brought it up just the other day, too. I was like, are you fucking kidding me right now? I, for one, didn't want any part of that conversation. I even said it. I was like, oh no. Like, I just, yeah, never
Oh, but
once.
now, no, wait a minute. It's not Deviant's fault. Did you hear that the other day? She got sucked into the conversation.
What? She
What
said
she
that?
said the other day.
Oh,
It's not her
whatever.
fault. She got sucked into the conversation.
Oh, Lord. All right. She kept wanting to bring up glam. I don't know. After all that. But that's okay.
No, she got sucked into it. That means it would be you and I's fault.
Oh, God. Yeah,
Because
I
he
guess
had her
so.
on panel, and he had her on panel, and him and her really. Oh.
I'll tell you what. I am so, like, that shit was done the night that I got, or the day that I got up on Jeff's panel and said what I had to say. I was done with it. But every now and then, Tenth will have little digs or whatever, and and like he'll say quash. It's okay, Golden. We quashed it. I'm like, dude, I get really. I was pissed. I didn't enunciate my word. It's like I was just upset at that time. I wasn't pissed. I was upset, or
On
not
a
upset.
side
I don't
note,
know.
when she flips out like that or
Shut
starts
up! Shut up!
articulating,
Don't even go there. Don't even go there. I know what you're
uh,
gonna say.
I
I know
like going
what you're gonna
camping. Is all
say.
I'm saying.
Oh my God! Stop. I just. Oh shoot. Sorry, you guys. I'm trying to handle two things over here. Um. Yeah, I was just not having any part of that conversation. I just thought it was absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. But, um, but that's a good thing to bring up, Cindy, is how conversations just can be led to ridiculous bullshit by one person saying something completely ridiculous. Then all of a sudden, the entire conversation is null and void, and all people can focus on is that one or that couple of minutes of shit that was said in that entire video. It's it's just, yeah. It just takes one person to say something stupid for everything to go to hell.
And others to run with it.
Right? Oh Lord God.
No, I'm
Beaver,
tanked.
don't even start, because I'm just so not in the mood for that shit today. To be quite fair, I'm like not really in the mood for that. So if you come in here to to start fucking bullshit, yeah. Normally I just like, oh God. I mean, I'll roll with it, but yeah, I'm not I'm not for it today.
Well, Beaver, if you upset her, that's a form of upsetting me. So
I'm
I'm
not.
just saying.
It's not upset. It's just, I mean, I'm like, um,
Today's just not the day.
it isn't. It really isn't. I mean,
Have you
yesterday was
have
such a
you heard
somber
anything,
day.
Beaver? I don't even know if he knows. Beaver, have you heard about Nomad? Josh?
Mm.
Trump said, accept what challenge? What are you talking about?
Well, we could move on, or we can use it as a learning experience to help those that are in the same need or the same boat. This fucking power cord. There we go. How was he when you talked to him? I haven't talked to him in at least a week and a half, give or take. Yeah, I bet. It's not something that just happens one day. It's an accumulation of many days.
Depression is a motherfucker too.
It is.
And they usually go hand in hand with addiction. Which is why they, it needs to be, when
Well,
people say, oh, I don't need rehab, I can quit on my own. And that may be true.
hey, shit.
There are people
I'll
out there
type it.
who've done that. Hey, Joe Cole, good morning.
Shit, I was gonna say that. Hey, Joe, cool. I didn't want to cut you off though.
Oh, no, no, you're fine. I just was saying that, a lot of, there are some people that can do that. They can quit and, but they still, if depression, if the there's always something behind the addiction. It's not just about the drug. There's always something else, whether it's self-esteem, something going on in their life, issues in their past that they haven't dealt with. There's always something that they're not dealing with, and that's the reason why, one of the reasons why they people with depression um, choose to do drugs, because it's or alcohol. It's just something that makes them feel good for the moment, and it goes away eventually, and they just need to keep doing it to feel good. And it's just a never ending cycle. That it's just a rabbit hole that I never want to go down. That's for sure.
There is help for depression though.
Exactly, but that when you have people behind you who try to help, um, a person has to be open to receive
Oh my
that
God,
help too.
Delta Grid. For the love of God, Delta Grid, how are you? I'm sorry, babe. I was.
No, 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 you're fine.
Uh, I sent you a message. Well, I sent this stream to you. I'm not sure if you know, uh, but Nomad Josh, he was found overdosed in a bathroom yesterday, I believe. Some pretty fucked up shit. You want to talk about an awesome human being? Delta Grid. Delta Grid is an awesome individual, human being. I got mad respect for Delta Grid. News Now 702. Hey. Well, I wasn't gonna out you, but you did it yourself. So yeah, that's Foxtrot Tango News. Babe, you remember me telling you about Foxtrot Tango News?
Yes, yes.
That's Foxtrot Tango News.
A Delta Grid?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Awesome person. Do you know how to use StreamYard's Delta? Yeah. That's those beautiful trolls that enjoy fucking with people. If you click that link, Delta Grid, and follow the instructions, it'll bring you up here so that you can talk if you so wish to. And then you can have it where you can shut off the camera and just have your logo, mute your mic, unmute your mic. I'm not sure if you've ever used StreamYards before. If she comes up here, that's going to be awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, I miss her morning news. God, there was nothing like getting up in the morning, making a pot of coffee. I don't really smoke weed anymore, so X that out. But at the time, I smoked weed, so I'd smoke a joint, and I would fucking Joe Cool. Um, uh, I would sit, I'd smoke a joint, and I'd sit in her chats and watch all the different news things and all of the stories she do, post links and chat. It was just always good people in there, other than a handful of hateful fuckers, but they didn't really last long.
Jeez, Joe Cool's already he's already finds out Delta's a chick. Oh
Delta Bridge a
God,
chick? Yo, what up, baby?
it's on the prowl. Back off. Back away from the hottie. Mm-mm.
Actually, she. Um.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Cindy. Thanks for coming up and chilling with us, or just go. That's cool. Thanks anyway.
Aw.
I fucking awesome, absolutely awesome. Hey,
Hello.
what's up?
What's up, homie?
I'm living the dream. I'm living the dream.
Alright, I just woke up, so bear with me.
I am. You can put your logo on there if you go into the picture thing.
I'm working on that.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Hi, Delta.
Hi, hi. Let's see. Uh, I'll fly. Alright, I'll get rid of all that background noise.
So, there you go. So, Delta, Golden Eyes, Delta. Um, Golden Eyes is one of the greatest things I got in my life right now.
Awesome. Right on.
Hi.
Hi. Alright, so, think I can still watch the chat live.
Well, on the side, are you on a phone or your computer? Are you on your phone or a computer?
Uh-oh.
Maybe if I'm gonna bump you down and back up.
Oh, you know what? Did she put her mic on? I mean, mute.
No, because well, it was muted for. Oh shit!
Mm.
Might be her app that she uses. Um, all right. Now, if you click the camera button, it'll shut off your camera and put your logo back up. There you go. Hey, JJ. That better? Maybe I can't hear. No, I can hear because that's the beeping that's always in the background. Maybe she.
I don't hear her.
Hmm. Refresh your app. She uses an app to. What happens is it'll
Mm.
everything we say it'll put into words for her, like a text.
Uh-huh. Oh, so she can't hear.
No,
Oh, okay.
she was she's a veteran.
Mm. Okay. Well, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Holy fuckballs! Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hallelujah. Sorry, I know it's a family show.
Oh, it's
No,
not a
don't
family
worry.
show. This is not made for children. Just to get that out
What
there.
are you talking about? You're
You're
here.
thanks. Uh,
All
your
right, so
logo is gone.
I switched back over to YouTube to try to find the chat and keep the Safari on my iPhone open, and it didn't pan out. So sorry about that. I
That's
could
cool.
literally talk, but you guys couldn't hear me. So
Well, that's lame.
I know life
Hey,
sucks.
702.
Life's a bitch.
Hello.
So what happened with Nomad now?
I'm sorry. What did you say, Delta?
So what happened with Nomad?
Oh, he well,
He kicked the bucket.
finally overdosed.
That's unfortunate.
It is.
Uh,
Well, I'll tell you, the last time I saw Josh was when I was in San Antonio right before I left. And one thing I love about him was the fact that, I drive at night because I like to avoid traffic and all that. He literally reached out to me and said, "Hey, are you sure you don't want to stay the night? You crash on the couch, get up early in the morning and take off then." He goes, "I just worry about you driving at night." And I'm like, "No, no, I'll be fine." He goes, "Well, you got my number. Call me and let me know you got home okay." That's the caring guy that a lot of people, if you haven't really seen it in his videos, that's the kind of caring guy he was.
and he called me about 3 weeks ago. I'm in Arizona right now. He called me about 3 weeks ago and asked me for a ride from Houston. And I don't like to air people's personal beef. But one particular auditing individual was beating up on his girlfriend again, and Nomad just happened to be with him, and he called me and he says, "Hey, I need a ride back to Fort Worth because I just can't be with this individual while he beats up his girlfriend for the umpteenth time." And we helped organize and got him a ride home with someone, and I mean, yeah, nothing but nice things to say about Nomad. Never anything bad.
Dude loved everybody
Yep.
and would help everybody.
He had a very, very kind heart.
Yeah.
Even if you were a piece of shit to him, you know, always the good ones.
Always the good ones.
Never take the fucking jerk off, hateful fucks, but you take the good ones. Why?
Oh.
I'm still asking that question 6 years after my nephew died in a motorcycle accident. Why does God always take the good ones? Why can't you just wait? But
It's
I'll be
horrible.
right back. I have to go to the kitchen.
Holy shit, it's
Yep.
cold as balls outside.
there is, in case nobody knows, there is two different GoFundMe's that were put in place to help with Nomad's funeral expenses and to help out the family. One was set up by Texas Sheepdog 72
Jack.
and Jack Miller. Jack set up one, and the other one was set up by his sister. So there's two that the family has allowed and is condoned, and they're both GoFundMe's.
Cool.
It's it's a sad situation.
I was in shock because I just talked to him 2 days ago. I have a text message sitting on my phone from him, and I'm just in shock because it's like, Jesus, I just talked to you.
That's just unheard of.
He
Well,
was doing good for a while.
he's not struggling no more. He's not hurting no more.
Pain is a bugger. It
I can tell in a couple of his videos recently that you could just tell he wasn't right. He was on something, and I wasn't sure if he had just been drinking or. And I'm like, man, what in the world is he on? I was kind of concerned.
Well, he was doing good there for a while. He was trying. And he was supposed to be going down to San Antonio because that stupid chief of police put a warrant out for him and News Now Patrick.
Someone kept calling.
Yeah, for interference and something else. Interference and obstructing court operations.
Yeah.
Really bullshit stuff. Just because they filmed Valenciano beating the crap out of Jack. Yeah.
Over a fake gun.
Yeah.
A plastic fucking gun.
Yeah.
Regardless of the fact, the Second Amendment is
That's
still
all right.
the Second Amendment.
That made my new channel, so it's all good.
I mean, what don't people understand about shall not be infringed?
Yep.
Say hello to the Delta Grid.
Right.
Well, when that happened, that's when I mirrored his video that day. I mirrored that video. The day of that incident, I mirrored it. I was like, "Do you want me to take it down?" He goes, "No, keep it up there. Get the word out." So he was too young.
Way too young.
All right, so those of you who missed my content, this is Foxtrot Tango News. If you haven't put two and two together, I come check out my new stuff. Not doing any live streams, but hi.
I've been posting your channel in the chat.
Woohoo!
So people can go and like, share, and follow. Tell a friend. Maybe one day you'll do your live newscasts again. Maybe one day.
I think this other adventure that I'm on, Tank, is a lot more not financially lucrative, but lucrative in terms of I love doing the constitutional stuff, but I've had a lot of positive response and enjoyment out of my new venture outside of activism, which I'm really enjoying right now. I'm riding that rodeo.
Well, I'm happy.
But I have 3 new Delta Grid videos in the wings that I'm working on finalizing. That'll be coming out over the next couple of weeks.
If you have YouTube open, you're blue. If you want to put your site in there.
If I switch over to YouTube, you're going to lose me on the audio.
Oh. Okay. Beaver said he got you.
I see that. I can see the live chat here in the StreamYard.
You may not remember, but Beaver Videos is Beaver Cam, and leave it to Beaver.
Beaver, what's up, buddy? Long time no see.
We were just talking about how much this fucking community has fallen apart.
Yeah, I mean,
They've allowed these groups of trolls to
yeah,
divide us.
And Josh would not want that for us. Josh would
No,
want us to move past that,
Josh.
come together as one.
Yep. Josh
And
liked Josh liked that I was doing something totally different from everyone else. He told me that multiple times. He's like, I like that you don't get caught up in the mix of the BS with people. You do your live streams, you go out and he's like, you're very well organized, well put together. He's like, I like what you do versus, a lot of the infighting crap. I mean, I can't tell how many times he told me that. He's like, I looked forward to your content coming out because all the extra crap wasn't going to be there. So, definitely that's Josh's whole mantra is, one team, one fight.
we've all got to work together, and we've got to come together. If there's any way to honor Josh, it's to do that. Put the fighting down, put the arguing down, and we come together because, and prove these trolls wrong, and show that we are united, we stand.
divided we fall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where we go one, we go all.
Right. That's the best way to honor him. And stop the fighting, the bickering, the talking crap about each
The hateful
other.
bullshit.
Right.
We need to go back to what this community used to be. That's what we need.
Yep.
It's funny you say that, and he won't say hi because he really doesn't have much to do with this. But a friend of mine that's on my other team, and he's sitting here next to me, 20 something years mass media, and he sits and I'll watch people's live streams or audits, and he'll just kind of pipe up from the background. He'll be like, well, that's illegal, that's unconstitutional. This guy that used to work for mainstream media, and he gets it. And then he'll hear so and so auditor say, oh, this person and that person, and he's like, why do they do that? Like, you guys have something so important going on, like it's very, he doesn't like outright, but he's like, you guys are, there's an important work happening here, and then that shit happens. Like, it just, yeah, I'm in total agreement. If and I've said for a long time, if things weren't so freaking regionalized, you've got this group and that group and this group, you just bring everybody together. you know I mean, it's incredible how the 2A community can do it. The uh, overwhelming response I see on Facebook for like pages like Police the Police. It's just Facebook shuts down their channel, and before you know it, there's 4 more and 10,000 followers. But
See,
yeah,
here's the thing: is we always ask um, the government to hold their own accountable. But do you not think that maybe we should hold our own accountable? Maybe not in such a malicious manner, but say, hey, listen, you know, you can't be doing things in this manner. It makes all of us look bad.
yeah. Well, and here's the thing: you can't hold free people accountable like that. And I know there's going to be some conscientious objectors who say, yes, you can, yes, you can. We're all adults, be civilized, take responsibility, those people. But you can't, literally, the whole idea of the First Amendment activism is freedom. Freedom to speech, freedom, right? I mean, you can't back someone into a corner for. I think sometimes people take these they're not even constitutional rights. The Bill of Rights is a set of inherent birthrights. It's not constitutional rights. It's not called the 10 constitutional rights. It's called the Bill of Rights. And you know uh, I there's no way, there's no, for lack of a better term, governing body over, the First Amendment. And the retro and the contrary to that, I see all the time. You know, we don't have. You hear auditors say, you're law enforcement, not policy enforcement. Well, police departments have policies. The First Amendment activism community does not. And um, the reality of it is even with those policies, the police are policing themselves. The government's, governing themselves. And until, I've heard auditors say, until you remove, the, internal affairs divisions out of police departments and make them, privatized, where it's not police investigating themselves, it's not, the governor's office investigating themselves, it's not the city mayor investigating themselves. Until those things happen, nothing's going to change. If we lived in a society where internal affairs was, a private co, not .gov, it would be totally different. If we didn't have the internal affairs divisions and the police unions backing these, unlawful actions like what happened with San Antonio, if the police actually had something to be concerned about. And don't get me wrong, and I know I'm gonna have 10 people who go hit the unsubscribe button, and I personally don't care. I'm not here for people to like or not like me. I don't give a shit. But I'm just gonna be honest. If we look at this from a conscientious perspective, and what I mean is, when I used to do my live streams, I always found one good thing a day. At one point, Joe Black and a couple other people came to me and said, "Hey, why don't you start doing a positive news story every day with your live stream, your news live stream?" And strategically, every now and then, I would look for a police officer who was doing something, or a city official who was doing something that was truly positive. And I hear a whole lot of "fuck the police, fuck the police, fuck the police." Well, what a lot of people don't know, and I'm sure I'll lose 10 subscribers over this, and like I said, I don't care. I'm married to a corrections officer. True story. I'm married to a corrections officer. And before my husband took that job, I said to him, he came to me and says, "I know what you do. I know what you stand for and what you believe in. Do you think that our marriage will work with me doing this job?" And I said, "As long as you do the job the right way, and I believe you're the one, and you have moral standards, and I don't find you violating people's rights, even in a prison setting, I firmly believe you can make a difference." And the reality of it is those individuals do exist. I really get frustrated when I hear a blanket statement of "fuck the police, fuck the government, fuck." The reality of it is there are good people, and
Yeah.
and myself included, right? I spent 15 years working for the government. I was in the military. I have volunteered in private sectors, FEMA. I've got, hell, 70 FEMA certifications, fire department, search and rescue, right? I have served in those public capacities. And there's one thing I don't do, and I constantly remind myself of. And even now, I'm still actively part of a search and rescue team, and it's not something I tell people, generally speaking, but I work for the people. I don't forget that. And I take that oath very seriously. I mean, just the other day, here am I. I'm actively part of a volunteer fire department. I have been now for over a year. I am actively part of a search and rescue team. And on live stream, Art Acevedo was being interviewed by Houston Crime Stoppers over this COVID-19 stuff and everything that's going on. And right there in the live stream, I started calling him out. He said, "We're going to talk about truth. We're going to be honest here." And as soon as I saw that, and I says, "Oh, I'm so on this." I says, "So Art, what about the titles? What about Officer Goins, who had a botched raid and no narrative in the call log?" I says, when you look at the the files for that case, I says the warrant was bad. I says, what about that? I says, what about the auditors that are being arrested in the city of Houston for exercising their First Amendment right. I says, what about the checkpoint as you enter into the police station that violates the Fourth Amendment that Fort Worth has that they're being sued over right now? I says, and I just literally started laying it all out. He says, "Oh, we're going to be honest and transparent. Fine, and I asked it in the form of a question. What about this? What about that? But I was not afraid, knowing full well that my fire chief is an active member of the Houston Fire Department, to start calling this guy out. And if we start getting that kind of accountability, and obviously I got zero responses out of him, and I expect that. But
now, is anybody seeing that the government is taking absolute what's the word?
Hey, Joe, cool.
They're taking advantage
I'd like to ask
of the
Delta a question when we get a chance.
Hey,
of the
this is going to sound
pandemic.
really unique, but can we try to not talk over each other, because she's using an app, and it might jump together what's being said, and she may not understand what's being said. So if we could just one at a time.
I'm using a live captioning app. I can't hear you guys real well, so I have to read what you say as you say it.
Okay. Has anybody noticed that the government, and I've been watching this across the board, that since the coronavirus has kind of taken control of all of our lives, have you noticed that the government is taking absolute advantage of that by taking away they're trying to take away all of our rights?
702, I do believe that was pre-planned. And Delta, at some point I want to address that. You say you don't dig people who say no good cop or whatever those fuck a cop. I'm one of those guys, man. I like to rap with you about that. With you about that.
For sure. And I'm open, I'm open to everyone. You've seen my stuff, Joe Cool. I'm pretty transparent. So
can I give my contention first, Delta?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond real quick to News Now 702 about the coronavirus and give my thoughts. And absolutely, I'm open to that. So, it's very ironic because I avidly post to my Facebook, these breaking news articles about COVID-19, and it really blows my mind. Illinois murder is released, and within 24 hours kills a woman. You go to Illinois.gov Department of Corrections website, and they have a list of 5 people convicted of murder serving a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole, all released because of COVID-19. Their sentence commuted by Pritzker. And then you look at situations like Kentucky, where they want to put ankle monitors on you for violating, the said quote unquote social distancing. You look at California, where Border Patrol and the police went out into the middle of the ocean to arrest a man for paddleboarding. Now, I don't know how much more fucking socially distanced you can get than out in the middle of the ocean by yourself. But the whole narrative of what is being set up, and I've been following this so closely, is just insane to me, right? We're going to scream in Harris County, Texas. Lena Hidalgo is going to say, oh, we need to release these people. We need to release these people. Oh, there's active cases of COVID-19 in the Harris County correction system. And it's criminal that we would allow these criminals to be a victim of this in a contained environment. But then if you violate the social distancing rule, they're going to fine you $1,000. They're going to arrest you. They're going to put you in a paddy wagon 6 inches from someone else, take you to jail, stick you in a cell 6 feet from, not even 6 feet from someone else, with 6 other people. And then they're going to tell you, oh, you're stuck here because the court system is shut down and you can't see a judge. Now, what about that even remotely makes sense? None of it.
It makes sense, Delta, when you think of it, that it's all about the money. They can get lawsuits if they stick those people in there and they start getting sick. So they have an incentive to let them out. They still need money, so they have an incentive to keep locking people up.
Yep.
All those things were well said, Delta. I believe that this was all a reach, was a play for our rights, to take away our rights. Do you believe in all the conspiracy stuff, Delta? It doesn't look like.
I certainly do, and the narrative that has been set to me since January is far different than the narrative than the media is pushing. Than the,
very good.
So, obviously, I run in some circles with the military and DoD and people like that because of my background, and there's a lot of chit chat that this is actually a level 4 bioweapon released out of a level 3 lab out of the University of North Carolina. And um, India did research studies in their laboratories on a few patients who had quote unquote COVID-19, and they absolutely and utterly released in their final statement. And when the World Health Organization saw this statement, told them to retract it immediately. But a lot of people caught wind of it. And that statement said that this was a bioengineered, man mutated gene sequence within this virus. So it lends credibility to that theory. And then you have this whole story of the U.S. Army Corps engineers heading out to just outside of Wuhan, China, to do military training exercise, which is an unprecedented event for the U.S. military to go into China and do quote unquote training with the Chinese communist regime. Like
And all
that
of
doesn't
China's
add up.
tactics, all of China's tactics have made it over here too. Their training videos, how to deal with COVID
Yep.
when it occurs, all that
Yep.
stuff is now being
Yep.
implemented over here as well.
And the other narrative that a lot of people have totally overlooked, and I constantly try to bring people back in November, October, November, mid December, in China, there were mass protests happening. They were putting rocks on the street, putting people on the street, advocating for constitutional rights, the right to bear arms. The Chinese people literally had virtually shut down the city of Hong Kong. There were major changes in the works. There were so
I've been,
many different narratives that were put out and so quickly. And when you look at everything that's happened in comparison to everything that was happening, I tell people, and I'm not the biggest conspiracy theorist on the planet, but I am a realist. And when you look at what was happening in October, November, December, and you look at it from an operational environment and really a strategically, a world response to the overwhelming amount of protests in France that were happening. We had the Yellow Vest protests last
yeah,
year, the Hong
yeah,
Kong protests. Protests were
yeah,
starting to break out
college,
here.
yeah,
How does a globalist agenda regain control? We need to get everyone in their homes. We need to get everyone settled down. We need to get everyone distracted from the narrative. We need to put out fake media. And this is what, one of the few things. I'm not a huge fan of Trump. I'm not a huge fan of any, you know, household politician. But the reality of it is that I love when he gets up and says, "You are fake news," because
yeah,
he points out the stupid shit. We are quote unquote in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic, and they're saying, "Hey, did you hear about blah 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 blah?" And it's totally unrelated, and it's a
yeah.
total scapegoat question to get him off track. And it, and he'll literally point it out and goes, and it'll be something so backhanded and twisted, and he'll point it out, he'll call it out. But there has to be a certain level of understanding here that I always tell people: when something big happens, you need to look past it, you need to look through it, and look for the thing the government isn't talking about. And what do I mean
Delta,
by that? Go ahead.
Delta. This is a slight subject change, and I
Yeah.
like to get back to this, but I'm still holding my no good cop thought,
Yeah.
and I would like your opinion on that. The no good cop. The reason. Let's not go into the prison guards and stuff like that right now. Let's leave with cops. And here's
Sure.
the reason I say there's no good cop is because that good cop that helped a kid out of a well or helped somebody out of a burning car.
Yeah.
The 18 days before that, he watched his guys fill false reports and do dumb shit and didn't report them. They can
Uh-huh.
only apparently arrest regular people. How is that a good cop?
Well, I on the contrary, and I hear what you're saying. Oh, what if I told you I know of a recent news report where an officer lost his job for outing? You know, um, um, outing his particular cohorts in crime. I would say.
I would
Um,
I would agree with that, and we know that is the rare fruit indeed. Yeah,
yep.
and the guy who did that, that shows you that the police department is a piece of shit,
Yep.
because when he
And
did his job, which is
yep.
written in his fucking in
Hmm.
his rule book, you have to report any bad behavior, misdeed by officers. He was ostracized and lost his job. That should tell
Yep.
you that the entire shit is twisted and corrupt.
So again, a blanket statement that not 99.9% of them are bad. I don't agree with that. I think a great example recently, there was an FBI agent who played Florida Sheriff's Department, Franklin County, Florida, played the Sheriff's Department hook, line, and sinker. He was investigating them for corruption, and they hotboxed this FBI agent. I mean, it was just a total messed up. It's an hour-long video. It's out there, and so we have to remember FBI agents are still law enforcement officers, but these guys are out there.
99.9, by you giving me these few examples, I think
Yeah.
you're supporting my point that 99.9% are shitty, or else you'd be throwing out example after example. Instead, I can throw out example after example, have all these guys overlooked and never seem to arrest their own every day, all
Yeah.
day. It makes the
So,
news when they do it. That shows you how rare it is.
and I hear what you're saying. I kind of want to flip the narrative here, though, and give you something else to think about.
Okay.
And I want you to think about this from a conscientious objective. Do I think that the numbers may be closer to 60-40? Yes. Maybe even a little more than that.
Thank
But
you.
but I also want you to think about something too.
Yeah.
Police officers have families, and I'm gonna bring this from a fundamental level up to a public servant level, right? So
I'm sure I'm going to be in agreement with everything you say. I believe these people are good people. They go home.
yeah.
They are loving to their children, loving to their
Well,
husbands. I do not
sure.
believe they are bad people. I believe that when you put the uniform on, though, you make an agreement that you're going to keep quiet about certain things.
And what I want to point out to you is, do you think that there's a possibility that there is a certain percentage, and I would think it's maybe 20 or 30% at most, who they put that uniform on, they have every intentions of doing well, being well, and meaning well, but then there's a certain level of fear of retaliation. And I'll give you a good example. My
It's
husband
higher
works.
than 30%. I would say it's
Yeah.
much higher. I would say most
So
of them go in
I'll
with
give
good
you
intentions.
I'll give you a good example. My husband works in the correctional system. Every day he goes to work, the vast majority of people think his biggest threat is an inmate killing him, right?
Right.
And the reality of it is that in a prison of several thousand, where in the state he is paying into the police officer's pension, right, and all those different things that the state provides.
Right.
My biggest worry isn't an inmate killing him. My biggest worry is a corrupt officer who's running drugs in and out of the prison, or laundering the money, or is part of a gang associated with people in the prison. And that's prison politics. That
You are
stuff happens
absolutely right.
every single day.
That is
And
where the danger lies. Ain't no inmates killing guards and shit. But what you say, because that's how we and they get
uh-huh,
their drugs in. That's how we got
uh-huh,
ours in.
yep,
And if that guy and he's related to the gangs and
yep,
they're tied with his family, that guy is the detriment.
yep.
He's a danger. I would agree.
Yep. And the same thing happens in your public police departments. And I think to some degree, there is a larger percentage of good police officers who mean well, intend well, but may not necessarily follow that report or speak up out of fear of retaliation of what those other officers may or may not
Now,
do.
that person is in the majority. I would agree with you, Delta. I think that is the vast majority of police are in that position, and I hate they're in
Mhm,
that position. I hate that so much stuff is heaped
mhm.
upon them. They're expected to be lawyers. They're expected to be
Yep.
kind and brutal at the same time. There
Yep.
are way too many
Yep.
expectations on these police.
And I have a great example of that exactly. when I was recording down in Houston County Jail on a public sidewalk, I don't know if you guys remember this video, if you guys have seen it, but I was unlawfully detained by 4 cops, and I was able to be a voice of reason with this one African American cop.
Yeah.
But I could tell that the wheels were turning in his mind. He knew I was right. He knew everything that was happening to me was wrong. But because he was, number one, not the lead officer on scene, and number two, was not the same rank as the lead officer. The lead officer was a corporal, and he was just a regular officer. He
Good
didn't
point.
step up and say, hey, what you're doing is wrong, illegal. Like, he didn't call it. And again,
Like
I think there's a certain level of fear of the.
Delta, I've had many officers tell me after an encounter like that where their superior says or does something wrong, they
Mhm.
can't wait to see me in the street and explain to me, listen, it's not us, it's not the young guys, it's the old guys. We can't get them to
Mhm.
change. I would agree
Mhm.
with you again, Delta.
Yep. So, do I think that 99.9% of cops are fuck the police status? No. I think there are certainly tyrannical officers out there, and I could give you hundreds of cases of tyrannical cops that I mean, I see these articles, and Tank Boy is friends with me on Facebook. He sees, man, I just hit that angry fuck emoji 15 fucking times, and I'm like, what the fucking blood? I mean, Tank Boy's seen this, and and I post these regularly, and I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with these cops, or these
Delta,
politicians? They're certainly out there, and I'm just like, you know what, that motherfucker needs to be, tried, and we need to bring back the gallows and put him high in the fucking streets and hang him for everyone to see. Tried,
Delta,
convicted.
I'm not
Yeah.
going to give you a hard time because most of the things you said I agree with. But I don't want you to take away from this conversation thinking that I think that the average police is like the one you're describing now that
Yeah.
needs to be arrested, that's a tyrant and all these. I think these are normal people, and it's difficult when you have the mortgage to pay and kids and stuff, and you
Mm-hmm.
know you're going to be ostracized. It's
Yep.
difficult to pull that trigger on one of your own.
And
However, the reason I say there's no good cop, and let's exclude the 1% that you talked about, is because they do it whether it's pressured on them or not. If I'm in the gang and they're pressuring me to
yep.
do something shitty, I do
Yep.
it under pressure. I still think they make those decisions. They cannot arrest the guy that's standing next to them and the guy behind the counter or a politician on a regular basis. Till then, I'm going to say there is no good cop. There is no equality.
Yep. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. And that's and my husband's a great example. Every day I tell him when he goes to a guy, I say, listen, you go in there, you do the right thing, you take the moral high ground. I don't care if it costs you your job. We will
Good
find a
girl.
way to pay the damn bills.
Good
But
girl. Good
but
girl.
I have flat out told him, if I find, you know, News Now, whoever, standing outside your prison filming, and I find out that your officers are out there violating those rights, or if I find out you were a part of something, I says, I'm not going to treat you any different than
Woo!
I would treat Corporal so and so from the Houston Police Department. I says, there's a fine line between when you walk out the door in the morning and you put on that uniform. It's like if we work together, how I treat you at home as my spouse may not be how I treat
Right,
you in the
right.
workplace. And I'm going to
Tank, I
call
see why
you
you
out.
like this girl, Tank. I do.
What's that?
I say I see why Tank likes you. He spoke well of you before you got up here. I see why.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's awesome.
Yep.
She's a really cool person. I would say one of my longest friends. Um, around like I mean I've talked to her on the phone. I've talked to her on Facebook. And she's smart, so she helps with a lot of other things. Like back,
That's
I
the
miss when she did live streams because it
that's
was
the
fucking
wicked
awesome.
combination. Smart and having a fucking heart. That's a wicked combination, bro.
Yeah,
Wicked.
Thanks. Thanks.
I'm really happy that Golden and her they were able to meet each other, say hello. That makes me very happy.
Right on. Listen, I'm a Bell. I didn't want to monopolize you guys. Do your
No,
thing.
man, that was an awesome conversation, and it was a good dialogue, and there was no yelling, no screaming. Uh,
Yes.
there was opinions, rebuttals, and opinions,
Yep.
but
Delta,
done
it was a
healthy.
pleasure. It was a
Talk to you
pleasure
anytime,
meeting you,
Joe.
brother.
Talk to you anytime.
All right. Love.
All right.
God bless.
Her link will be in the chat. I keep posting it.
Uh, the wheels are starting to turn this morning. I got a second cup of coffee in me here, Tank Boy.
Yeah.
I'm over here on the West Coast
Right.
right now. You know, it's 6:30 in the morning, so.
That was truly an awesome conversation.
Thanks.
But I mean, you have a way about how you explain things anyway. Like
Well,
you're genuinely a calm person until you're pushed over the edge.
yeah, I try to be articulate, and that, you know, it's how you articulate, you know, your thought process, and that really is what, you know. I mean, you itch to get me on here to talk. Tim Truth has, you know, itched to get me on his show to talk. You know, I mean, because, um, you know, I tend to think things
Hey,
on a larger
Delta,
scale, and that helps.
Delta, can you
Yeah,
hold on 1 second?
yeah.
Oh, gee, that was some serious fucking hateful shit right there, bro.
Hmm.
I mean, what the fuck? You not have any compassion for anything?
Hey, you know
What the
what?
fuck is that shit
I'm
like that?
I'm gonna intervene here, and
Yep.
I'm gonna put myself out on blast because I can. Um, you know, I was in a car accident in 2016, and I spent a year and a half in the hospital. A lot of people don't know this. I almost died a couple times in and out of ICUs. Almost $1 million medical debt. 5 car pileup, hit and run. Total the Dodge Ram. I got addicted to uh, opiates from pain medication they were putting me on, shoving Norco and Dilaudid down my throat. Um, and I got hooked on that and had to go to rehab. So I have a very personal connection to that. I understand how powerful these drugs can be. So that's not cool by any means. There are millions of people battling addictions every day, and you know, you can sit here and say, you know, oh, we're talking about, you know, we're saying how bad it is that this happened to him. You know what? Uh, let's take away the drugs, okay? Because studies have shown that 95%, in a, I mean, it's not an exact number, but that's pretty close, of people battling drug addiction have underlying mental health issues, number one. And that's not something to laugh about.
Hmm.
Number two, have underlying, you know, traumatic histories. And number three, let's talk about this. You want to bust this guy down for dying from a drug overdose? Well, next time you point a finger at someone, let's look at the three pointing back at you. Because when you point, there's three fingers pointing back at you. So let's talk about this. Are you addicted to porn? Are you addicted to food? Are you addicted to TV? You know what? There are tons and tons of addictions out there that people normalize. Do you smoke? Um, I can go on for days. Things that aren't drugs but are a drug because it releases an endorphin in the brain every time you get that little high and you want it again. So let's keep that in retrospect here because this is disrespectful, and certainly if I was in YouTube, I would be having something to say about that. But let's remember that we don't disrespect people because of their addictions issues, because there are millions of people suffering from all kinds of addictions, not just drugs. That was my.
Amen, sister.
But that comment bothered me. I mean, all the talks that we've had, him, me, Tails, about being the change and not. I mean, how the fuck is that being the change?
Right. Right.
You're just you're just doing the exact same shit that all the other hateful fucks do.
Yep.
I mean, You must fuck, that got me right baffled. I don't understand that at all. Yeah, I'm fake. That's what I am. I'm fake. I'm just a fake person. I'll
Ah,
accept that.
ah.
I can be at times. Yes, I can. When I hit my boiling point and I get sick of fucking stupid shit, fuck yeah, I can become a hateful fuck. I'll admit that. But I try to help everybody. I try to be as good as I possibly can.
Hey, you know what?
What's that, Delta?
OG World, you were really, I guess, just you know what? I'm not going to be a part of the problem. I'm just going to let that go. I'm just, I'm checking out of the chat for a minute, folks.
Sometimes you have to take a look. I know people, they look at things differently, and they want to judge, like you said, point fingers. Um, but I think what people are missing is that when, let's say, for instance, drug addiction, um, these people are, usually in a lot of distress. Um, they there's problems that they're not dealing with, such as a history of physical or emotional or sexual abuse, legal problems. I mean, difficulties with other relationships, and these things. Like I said, it's very easy to point a finger and say, oh, he was an addict, he was a loser. Why are you crying over him? It's like, yeah, I can't fathom saying that about anybody. But I mean, imagine losing a friend. Imagine losing a family member, someone that you loved from drug addiction.
Yep.
And put yourself in the shoes of his family just for a moment. And then say what you just said.
Yep.
It's so easy. Like I said, unless you've been there, and you've been a family member of someone that you love and care for very deeply, go down a rabbit hole that they just can't seem to get out of. And it seems like when they try, they're doing good for a minute, and then something snaps, something in their brain just like a switch. And it could be anything. It could be emotional, something that happened emotional. They just broke up with their girlfriend or boyfriend or husband, or they got cheated on, anything, and that switch could flip right back on again. Next thing you know, they're battling it again. It is a never ending battle.
Yep.
Holy fuck, buddy. Do you have that much hate in your heart?
Somebody needs to just kick him from the chat.
Oh, gee, not yet. Not yet. Oh, gee, fine. Fine, let's run with your narrative. You want to run with your narrative? That's fine. He was a drunk. He drank too much. He did too many drugs. But we don't care about that today.
You
If you
sound
want
just like
to,
DDT. He was on his
okay.
panel
But let's
earlier
do
in the
this.
night, like
But
last
let's do
night.
this, okay?
Um, pretty much
Let's
saying
mourn
the
his.
same thing, saying that I don't know why people are crying. People die every day.
Can you hear me?
And, here's just one guy.
Yeah, we hear you,
Why
but
are people
Delta is
making it?
saying something. Or is it Delta?
Oh, I'm
I don't know
sorry.
who. Somebody's saying
I
something.
can't hear. I apologize. I didn't hear.
I'll move you for a quick second, Golden.
Mm.
Okay, we're going to run with your narrative. He was a drunk. He was a drug addict. But we're not going to mourn that today. And if you don't want to mourn it, don't. But why don't we mourn his children? Let's mourn with his children. His children don't know that. And when his
Is
children grow
Mammy
up,
talking? I still can't hear her.
No,
Or
Cindy is.
Cindy.
Hold on.
As
Can you
his
hear her now?
children as his children grow up,
Sandy.
They're not going to tell him that. All they're going to
maybe
tell
I need
him.
to go out and come back in. Sometimes
Okay.
it does that. I'm sorry, guys.
All they're going to
If
do
I
is they're
talk
going
over
to
you,
tell
that's
his
usually
children.
why. I don't usually talk over people. I
All right, if you want to go out and then come back in,
apologize. Hold on. Let me go.
I'll wait to put you back up.
All they're going to tell his children is Daddy's gone. We got a son that's gone. We got a brother that's gone. That's all they're going to worry about. They're going to remember a little boy. So if you want to mourn the other, mourn the other. If anybody wants to think about anybody today, let's think about the children. But anybody who wants to think about the drug addict, think about the drug addict. Some of us don't want to. Some of us think about the little kids. If that's all you can concentrate on today, concentrate on the little kids. Concentrate on the school plays. Concentrate on the school plays where the kids have mommy and daddy at the plays, and these kids don't. They only have one parent at the plays. Think about that. If you cannot get past the drugs, that's you. Then you get on to the kids who've got all these school activities and they don't have daddy. If you can't get past that, don't get past that. But think about the kids.
What if
think
it was
about
you?
The kids.
Like,
how do you tell your kid? How do you tell your kid? How do you walk your kid to a casket? You want to walk your kid to a casket? How do you tell your kid that's daddy and he's not coming back? So if you want to think about the drugs, you think about the drugs. You think about in 3 or 4 days, there's little kids that's going to walk to a casket. So you do what you think's best for your own satisfaction. But you think about in 3 or 4 days, there's little kids that's going to walk to a casket. And they don't understand. So you do what's best for your mindset. Some of us are thinking about little kids that don't understand. And nobody's going to tell them why daddy's in that casket.
Well said, Cindy. Doesn't matter what your beliefs are, what your opinions are of the addiction part of it. What if it was you? What if it was your kid? What if it was your best friend, your mother, your father, your sister? Would you still have the same thing to say? Would you still talk that much fucking hate? Would like, how do you have that much hate in your heart? Like, it doesn't matter. What matters is a life has been lost. That's what matters.
I want to put something out there. And I told Nomad I would never tell anyone this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it because he's not here to stop me. I'm sorry, I got to make that joke. I apologize.
Lighten the mood.
So some of y'all might remember a year and a half ago, a certain company fucking me over, and I hit a really bad spot for a minute. And then collectively, this community and the people who followed me stepped up in my moment of need to basically push me through. Nomad was one of those people, and Nomad sent me $500 to help pay my bills. And a lot of y'all don't know that, and he told me, don't tell anyone. Keep that between me and you. Nomad sent me $500 and said, use this money to pay your bills. Take care of what you need to take care of until, you get your affairs sorted out. And I was working with Trump Said and some other folks to kind of navigate getting some things sorted out. And when I did, and I'm not going to put my personal financials out there because it's really nobody's business, but I got what I needed, and I had a big lump of sum of money that I was long overdue, 5 years long overdue. And I called up Nomad on my way to downtown Houston, and I said, "Hey, bro," I just, and I called different people that donated me money, and I says, "Hey, I want to pay you back." And he told me, and we were just chit chatting. I says, "Hey, I want to pay you back," and he's general conversation. I says, "Yeah, I'm on my way down to downtown Houston, and I'm headed down to the I-10 bridge to go sit and have a night with all the homeless people." And it was something that I was really passionate about. And some of y'all don't know, I grew up in 3, 4, 5 years old living on the streets because my mom was a drug addict and an alcoholic. And So I know what it's like to live in tent city. And so I personally don't drive by, homeless people holding up signs. And you guys have seen in some of my videos where I will literally bust out cops who pull up in mass to, remove homeless people from underneath the bridges. That shit just gets me going. But I told Nomad, I says, yeah, I got all this money and I don't know what the fuck to do with it. I says, I'm going to go donate, a couple $1,000 and just help out these homeless people under the I-10 bridge and see what I can do to help them. And he says, you know what? He says, don't even worry about the money. He says, you're going to do that? I says, yeah. And he says, put that money towards that. He says, whatever you were going to pay me back, take that money and put it towards what you're doing tonight. That was Nomad news. I don't give a crap what anybody says. Nomad said, you know what? I don't even fucking want the money back. What you're about to go do is way better and more important than putting that money back in my pocket. And I spent 6.5 hours out there under the I-10 bridge with the homeless people, getting to know them tent by tent, talking to them, made a list of what their needs were. And I went around with almost $2,500 in cash, and literally handed it out to the people that, I'd say, hey, what do you need? And this one guy goes, well, when the last storm blew through, my tent got damaged and the city came and made me take it down because it was an eyesore. I says, okay, well, we're going to get you a brand new tent. But Nomad knew I was going out to do that. And instead of, pocketing that money, he says, just take that money you would have sent me and give it to those people. So here he was giving away more money. Now, those are the kinds of things you're not going to hear about. But certainly...
That's kind of the thing, though.
What you don't hear about, what people don't do is what matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a channel.
When the cameras aren't
I
around.
have multiple channels. Hell, I've got a website that just broke 29,000 views in a month. But what you're not going to hear about is me stopping on the side of the I-10 to help, a couple kids in the middle of the night who are 16, 17 years old who shouldn't even be out in the first place, change a flat tire. And, they had reached a point where they had been sitting there so long and didn't know how to change that tire that their headlights had died out and their hazards were fading. Those are the kinds of things you don't hear about people every day. And here am I, a disabled veteran, pulling over to assist these kids change a tire. How many stories about Nomad haven't we heard? How many stories don't we know? How many times did he help someone or do something for someone or take care of people? And then you have people who want to sit here and badmouth someone else. It's incredible. Until you can clean up your own backyard, stop digging around in other people's backyard. That's really what I want to put out there, because you don't know the treasures that are buried in their backyard.
Right.
Betsy, don't apologize for your feelings. You have your right to your own feelings. And may I make a suggestion, Betsy? Get something, go in your backyard and throw it and scream, Nomad, I'm mad at you. And just scream, Nomad, anger is a way of mourning. Anger is a way of mourning. And just scream, Nomad, I'm mad at you.
Cindy, can you hold on a second? we're gonna do a sound check here. Golden is gonna say something, and can you guys let me know if you can hear?
Hello. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me or
I can
not.
hear.
Delta.
Can you hear?
I'm right here. Sorry.
Hi,
Oh, sorry.
Delta. Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Can you hear Golden Eyes?
I cannot. No, I'm not getting anything. No.
Okay, one second, and I will drop you down, pick you back up. Golden.
Hello. Is that better?
Her circle is illuminating, but it's not showing up any
Hello.
text on my end, and I don't feel vibration in my
I
phone.
always
So
have such problems with this.
yeah, I'm not
Okay,
getting
one
anything.
second. All right.
Is that better, guys?
There you are.
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
Cindy,
good.
Yeah.
you can hear Golden?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're back.
But I can't hear what's her Delta.
She didn't say
I'm right
anything.
here.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Hey, Sarah. Sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
But Betsy, don't apologize. Grieving is anger
Can you
is
guys
part
hear
of
Cindy?
grieving. Can you
Yeah.
hear me, Delta?
I got nothing.
Son of a gun.
Yeah, now it's her. I can't hear her.
Who can't you hear?
Okay. Now everybody should be able to hear everybody.
Golden Eyes.
Yes.
Cindy.
Yes.
Nope. Still got nothing on Cindy.
All
Oh
right.
my god. Wow.
Okay. What the fuck? Okay, Cindy.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Everybody's good now.
All right.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Just a wee bit of technical difficulties. Just a wee bit. Not very much. Just a wee bit of technical difficulties.
It made us laugh. It made us laugh. It's okay.
Maybe that's what we needed.
And the chat is thinking, we can hear all of you.
They're all looking up at us like, what are these people fucking crazy? What's really going on here?
I know being angry is is part of the grieving process, you know.
Yes, that's what I want Betsy to know, that everyone understands, and that's why I told go in her backyard and throw something. That's what I do when I get angry. Especially if I've been mad when somebody's died, and I went in my backyard and screamed, "Why did you do this? I'm so mad."
Mm-hmm. But you can still, and I said this before, you know, you may not agree with everything, you know, you may not, you may have certain feelings regarding his passing, but you don't have to be an insensitive prick, you know, because there are people who are actually really taken back by this, who are truly heartbroken, and they are angry too. They're expressing it in a different way, or they just haven't gotten there yet. There's like different phases, I guess. Everybody grieves differently. But it's the old adage, you know, it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
No, my husband gets tired of hearing that statement.
Oh my God. It's true though. It is true. I mean, it's like, you know, you need to be empathetic. You need to be,
You need to keep your humanity.
right.
People are losing their humanity. And it's where I say that we're all alive, but we're just not living.
Or you know what? If you're just an asshole, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm not saying anybody in particular. I'm just saying it in general. Generally speaking, you can be an asshole and not give a shit about anybody else. But you can also be sensitive to the fact that people knew him and they cared about him. He has family that are watching this probably. And it's a little it's not a little, it's a lot. It's insensitive to think that this wouldn't hurt their feelings when somebody says something like that about somebody who's not here to defend themselves, by the way.
The ultimate definition of stabbing someone in the back.
Well, here's the way I look at it. I look at it. It's these situations like this that will show you exactly who a person is, like who they really are. Because how they say some things. I mean, I couldn't. Even if I hated the person, I couldn't imagine saying something like "fuck him," "fuck his family." Who gives a shit? You know, like why are we crying or why what
Right?
brings that into someone's brain? What hateful part of you are you exercising? Has nobody ever felt alone before? I mean, I know what that feeling feels like. I know what it feels like to feel completely alone. Even if you have lots of people around you, you still feel alone. And you'll lean on whatever makes you feel good. I understand it. Why can't other people? Loneliness is a fucked up feeling. Then you add it to depression. Then you add an addiction. And then it all goes hand in hand to create circumstances that end like this. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, Betsy, you can feel alone in a very crowded room.
Oh yes, absolutely. Thanks now, News Now 702 for putting that in the chat. Um, she just put
Oh shit! I forgot to.
His family's GoFundMe for his funeral expenses and to help the family in this time.
I forgot to put her link in there.
It's okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's just my beliefs. And back to what OG was saying that I'm a hateful fuck. Sure I am. I got a lot of hate in me. I'm not going to deny it, but I try to do the right thing. I try to be courteous. I try to be nice. But after time, if shit keeps going the same fucking way over and over and over, and no matter what I do, it doesn't change, for sure.
Don't go there. Whoop. Can you guys still hear me?
I got you. I
Yeah,
don't know
I
where
hear you.
I don't
Oh,
know
I
where
hear
okay.
you.
Steve went.
Oh, he accidentally put himself in the basement or something. I don't know what he did. But
Well, heck, I mean, this is a perfect time to take over his show then, and just talking about him.
right?
I'm
Oh, it's
going there.
okay.
OG, I'm going there.
Yeah, okay.
Um, I'm going there.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Cindy.
I came late to the party, so I don't know everything. Well, I do know everything you say. I'm not gonna lie, because the next day I rewound it, and I've dealt with many people who that's kind of my job. That's why I came late to the party, and I got up there and I dealt with Tank that night. And anybody who deals with people with addictions or people who have drank too much, they know that sometimes once they become high, drunk, They know that they start spouting off at the mouth. They know they get ugly. They know they get hateful. They know they get mean. And when you're around somebody who gets to that point, you have two things to do. You know that you have to give them compassion and give them leeway, or you have to get angry. And then you have to figure out, are they saying things that they mean? Are they saying things out of hate? Are they saying things just because they're drunk? And are you going to give them any leeway and forgiveness?
You know, I want
And
to pop in.
are you going to go the next morning when they're sober and say, let's discuss it? I have an alcoholic brother-in-law, been for 30 years. 30 years. I've had him punch me in the face. I've had him knock me down. I've had to lock my daughter in a bedroom so that I knew he wouldn't get to my daughter. I've had him puke on my floor and I've left him in it. I've had many mornings I've had to deal with him. He's called me more names and said more things than you could imagine.
Hey, Cindy,
I could have dealt, hold on, Ben. I could have dealt with it in a many mean things. But what I do is I sit him down the next morning and we deal with what he said. Tank said some horrible things. But now you have to deal with whether or not you want to sit down with Tank and discuss it, or if you want to get bitter.
I want to jump in here real quick. This isn't my panel by any means. I'm here as a guest, but no disrespect to you, Tank. But you know what? Everyone has allowed OG to hijack this conversation that was totally geared about this community and more specifically Nomad. It's one thing to kick somebody out of a chat. It's another thing when you totally ignore them. And personally, if this was my panel, I would just totally overlook those comments. I think that entirely too much time has been spent responding to and giving airspace to OG, and actions speak louder than words. Truly, I think that as a panel, you spend more time engaging him than focused on the task at hand, the conversation at hand. If this was my panel, I would tell everyone, you know what, don't even respond, because eventually it's going to stop. So just my food for thought. It's not my panel. It's Tank Boy's rodeo. But if it was mine, I would certainly say, you know what? Let's just totally disengage OG and move on, because he has hijacked the narrative of what this is even about this morning. And I don't think that's right. And I think that any further engagement, what narrative he's out in the chat is just ridiculous.
I agree. I wouldn't have engaged if it hadn't been for this last statement.
I would, and this is just my opinion, but I would try talking just the two of you. If obviously OG has some feelings, then maybe him and Tank need to take it to another forum instead of putting it in a chat. And then that way they can discuss it, just the two of them. But that's just my opinion. I don't.
Yes.
I think more would get done, and then it wouldn't. People wouldn't feel, attacked that way. OG wouldn't feel like people are attacking him because he has certain feelings, and Tank doesn't feel like he's being attacked either. So if maybe they could both get together and talk about it.
I don't really care what he says about me. That's not even why this is boggling my brain. But what he just said about a man that clearly needed help and wasn't getting the help the way he should have got help, or wasn't accepting the help, whatever the case may be. And that was horrible. I mean, how did those thoughts even come to your brain like that? I mean, he's never done nothing to him. Nomad never did nothing to harm anybody else. He always did things to help people. And sometimes people mistake that kindness for weakness and tried to walk all over him and spout hateful shit. But I, I don't get it.
Okay, well,
But I agree with Delta.
we'll
I said
move
my
on.
piece on it, and I also agree with Golden. And what he doesn't know is that when I said that I was going to take a break from, I was taking it like a break back from our little spot. I I took the break, and then Golden and I were talking, and she said that I should maybe try to talk to UN Tails, and I was going to do that, but y'all had left before anything got hatched out.
And that's why I said just now, like, I think that you guys need to talk amongst yourselves instead of me being there or anybody else for that matter. You should talk one on one. Um, and I think things would you would actually hear one another if you just let everything out, good and bad. But you got to be willing to listen to one another. You can't
Yell
yell and
over.
scream. Yeah, you got to listen. You got to be open to having a conversation, an intelligent conversation.
If he's talking about that stream, the only
Yeah.
thing I said, and it had nothing to do with UOG, it was only on Tails, and it was that I couldn't figure out what the fuck he was talking about. So instead of telling us up here what he was talking about when he messaged me, he jumped off the stream and left. Most of that fucking drunken rant was me and my feelings for her and feelings of keeping other shit away, and it just boiled the fuck over. And instead of handling it like a man, I act like a fucking idiot and got so drunk that I didn't even know who the fuck I was. So, I mean, there's that. But we already got past that. I did a whole fucking stream saying how bad I fucking felt, and that nothing of what I said was true, and that I got, and still right now I still feel fucking shame. But I mean, I mean, in Foxtrot or Delta, like knows that I've struggled with alcohol for since my son died. That's like it's one of my biggest vices, and I don't just drink a little bit. When I drink to get stupid, to just be numb, to not feel anything. And if anybody has ever been in that predicament where you've drank yourself to retardation, is the only best way to put it, hindered and held back. You know that sometimes you just spout stupid shit out of anger. You do stupid shit out of anger. There is a spitefulness behind it, though. So I'll agree with that. In that instance, in that moment, you're not thinking of someone else. You're only thinking of your own feelings. And then you use those feelings to harm somebody else. So, yeah, I've done that. I'm guilty of it. I'm a shitty fucking person for doing it. You know, alcohol is not an excuse. There was an underlying anger there to begin with, but we bypassed that. We moved forward. And the only thing I can do is try. And that's what I have been doing. And I'm pretty sure Golden can vouch that I've gotten a hell of a lot better. A hell of a lot better. Right. We were a team at once. But then it seemed like there was just sides being played back and forth. and it created an even further fucking problem. It doesn't change. I still got a lot of respect and love for you and Tails. You guys are still gonna be like my brothers. But shit got fucked up. And that's my story and I'm sticking to it. And I don't even know if anybody can hear me. Because ain't nobody
Yeah,
fucking responding.
Yeah, I can
yeah.
hear you. We're just not
We're
talking.
just letting you. We're
Fucking
just letting you
sketching me
talk.
out. I was like, Jesus Christ, what the hell's really going on here?
No, we're letting you talk.
But that's my feelings on it. Doesn't change. We we had some disagreements. Some problems were arised, but what we've been through together as a team, I'll still look at you guys as brothers, whether we fall apart or whether we don't. And I'll still love you guys as brothers because we've shared some good times and we've shared some bad times. And that's what family does. And we were a family. But somehow we fell apart. And then that all accumulated into one hooer of a mess. And that I'm unhappy about that a lot, actually. And it still bugs me. But I can't, I don't know how to fix it. I'm not good with these scenarios, these situations. And I've ran the scenarios through my head. That's kind of what I'm good at. I'm good at looking at things from all different angles and creating different simulations inside my brain. I just cannot find the simulation for this that makes it right or makes it work. I don't know. Okay, OG.
I
He
am
heard.
Trump.
He heard you. That's all you can do right now, Tank.
Yeah.
It's out of your hands right now since he heard you. That's what you've been needing is for him to hear you.
No. I think what I needed was to not be stubborn so that I could say what I needed to say so he could hear me. If that makes sense.
I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah. Maybe this is actually what you needed because if you two were talking to one another, you would probably, both of you lose your temper, start yelling, or whatever the case may be, and nobody would hear one another. At least he's in chat. He's not up here speaking over you. You're not speaking over him. He's listening to you. Now he just needs a chance for you to listen to him.
Yeah. I don't know.
And
If they think that there's somehow in my brain that I didn't respect them or love them as family, that's not even remotely right.
Mm.
Because we were brothers for the longest time, and we had each other. But elements changed.
Again, I think Golden Eyes is right. This is a conversation for another time, another place. Just my opinion,
All
but
right.
um, you
That's
know,
I said my piece now. Yeah, I get it. The difference between Tank and OG is OG would have banned Tank.
That's true.
All
I
I
don't
did.
know. I can't give an opinion on that. But I have a question for Delta.
Ooh.
uh-oh.
No, it's
Uh-oh.
just, well, I asked it earlier, and I don't know if anybody, if it was just kind of skimmed over, or if nobody noticed. It was in chat though. But some would believe that we are getting a taste of socialism right now,
Mm.
while others would believe we're headed towards communism.
So
What are your thoughts on that?
let me set a narrative for you. Back in 1984, this thing was passed. It's called Rex 84, and it was this kind of, let me back up a little bit here. So there are a lot of people saying we are never going to be the same, and this is the new world we have to live in. And number one, I encourage people to stop saying that this is the new normal. I walk around when somebody says, "Yeah, what do you think of the new normal?" And I say, "You mean the dystopian nightmare?" Because the reality of it is that on a fundamental level, this country was created to be free. But the narrative has been long set that the world is going to change, and that the idea is that we have a one world global government, basically. And that's not conspiracy theory talk, it's factual information, right? Uh, the narrative of that has been set long before this was even a country. And, um, you know, we see things like Rex 84, which outline that entire idea. And
Mm-hmm.
then you see things like the Obama era Agenda 21 narrative, which further that ideological thought process. And when you not on a conspiratorial level, but a political level, when you look at that bill, Agenda 21 in and of itself, Agenda 21 outlines the governmental control of a multitude of resources. And, that kind of sets up this dystopian nightmare. And I'm actually writing a book about it right now. And so I tell people, when you look at the narratives that have been set over the last couple of years, the rise up of civilizations against their government, and then you look at the fundamental rights of the American people, well, at a fundamental level, and I'm going to be the unpopular voice in the room right now. There are laws in place that protect the American people. And I'll give you a good example. A gentleman was recently arrested for making terroristic threats to overthrow the government. Well, unfortunately for the government, well, fortunately and unfortunately, they're going to try him, and most likely he'll be convicted. But in our founding documents, it states that if government ever becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish that government. The Second Amendment wasn't put in place as a suggestion. It wasn't put in place for hunting. The Second Amendment was written by our founding fathers literally for the sole purpose of overthrowing tyrannical government. Quite literally. The Second Amendment was put into place so that the people could take up arms against a tyrannical government, and the verbiage in the founding documents was put into place that the people could, with force, alter or abolish said government, and if necessary, right? So we have this this ideology. It's really an ideological ploy by your globalist 1% that really run everything. And what do I mean by that? Well, on a fundamental level, you take events like the Titanic sinking, and everybody's going, "Oh my God, how does this have anything to do with it?" Well, J.P. Morgan Chase was supposed to be on the Titanic. Imagine that. Now the biggest global, and actually, if you do the research, J.P. Morgan Chase was the largest investor of the Titanic. Imagine that. And you start digging into historical events on massive scales that have occurred. You take 9/11. The Federal Trade Commission, the FBI, CIA, Department of Homeland Security had all opened offices in Tower 7 of the World Trade Center. Imagine that they magically weren't in the office that day. Huh. Wow. It just blows your mind, right? So you begin to dig into these different things. And like I said, I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, but what you begin to understand is that on a higher level, there is a globalist 1% of the world who really monopolizes everything. And what I mean is 4 banks run the entire world. And this is fact. You can look this stuff up. 4 banks own all the other banks, okay? And at a much larger level, the United Nations, those larger regions all buy into those 4 banks, right? You got the UN, the United States, Canada, right? Russia. Everybody buys into the same banks. And what do I mean here? There is a globalist 1% that virtually runs everything. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
I can.
Can you hear me? Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Are you there?
Oh shoot. Can you hear
Hello?
me? Oh no.
Hold on a sec. Oh shit. All right. I'll be back to make a coffee once she comes back.
Okay. Well, since she's not here, I'll just go ahead and say this. Um, I believe, and this is, I mean, looking at what's going on in the world today, and of course, this virus is kind of pushing us towards this. When they said earlier that the government is taking full advantage, I absolutely agree to that. I think they are taking full advantage of it. Whether this virus was man made or not, it was, set out on purpose, regardless of that fact. They're taking full advantage of it. Um, I mean, are we headed towards a total, I can't even say it. I'm sorry. No.
Totalitarianism.
Total.
Oh
Shit! I can't even say it. Yeah, it's a totalitarianism. Shit. Ultra. Fuck! I can't even say it. I'm sorry, you guys.
Oh, do you have me back?
Yeah, I sent you the link as well, just so that you have it.
Sorry,
I mean, think about it. There's signs around us all the time. They're police.
Hello.
Our methods of enforcement, censorship, persecution.
Can you hear Golden, or is she coming up?
I can't hear
Delta?
her at all.
I'm here. Hello.
Fuck.
Hello.
Okay. Anything?
Do you have me back?
Nope.
Hello.
Totalitarianism. Jesus.
Hello.
Fuck.
Is she coming up, Delta?
I got golden eyes. I don't know if she can hear me.
I guess that's a no. Hold on.
No.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Well, I'll just keep dropping and putting back up. Eventually, it'll start to work.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Oh my god. Okay.
This is crazy.
Son of a gun.
Delta?
Hello?
Delta, can you hear
Hello,
me?
hello, hello.
There, I can hear
Okay,
now.
Got
good.
me?
All right.
All right,
I
sorry.
Oh,
am
good
going to
grief.
make a coffee. I will be right back.
Okay.
I will.
Hopefully my phone doesn't ring again.
That's
Anyways,
okay. It's okay.
as I was saying, anyways, so there are four banks that virtually run the vast majority of the world. They fund our wars, conflicts, all that stuff. And at a fundamental level, you say, oh, that's not possible. Okay, do me a favor.
But don't you think the state controls them as well?
Oh, no. The reality of it is your politicians, for the most part, are puppets. So, and what do I mean by that? Well, if you look at the Chinese government and the Chinese military, and you look at their uniform, what you'll notice is it's the same uniform we wear. You look at Russia, it's the same uniform we wear. They all buy from the same vendors. The same exact vendors. The American-made company who's selling us military combat uniforms, Oshkosh, who's making MRAPs, is the same people selling to Soviet Russia. And they're making money off of that conflict.
Well, the
And
almighty dollar, everything
that's it.
revolves around that.
That's it. So the reality of it is that people don't realize that, right? Oh man, this company that's American made and funding the American military and creating our American military vehicles. They're the same American company who's selling them to China, and then we go to war, and Oshkosh profits when we blow each other up. The banks profit when we kill each other, right? And this is the kind of upper level
War is a great way
Mm-hmm.
to when the country is. That's why people always say, whenever we're in financial distress, there's always going to be a war quickly to follow.
But see, that's the thing, right? They try to keep people distracted, and 31-year-old me looks at 17-year-old me and says, "Man, if I knew what I knew now at 17, I may not have joined the military. I probably would not have."
Yeah.
Because the reality of it is that the vast majority of your veterans today are raising the alarm and saying, "Whoa, we didn't go to Iraq and Afghanistan for freedom. We went for oil, lithium, and opiates." That's a true story, right? So, one of my friends, MP in the Air Force, okay? C-130 comes out of Afghanistan, lands in Germany. Him and his dog are walking the tarmac, and his dog starts alerting on the C-130. And he's confused because the dog's like jumping up in the air. What in the world's going on? So he starts to put two and two together. He goes and gets a couple mechanics and says, "Hey, take the paneling off underneath these wings." They start taking panels off. They find $30 million in heroin loaded down in the wings of a U.S. Air Force C-130 coming out of Afghanistan. Now, pre-2001, every man watching this live stream right now can contend to this. In your garage, every one of your power tools ran off a NiCad battery. Every single one of them. You know who the largest distributor of lithium in the world is? Afghanistan. Imagine we invade Afghanistan and all of a sudden everything runs on lithium ion. Isn't that incredible? Now, I have friends who were in the Army before I was, because I was still young, 2003 to 2007 era, who are in Iraq saying, "We're not defending freedom, we're defending oil." Okay? This is fact, Jack. I went on a 16-month deployment and I was standing there guarding oil. That's what they're telling me. Okay? But that's kind of where you start to realize dystopian nightmare, right? It's not, the wool has been pulled over the eyes. And so you take the movies, The Matrix. The producers and directors of The Matrix are firm believers, and the reason why they made these movies, they are firm believers in taking the red pill or the blue pill. And that was the whole idea of the movie series The Matrix,
Right.
Unplugging from the Matrix, is because they were trying in a Hollywood style way to bring light to some of this and say, hey, people, you need to wake up. You need to take the red pill. Stop eating this blue pill and going back to sleep. Because when you start to do that and you start to realize there's a much larger picture happening, you know, everyone's so wrapped up in Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And the reality of it is they're puppets. There is someone else pulling the strings. And what do I mean by that? Well, Joe Biden doesn't have the money single-handedly to walk around and run these campaigns. I guarantee it. And Donald Trump hasn't taken a paycheck for his entire presidency. Now, I'm not anti-Trump, but the reality of it is somewhere along the way, an investor has put that money in, right? And these investors, most of them, vast majority of them, are big companies. And we look at presidential campaigns, big pharma, big corporate America, big globalist companies like George Soros, who dumped $100 million into Michael Bloomberg's campaign. And in turn, Michael Bloomberg spent $12 million on a Super Bowl ad that ran less than a minute for every town for gun safety, which put out a false narrative about firearm deaths and pushing the gun agenda. While companies like Grunt Style, a veteran-owned, veteran-operated company who makes veteran apparel, couldn't get a 30-second spot for something that was pro-America, pro-police, pro-military, literally the essence of Americana, couldn't even pay $10 million to get a 30-second spot. If you fit the narrative of what the bigger globalist agenda is trying to push, they'll give you anything you want. Anything you want. And this is what I get into. 10 years ago, I had stocks and shares in the Green Bay Packers, the only NFL team owned by the fans, okay? The fans own the team. We hire, we fire, okay? And the reality of it is my basement was decorated. I've got autographed memorabilia from Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. I grew up in a family of diehards. Since I have started to wake up, and since I started to see NFL players taking a knee at sporting arenas, and I started to see the false narratives being pushed during halftime shows and Super Bowls, I said, oh my God, I haven't watched football in 5 years. I sold my shares of the Green Bay Packers. Sold them. Got rid of them. Didn't want anything to do with a dystopian nightmare. Because why would I want to go back to sleep when I can sit here and I can look at the much larger agenda and I can go, oh my God, this is what I've been missing all along, right? You look at all these things that happen all over the world, and then you realize you've got the Bilderbergs, the G summits. Before Obama was even a senator, he was popular enough to attend a G summit. Imagine that. One of the top meetings in the world with some of the top leaders in the world. This guy is campaigning and he's there. Now, you tell me that wasn't a set up agenda, okay? And there's a lot of people that believe that your president is selected before you even vote, okay? And there's a lot of theories to back that up. The Simpson episodes that predicted Donald Trump being elected. You can see all that stuff out there. But even more so beyond the crazy and outlandish ideas that exist, there are a lot of people that very firmly believe this. And why should I vote? The president's already selected. Why should I fight for this? Because it's going to happen anyways. And the reality of it is, back in the National Defense Authorization Act of 2013, the narrative was set up for the repeal of posse comitatus, the enaction of martial law. And Ron Paul raised the alarm on this. Ron Paul said, posse comitatus virtually doesn't exist anymore in America, and everyone now can be deemed a domestic terrorist. And you have people like Rachel Maddow on MSNBC, of all places, saying Obama is sitting here having a conversation about the rule of law, At the same time saying we can unlawfully detain Americans and hold them without bail, without trial, without anything at all. We can hold them indefinitely. And all of this in relation to that NDAA bill. And then you look at the Obamacare bill that was kicked back 2 or 3 times. And the reason why is one senator actually read the bill, and in there, there's a section about mandatory RFID chipping of all American citizens by March 31st of 2015. And so you go, holy crap, mandatory RFID chip, what's that? Well, multitudes of Swedens have them. There's a Wisconsin company, come on, look, there's a Wisconsin company that has them. And what are they? Well, it gives people access to the company, gives people access to medical care, gives people access to banking, literally with a chip no bigger than a grain of rice that's implemented in their hand. You can look it up, RFID chipping. It is starting to happen all over the world. And if the first version of the Obamacare bill would have made it through, you would have mandatorily had to be RFID chipped. And then you have people like David Crawley, who creates a trailer called The Gray State. And if you haven't seen The Gray State trailer, it's 2 minutes and 36 seconds long. Literally outlines all of this. Well, magically, David Crawley died right in the height of his directing career, died in an apparent murder-suicide where he killed his wife and his daughter and magically shot himself in the back of the head twice. Imagine that, right? So we look at this RFID chipping, we look at what's happening now, and it brings back to what you're saying of, are we beginning to see the beginning of socialism, totalitarianism, and an authoritarian police state? And truly the answer is yes. Right after the Boston Marathon, they suspended the Constitution, went door to door, and they justified it. Now we have COVID-19, and as somebody who's medically trained, right, volunteer with different organizations, COVID's been around for a long time. If you look at the back of a bottle of Lysol, it says coronavirus right on the things it combats. The reality of it is that when you look at the statistics of coronavirus, it's about 0.01 to 0.03. And how do we amplify it where people are wearing gloves, wearing face masks out in general public? Well, very similar to the idea of Nazi Germany, we create mass media fear, right? Back then they used radio, right? We push propaganda, we push signs, we push a narrative, and people listen. And the truth is people are brainwashed, okay? You ask people, who's your vice president? Half of them have no clue. Who's your joint chiefs of staff? Half of them have no clue. Who is your secretary of state? 3/4 of them have no clue. But if you ask them who won America's Next Top whatever last month or last year, they know exactly who won. If you ask them why we celebrate the 4th of July, they have no clue. And I'll give you a great example. Mark Dice there's a guy named Mark Dice. He does a thing called Man on the Street Mondays. He goes out to the beach and interviews people. And he walked around, he did a skit very similar to this. He says, man, have you guys heard about this new restaurant where they put ash topping on top of the food and they season it? It's totally incredible. And supposedly this place is 5 stars. And people are like, no, what is it? And it's called the Holocaust Restaurant. And it's really, really great food. And these people are like, oh my God, I got to try that. And he literally goes around and does this just to point out how oblivious people are to what's really going on. Nobody in their right mind would ever go to a restaurant that serves ash called the Holocaust. But people buy into it. And they don't know basic level knowledge. They don't care if you say, hey, why are you voting for Hillary Clinton? Well, I think she's a great person. Okay, politically, what has she said that makes you want to vote for her? They don't have an answer for you. It's all very surface level, right? If you ask me, who are you going to vote for? Well, one, I'm not going to say that here, but I would tell you which candidate and the reasons why I'm going to vote for that person, because I pay attention to geopolitics, right? I pay attention to the campaign trail. I don't miss a presidential conference. I don't miss the presidential, announcement. And that's the problem with America today. We look at our ancestors 50 years ago. They never missed the president talk. They never missed Ronald Reagan speak, ever. And they were some of the most educated people. You're sitting down with your 80-year-old grandfather, and that man will talk your ear off about politics because they didn't have the distractions back then that they do now. And this is all part of that grand idea. Dumb down the people, uneducate the people, distract the people, control the people, contain the people, and they'll buy anything you sell, just like COVID-19. Okay? And the reality of it is I could list 75 different medical conditions that statistically are more deadly than COVID-19. And truly every year and in the same time span kill more people than COVID-19. I can think of 75 different things that between January and now are more deadly than COVID-19. So imagine back in 2015, we had or 2015, my ass. 2010, we had H1N1. 1.6 billion people globally get sick. 575,000 die, and we don't overwhelm our medical system. But probably about 8 million right now. 1.8 million compared to 1.6 billion magically overwhelms the medical system? Come on now. If you break down and write down that math and you look at those numbers, you start to go, oh my God, what am I missing here? Because something 10 times as deadly didn't overwhelm our system. But this is what in the world? We didn't have a vaccine for H1N1. We did not have a medication to treat H1N1. My dad died of H1N1. I watched it with my own eyes. And the reality of it is that H1N1 was 10 times more deadly than COVID-19 will ever be. And we did not shut down the country. And so when people say, I think this is a distraction from much larger, absolutely. And in the circles I run in, a lot of the people I talk to, we firmly believe in the military, we do something called the field training exercise, FTX, right? Where we try different things in the field. We take military memorandums, military training, military manuals. We try all these different things. We learn all these different things in the field. And then Big Army takes that information and over the years changes and adapts to the operational environments, the training exercise notes from commanders and battalion commanders, right? And they create new ARs out of them, right? And so when you look at what has been since January, there are a lot of people in the government sector that firmly believe that this is a distraction and a field training exercise of sorts for something much larger. And the reason why is you take things like there's a show called My Secret Terrorists that aired in 2018, March 2018. Okay. So 2 years ago. And it literally word for word, this Chinese TV show of all things says COVID-19, deadly virus, bioweapon. Literally, it's a 2-minute segment where all of this is outlined. Everything that we've lived through for the last 3 months aired on a TV show 2 years ago. Imagine that. And you know what happens when I screen record that and I post it to Facebook? Facebook immediately takes it down. You know what happens when I screen record it and put it on YouTube? YouTube immediately takes it down. You go onto Amazon Prime, show is unavailable to watch. You go to Netflix, it's unavailable to watch. You try to buy it on Google, and Google says, sorry, this is unavailable to watch, even though you're willing to pay $19.99 for the season. Imagine that they would want to take that from you and hide that from the American people. Or how about the book written called, I think it's called Something the Darkness. And I heard about this. A lady wrote a book back in the 80s and said in 2020, we will see a mysterious virus appear that'll be around for a while. There'll be no vaccine, no cure, and magically one day it'll just disappear. And what are we hearing about now? Magically after, all these people are going to die. Oh, our hospital's going to be overwhelmed. Oh, we got to send the USNS Comfort to New York that never treated a patient. And now all of a sudden, we're talking about opening back up the country. Well, wait a minute. Where is this deadly global pandemic that was about to kill a shitload of people 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago? Well, the numbers changed. The virus mutated. Come on. I'm not buying the narrative, right? So these are all things that people don't pay attention to. And when you post it, and a great example, if I go to my Facebook right now and I start posting these ideological beliefs, with factual data to back it up. I'll maybe get 1 or 2 likes. Tank Boy will like it. Somebody else will like it. But most people they don't want to engage in the truth, right? Or that debate. But the moment I post a stupid video, and as much as I love Mr. Beast videos because he gives so much back to the world. If you don't know who Mr. Beast is, hashtag Mr. Beast, go check him out. He's awesome. But as much as I love him, right? And I love watching his stupid videos and watch him buy people homes like the pizza delivery guy. He does some really wonderful things for people. That will get 75 likes and 9 shares. But the moment you try to, start pulling people out of the matrix to feed them the red pill, they want nothing to do with it. So your
Well, it's
question
confirmation
answered?
bias, right?
Yeah,
What they
absolutely.
believe, you're not telling them what they choose to believe, so therefore they're just not going to acknowledge your information.
Right. Right. Yeah, and that's exactly it. So, in
I
answer,
personally would be interested in it. Any if you have videos or documentation about the
well,
numbers that you're
you certainly can reach out to Tank Boy and get my Facebook page and send me a friend
okay.
request, and we can meet up on Messenger outside of this. But and
Okay.
I can show you all kinds of stuff. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, I
I'll
mean,
give it to you, babe.
I
Okay.
absolutely firmly believe when you ask me about coronavirus, I, as a volunteer firefighter, someone who sees medical patients, does search and rescue, has friends that work in the hospital. I have a friend right now who's a nurse, and he's going, they're laying people off at the hospital because there are no patients. And then you take footage from CNN where they're showing a New York City hospital overwhelmed with patients, and they're freaking out and panicking, and they're spreading this narrative of how bad it is in New York City. But then you roll back 3 weeks. 3 weeks prior to that footage, magically, they're talking about a hospital in Italy and how overwhelming it is and how bad it's going to be. And it is literally frame for frame the same exact footage.
I've seen that.
What in the world? But yet you want to buy into this. And people are starting to wake up. We saw this in Michigan yesterday with Operation Gridlock, in Ohio last night, where people started to protest. People are starting to wake up. And don't get me wrong. Do I think coronavirus is real? Absolutely. I think it kills, hundreds of thousands of people a year, just like every other virus that's out there. And if this is truly something that was engineered out of a level 3 biolab in North Carolina, or anywhere for that matter, Wuhan, China biolab, I don't give a crap. I'm not going to get into the who did it, who's done it, and why, because we'll truly never know, I'm sure, just like they cover up a lot of things. But the
20
reality
years from now we'll find out.
right. But the reality of it is even if that's the case, and it's truly as bad as they're saying it is, how did it just magically die out? How? And it fits the narrative of pushing a lot of things. If this virus is truly dying out and the president's saying, hey, we can reopen the country,
Who told you it was
why
dying
are
out?
Fox News, CNN,
Oh
they all
God.
say it. Trump
No.
came out. Trump came out yesterday and said, I have a plan to start talking about reopening the country. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas tomorrow will be announcing a plan on the reopening of the state of Texas. Okay, we're starting to see these politicians talk about this virus curve being flattened. Even Andrew Cuomo of New York the other day was on there saying, we are starting to see the virus flatten, right?
Well, shit, last week they were talking about the second wave.
Right.
Because there was a new cluster found in China just outside of Wuhan. It was another province.
Yep.
So
Yep.
now they're worried
Imagine that.
about the new wave because they just lifted their
Mm-hmm.
ban.
Yep. Imagine
So
that.
they're starting to travel, which is people thought was stupid for
Yep.
them to do that.
Yep.
So yeah, I that's funny
So
that you say that.
so there you go, right? So we're getting mixed messages, and that's exactly what people are starting to realize, right? You have politicians saying, like in Illinois, if you leave the house, you must wear a mask over your face. But then you have the CDC announcing this week, stop buying masks, we need them. Okay, so the CDC, the subject matter expert, quote unquote, on this pandemic is saying, please stop buying masks, while the Illinois governor is saying, I will fine you and arrest you if you're caught in public without it. Right? Imagine that. Imagine that narrative, right?
Well, they're saying that
So,
the hospitals need them
right,
because they don't have any to protect themselves, and
right,
since they're on the front lines, they
right,
need them more than, let's say, I or you,
right. Well,
or you or I. Sorry.
but here's the thing, right? And I'm going to give you a great example of why this is so idiotic and stupid. When I treat a patient with an infectious disease, okay, if I go to the home of a patient who has a history of infectious disease or on scene arrival, I'm alerted to the fact that this patient has a history. I immediately gown up, glove up, mask up, right? I treat that patient. Once my contact with that patient disengages, I take all that stuff off. I wash my hands, sanitize, right? Do all that stuff. And that is a great theory, in fact, in a hospital, EMS, fire setting, okay? But the problem is, and a nurse made a video about this and nailed it right on the head. Yesterday, I'm sitting at the grocery store waiting for my friend who's inside doing some grocery shopping. And I see this guy walk out. He's got a face mask on, gloves on, right? And he's pushing the cart, which means those gloves are touching the cart. He reaches up, rubs his face, his forehead with that glove hand, and then proceeds to stick his hand in his pocket and pull out his phone, look at it, put it back on the cart, continue pushing the cart through the parking lot, and then reach up and rub his head again as he went out of my sight. Now, on a cross-contamination level, what has just occurred? If there was potential coronavirus contact during the time he was in the store wearing this mask and gloves, he has now touched products in the store. He has touched his face twice that I've seen. He's touched his phone, stuck that phone back in his pocket, so now the inside of his pocket may have cross-contamination. See how quickly that begins to spread? And this is what people are doing, right? And I'm going to tell you, as a medical first responder, I don't have any of that crap in my car. Well, I do. I have gloves that I keep to treat patients, but or to put in my pockets when I go to volunteer. But I don't have any of that crap in the car for me. I have 2 bottles of hand sanitizer. Why? Because the reality of it is the amount of cross-contamination that I'm going to come into contact with from the moment I put those gloves in to the moment I take them off is astronomical. I'm going to open my car door, get out of my car, close my car door, grab my keys, lock the car, walk inside, grab a cart, touch all kinds of stuff throughout the store. Then I'm going to grab my wallet, grab my debit card, touch the machine that how many hundreds of other people have touched to pay with. And then I'm going to touch the card again. And then I'm going to go out to my car, hit my keys again, open the car. Think about all the cross-contamination that's happening. Stop wearing gloves. Stop it. Just stop it. That minimal amount of contact you're going to have in the store for 30 minutes. Carry some hand sanitizer. Periodically sanitize your hands. It kills coronavirus. It kills 99.9% of bacteria on any surface. I don't wear gloves. I don't wear a face mask. Because the particles per million of these masks that most people are wearing, these scarves that people are wearing, it's not enough to filter that crap out. Mitigate exposure, mitigate contact. I'm a hardcore hard charger, even if I don't believe this virus is real, or I have biased opinions of what's really going on. You come within 6 feet of me in public, I don't know you, get the hell away from me. It's nothing personal, but get away from me. Okay? Because you have government saying gatherings of no more than 10, stay home, stay safe, don't get within 6 feet of someone else, while the CDC says coronaviruses can be airborne to up to 27 feet. Now, how good is that 6 feet of social distancing if the CDC is saying the droplets can travel 27 feet? Just think about that.
Delta, she dropped out. She will be back though. She usually drops out and comes right back.
All right. Well, anyways, so yeah. So I mean, it's a lot for people to think about, but the reality of it is that there are so many false narratives being pushed on people. You have doctors, nurses, military, firefighters, police officers, all kinds of people trying to raise the alarm on this crap, and people just keep buying it hook, line, and sinker.
Hook, line, and sphincter. I think. I think that, and this is, it's going to be a little bit odd, but there has been a lot of deaths.
Yeah,
So I think that a portion of the virus is real,
absolutely.
but I think that in some aspects it's being monopolized.
Hmm. I
Uh,
absolutely agree. And that isn't, and that's where most of us begin to believe that there is some narrative being set to test how the American people will react to being controlled, right? I mean, because we think about this, Walmart is essential, Home Depot, essential. Going to church isn't? What in the world? It's just as populated, just as busy, right? And then we say groceries are essential, but clothes aren't. Planting, gardening, not essential. Hello, at a fundamental level, people are saying, hey, I want to go buy seeds, grow my own food at home, so I don't have to go to the store so I can be more socially distant. Oh, sorry, you can't do that. That's not considered essential. Hey, I want to go fishing by myself on the river. No, sorry, we're going to ban fishing. Wait a minute. I'm going to be by myself, no one around me for miles on a river, but I can go to Walmart? Literally, I can give you hundreds of examples of how ass backwards all of this is. And the reality of it is, they tried to close the gun stores. They tried to say that the Second Amendment wasn't essential. They've tried to say, oh, you can't come down here and do Operation Gridlock. You can't protest. They're literally violating your rights. And now the World Health Organization announced the other day, we may have to come into your homes and start removing your family members. I'm sorry, Fourth Amendment. You come into my home without a warrant, we got a problem, right? So they're trying to test the waters, right? The reality of it is in March, there was a 600% boom in gun sales. And over 65% of those were first time buyers. People that before said, sorry, I don't think anyone should be able to own a gun. Or people that lived in states like California who firmly believed in gun control are finding out that the narrative pushed by the Democratic Party of, well, you can just go to a gun show or go online and buy a gun and there's no background check, are finding out it's not quite that easy. And so all these different narratives are being pushed. And it begs the question, what is really going on?
and by now, with people not getting the truth for as long as they have, they can't handle the truth.
Yep.
It
Yep.
would create mass confusion, mass panic.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. And if they can create mass panic, if they can push a media agenda to the brainwashed people who will buy it hook, line, and sinker, and they will peer pressure everyone else to comply and make them feel like dirt for not complying, all of a sudden you have people complying. And this is, I posted something on Facebook the other day that correlated this to Nazi Germany. And one of my friends says, how dare you compare COVID to Nazi Germany? I says, no, it's literally the same thing. Well, how do you figure? Well, let's see. During World War II, Hitler pushed a mass media agenda that was built on a false narrative and began to put out propaganda to make the people think and feel a certain way about a certain group of people. I says, all of that has happened since January. I says, then started banning their rights, telling them what they could and couldn't do, where they could and couldn't go, who they could and couldn't affiliate with, what business they could have, what they could and couldn't buy, and then said, oh, we're going to take your guns. Literally, we're seeing these narratives play out. And I have family members that are Jewish who are saying this literally looks like a Nazi Germany setup. Okay? And maybe we haven't reached that point yet, but there are a lot of people that, Luke, come here, baby. There's a lot of people that certainly feel that way. And I think that there's some truth to that, even if it's not 100% truth. There's certainly some truth to that, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. See, I believe that.
How are you, Larry?
See, we know that people are dying, right?
Don't
So
forget about Markin, who's got coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so in a sense, it might be best to self isolate yourself from people just until the actual
Yeah,
facts come out.
yeah, because if you don't, now the Bill Gates Foundation and Dr. Anthony Fauci, who are definitely in cahoots together, and people like Governor Pritzker are announcing we're going to start giving people ID cards, like Jewish stars, to announce who has or has not had COVID, who has or has not, recovered from it, and and they're talking about forced vaccines. Well, people may not be able to go back to normal until they get the vaccine. They're
I
starting to push.
when
They're
when
starting to push
Golden comes
this.
back. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
When Golden comes back, I want to see if she'll explain to you about this new app.
Okay.
Um,
Are you referring to the COVID app?
yeah,
Yeah, I've heard about it.
she. We were talking one night, and she was telling me about it, and it's
Yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah. What I've heard is there's a new app that they're gonna want people to download, and you'll put in whether you've had coronavirus, if you're currently active or whatever,
Oh
and then
no, this
and then
app
and
this app tells you if anybody you've been in contact with
yes,
has.
yeah, in the
Okay.
moment, and that's what I was getting to. So this app, once you enter in all that information, let's say you're walking down the street and you and I pass each other, and I happen to have COVID-19. It will alert you on your phone that someone nearby has COVID-19. And the other thing too is we're seeing on the media, mainstream media, and I want to put this out to anybody listening or who hears this later. I'm bound to HIPAA, right? All
Yep.
right. As someone who treats medical patients, I'm not allowed to divulge that information to anyone, even if it's small town USA and Joe Bob lives next to Joe Blow and they're best friends and we all live in the same small town. If I go to Joe Bob and talk about Joe Blow, I've broken the law. Okay. So this is very important to understand that anytime the media releases the name of someone who has COVID-19 and says, Jim Bob Jordan has COVID-19, he's 56 and lives in, Davenport, Iowa. If that patient has not given express consent, has not given a consent to that release of information, whoever gave that information to the news has broken the law. Because the reality of it is you go into the hospital with COVID-19 and you are treated, the doctors will know, the nurses will know, the CDC will know, all of whom, and maybe your Illinois or your independent state's Department of Health would know. All right, there's a certain factor of people that are going to get the statistics. They may not get the name, but they will get the statistics. And the moment someone releases that information without your consent, if you're sick, they have violated HIPAA. That is an absolute lawsuit. If I was to come down with COVID-19 right now, I would say you have no right to tell anyone because your medical conditions in the United States are privatized information. They can't just be released to anyone and everyone. And I'm seeing this start to happen. And one guy got on Facebook and said, "Hey, my name popped up. I'm healthy now. I'm feeling better. But I had COVID-19, and Fox News said my name, put my information out there, and I never okayed this." It's a violation of HIPAA. Doesn't matter where the media gets it. It is a violation of federal law. So that's something else I wanted to put out there to the people that if you do get sick with this, make sure you're not advertising your personal business to anyone. And don't give consent either, because that's the narrative they're going to use to push these agendas. And certainly apps like what you're talking about are a prime example of that. And I can just see it now. User so and so has COVID-19 and they're near you. Well, fuck, if there's only one person near you, guess what? So,
Yeah, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't.
yep.
And then you question. are we ever going to know the actual truth?
Right. Right. I mean, hell, we still don't know who killed Kennedy.
And there's been multiple stories that have come out about that. One, it was the Secret Service, then it was Lee Harvey Oswald, and some
Yep.
other guy at a hill. And
Yep.
what's the real story?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, the autopsy, there was a whole crowd of people in there. The
Yep.
autopsy was rushed.
Yep.
The brain was taken. They took the brain.
Yep. Yep.
So I mean, there wasn't even any way to. All of the evidence was kept hush hush, sealed off.
Yep. Same thing happened with Justice Scalia during the Obama administration. Imagine that. You know, he flies down to Texas to this private ranch, gets killed, and they tell the coroner, "Oh, sit on the body for a week." And the coroner's going, "No, I have to do the autopsy." And then they say, "Oh, sit on it for 2 weeks," and then tell the coroner to change the narrative of the verdict of the medical document. You know, the medical examiner has told, "Hey, you can't put the reason of death on there. You have to put something different." A Supreme Court justice,
right,
who was pro-gun, pro-constitution, pro-Americana in the height of the Obama administration, went down to a political ranch in Texas and magically got killed. And the Emmys raised an alarm saying, "No, Justice Scalia was poisoned, was murdered," and they're saying, "Sorry, you can't put that in there as the reason of death." Imagine that, right? We have all these. I mean, the dozens and dozens of Hillary sides that have occurred, mysterious deaths around the Clinton Foundation. Yet magically they can't stick their finger on the Clintons. How in the world? If I kill one person, if I go right now and kill someone, I would say within a month I'm going to find myself behind bars and sitting in court. But dozens of people die. Dozens of people talk about being raped. Dozens of people talked about being human trafficked around the Hillary and Bill, foundation. And magically they can't stick their finger on them once to put them in handcuffs. Imagine that. How many people, 78% of people sitting in jail right now, haven't even been convicted of a crime? 40% of those convicted, statistically, the Department of Justice and Centers for Change have proven that there's a good chance about 40% of people in jail don't even belong there. All these people that are sitting in jail, one out of 700, every 714 people in the United States has a felony. Imagine that. But we can't stick our finger on two people with over 100 crimes. And then let's talk about the fundamental level. People in government that have security clearances. I had a security clearance in the Army. If I had ever put a private server in an apartment, a government secured server in an apartment, and was sending classified documents on an unsecure server, I would be locked up in Leavenworth, never to see the light of day again. Ever. I'd be fighting for my life to have freedom. But James Comey come out and says, well, Hillary Clinton did it over 700 times, but she didn't really break the law. Imagine that. These are the narratives that they push. If you have money, if you have power, if you have pull, you will never be held accountable, from the local police officer all the way up to the President of the United States. It's true.
The way I look at it is power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts
Absolutely.
absolute.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And money is power in a sense.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree. So, I absolutely agree. So, but yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of narratives being pushed every day. This year it's COVID-19. Next year, what's it going to be? Again, I'm not trying to downplay COVID-19. Coronavirus is a real virus. It is part of the SARS-MERS family. It's definitely very real. All right. But do I think the media is upplaying it? Absolutely. Do I think the people are buying it hook, line, and sinker? Absolutely. Do I think it's as bad as they're making it out to be? It could be. It could be worse. There's a mysterious case of 21 million cell phones turning off in China. and the major cell phone companies raising the alarm on that right at the time that they're locking up all these people in apartment complexes in China, and one of them collapsed because there were so many people in it that the structure couldn't hold them. And the Chinese government, communist government, is welding the doors to people's homes shut. And magically, 21 million cell phones are deactivated in China. You know, something there says, man, do you think China's lying about their numbers and that more people actually died than they're putting out? Sure. And again, I don't think we'll ever know. But there's so much mystery around this virus versus, you know, H1N1 that there was, you know, a lot less downplay. You know, there was a lot less talk about H1N1, and magically it was a much more deadly virus and it didn't shut our government down.
Insanity. It's kind of crazy when you start doing the math on everything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I could be 100% right, or I could be 100% wrong, or it could be 50-50. But when you stop long enough to turn off America's Next Top Model, to begin to do some research, to open that computer to do a little more than watch porn, you might be surprised what you learn.
For sure. Well, it's predictive programming a lot of times too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They look at the numbers of what sells, and that's what they push. I mean, you look at a year ago, Fox and CNN and MSNBC and all of, you know, the Washington Post, all of these, the Bloomberg reports, and all these big mainstream medias were in the tube, absolutely in the tubes. You were looking at numbers of private, you know, independent journalists who were being censored by, you know, the mainstream media and YouTube and Facebook. You know, you look at the Drudge Report, Infowars, Breitbart, all these people, you know, the Epoch, all these different media outlets that are out there that are more independent were being censored, and their numbers were through the roof. And then you look at mainstream media, who at prime time was getting less than 500,000 viewers worldwide, while Infowars was getting 5 million. They had to do something. These media outlets have been a sinking ship for a long time, to where Jeff Bezos of Amazon had to buy the Washington Post to save it. A lot of people don't know that. Jeff Bezos, Amazon CEO, owns the Washington Post. True story. Go Google it right now. Do something other than watch porn on that computer. Imagine that Amazon owns the Washington Post.
They between them, Disney and Google, I mean, look at the shit that they own.
Yep.
And if they don't own it, they buy it.
It's like a pyramid scheme, right? At the
Right.
bottom of the pyramid is everything. And as you get closer to the top, you begin to realize more and more things are owned by fewer and fewer people. Until you get up to the top and you realize, shit, 3, 4, 5 people own everything. And it just spider webs down into subcategories. You want to put your money on that, on the fact that Jeff Bezos is being, the puppet strings are being pulled by someone? You don't think Amazon is a family, privatized family? Well, I mean, they're public, but, you know, they don't answer to someone else, or are owned or controlled by someone else, or behind back doors someone else is telling them what to do? You fucking bet. Absolutely. You look at how stuff gets bought up. You start looking at what AT&T truly owns, or Comcast is a great example. Holy freaking ballsack. Comcast couldn't even keep the doors open 30 years ago, you know, and now all of a sudden owns everything. Everything. I was watching a movie the other day, and, you know, the old Universal Studios introduction pops up at the beginning of the movie, and it says a Comcast company. When the hell did Comcast buy Universal Studios?
I don't
But then
know.
you start to see the spider web, right? You go, holy crap. You Google Comcast Company 1995. What did they own? 4 things. Okay, Comcast Company 2020. 500. Right? And I don't know what the exact numbers are because I don't care to look because I'm beyond that giving a crap what those numbers truly look like. But you begin to see that, holy crap, they own this and this and this. And then who controls Comcast, right? We call them parent companies or shadow organizations that control other things or invest in other things or are on the planning board, right? And I'll give you a great example. Simon's Property Group, the largest owner of malls and outlet malls across America, has contracts with the Department of Homeland Security, is in cahoots with Walmart, who has Department of Homeland Security contracts. Every outlet mall in America has towers built onto them. Top engineers have said those towers can be retrofitted into guard shacks. And then you start digging, holy crap, maybe there's something more to these outlet malls than meets the eye. You start digging into them, and you find out the board of directors for Simon's Property Group, former FEMA executive, former White House director, former director and developer of urban house and development and co-inhabitants living communities. And then you look up urban development, and you find out these are all engineered projects to build homes around smaller little communities that are gated in. It's literally control the people, right? And you go, holy crap, this is a shopping mall. Why do we have FEMA directors? Oh, there's a FEMA director? Okay, what is she a part of? Oh, she was the organizing director for training exercises for mass events and containment, working with private organizations that put on crisis actor training. Why is this woman running an outlet mall? That doesn't make sense. And then you start looking up crisis actor contracts between Simon Property Group, and you realize Jade Helm occurred at a Simon Property outlet mall and Walmart. And then you start looking at the cameras at Walmart. All those cameras lined up outside Walmart on their building and around their building. And then you Google and you find out Walmart has a Department of Homeland Security contract, and they test out new camera technology and facial recognition software and all kinds of different things for the Department of Homeland Security. And they receive hundreds of millions of dollars a year to do it. The government uses your tax dollars to use and design equipment to use against you, the people. Wake up, America. This is, and don't take my word for it. Listen to everything I just said and go start digging. I spent an entire week learning all about Simon Properties Group. And what I found out blew my mind. Okay? But this is what they don't want you to know. This is why they use that predictive programming and they look at the numbers and go, what sells? What can we use to distract the people with today?
I believe it. I mean, it falls under Project Mockingbird, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Or what's the other one? Fuck. It's Project Mockingbird,
Mm-hmm.
and there's another one.
And people like David Crowley were so close to the truth that he was killed for it. Killed for it. You get too close to the truth, and you magically become suicided. Magically. Anyone who gets too close to the truth disappears.
It's a shitty fucking outcome, but
mm-hmm.
It happens.
Absolutely.
On a different note, how's Ryan?
Ryan is incredible. Ryan is working like a dog, and actually, I think he's home sick this morning. I don't know. We're 1,100 miles apart.
Oh shit!
But I've been out here working on my other thing that I'm involved in that you know about, and doing some side work, and so we're currently 1,100 miles apart, and our new episode will be up tomorrow.
How's that going?
Good. It's almost done. We have final editing stages today, and then that'll Our first episode will be up tomorrow.
Whew. That's good.
Yep. So we're excited for that.
I would be too. It
So
definitely sounds. And you sent me an invite, but I just haven't clicked it yet.
yeah, well, whenever you get around to it.
I briefly looked at it and then I had to do something else, and I should have just clicked it right away, but
It's okay. It's okay.
I went to click
Um,
the invite and someone had messaged me, and when I went to click the invite, the message thing came down. So I clicked the tab instead, and it took me straight to the message, and then I forgot.
are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh no, I lost you, didn't I?
Uh, nope. All by myself. Hmm.
Hey, sorry, I lost you there.
Yeah, it's fine.
My signal dropped. But yeah, no, I whenever you get around to it, my friend.
I'll do it right now. 1 second.
No worries.
Now that it's on my brain. I've had a I've had a lot of shit going through my mind lately. So, do I just hit the like?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Uh, it should be the pages page, not my personal name. But yeah, if you have questions about it, you can hit me up on Messenger.
Well, there's two.
Yeah. So there should be
Hit,
one for my name, and then
yeah.
one for the group itself. You'll see the difference when you click on each one. Hit up both of them.
Well, it just said accepted. That's it.
Yep. Then you're all good.
Oh, okay. Here we go. That's cool.
Yep. And I'll send you the link for our website later.
Yeah.
And it'll give you access to everything.
Yeah. Well, I support everything that you do.
Appreciate that.
I mean, I think I've been there since pretty much day one with you, with how everything it went before.
Yeah, yeah. When Foxtrot Tango News was huge.
Yeah. God, I miss those live streams, man. Those live streams gave me, I don't know, put me in a good mood. It was a place that I could go and be me and
Yeah.
chill out at the same time.
Yeah. Well, uh, unfortunately, that has been permanently banned from YouTube.
Yeah, well, haters are gonna hate, right?
Absolutely. So, but it's all right. We're on to new, greater and grander adventures, and as these two new adventures take hold, I think they're going to dwarf or not dwarf. They're going to make Foxtrot Tango News a dwarf to what these things will become.
Golden said, "Thanks for stopping in this morning."
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, I see it
I think
there.
that was wicked that you guys got to. Because I mean, I talk about you a lot. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
I like you were kind of, I don't know, your channel was a big portion of me for the longest time.
well, I appreciate that,
You know,
and
gave me a purpose.
well, we're on to greater and grander things, and
Yeah,
you're along for that ride too, and I'm always glad to have you.
maybe maybe sometime we can sit down and you can teach me certain things on how you did your thing, and maybe I'll just do it myself and give someone else
Yeah,
a place like that.
absolutely. We can certainly do that. We can absolutely certainly do that.
I gotta fucking get a new computer. This one is just a clusterfuck. I might just need to upgrade the RAM. Because it's got a dual core processor.
Yep.
Um, and it used to be really fucking quick.
Yeah.
But everything is evolving, you know.
Yeah. Well, we
Fucking
can absolutely certainly meet over that offline, and we'll get you squared away. So, but in the meantime, I have to bounce.
oh,
I have been here with you for, oh man, almost 3 hours.
thank you.
Absolutely.
One day
So,
we gotta do like uh like an interview show.
yeah, yeah, we can certainly do that.
You know,
Um,
just run over where we were, where we are. You know.
Absolutely. And uh, shoot me a message when you're done with your broadcast today.
Yeah, I will. I will for
All
sure.
right. All right. Everyone, be safe, be good. I'm going to bounce, and if you are not liked and subscribed to Tank Boy, make sure you do that.
Well, it's
This
Tank
is your
Boy
first
News now.
Tank Boy News. Yeah. If
I
this is your
lost
first
Tank
time
Boy, if
here,
you remember.
please, yes, please like and subscribe. He's a good guy.
I try. A
All
lot of
right,
people
everybody.
don't see who I really am. You know.
Yep. Well, you've been with me for years, so you have my support.
Thank you. You have
All
mine as
right.
well.
Talk to you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Later. Okay. The awkwardness begins. Anybody want to come up? Hmm. No? Hmm. Yeah. Well, I'll put the link anyway. You never know. Hmm. Well, this was fucking fun. Why don't you come back up, Golden? You always have the right things to say. Damn it. Hmm. Fuck, I don't know what to say. This is awkward as fuck. Anybody got a topic? Anybody got something? Anything? Hmm. Okay. Ha! There's someone. Jesus.
Here I am to save the day.
Huh. Fucking right, man. I hate feeling alone, and that was alone. I felt really alone there.
You scared me. You're like, well, I'm in the dark. Somebody turn on the light.
I get all fucking awkward. You know what I mean?
I know it's like getting caught with your pants down.
Well, I don't give a shit about that. If you don't like what you're seeing, then fuck off. I guess I don't know.
Hey, Cindy.
Hi. He got all abandoned, didn't he?
Fucking everybody left.
Listen, all I
Oh,
see was pancakes.
What?
Somebody's flipping pancakes.
Yeah.
Her hands were tied.
You changed your icon thinger to some eyeball with a heart in it.
Yeah. I like changing. I'm always changing it.
I fucking hate change.
you're a man. Have you ever known a man to like change, Blue Eyes?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
I guess.
No, I just don't like change. I don't like to readapt to things. I mean, I can if I have to, but I don't like to. I like to have things go a certain way. You know, it's weird. There is an echo.
Is that me? Here, let me mute.
I don't know.
Fuck, I don't know anything anymore.
Hello.
Just when you think you know something, it all goes to fucking shit.
That's true.
I like lemon and sugar on my pancakes. Golden eyes, thank you.
Lemon.
I'll take whatever pancakes you want to make. I don't give a shit what they look like, taste like. I'll eat them anyway, and tell you that they taste beautiful, even if it kills me.
Even if I'm sitting razor blade.
Now pancakes does sound. Now I'm hungry. Thanks.
I'm not hungry.
Hey, Mammy. What do you mean your 10 messages didn't stick?
What?
Mammy's in the. She says, "What the fuck? My 10 messages didn't stick." I don't know. You must come on panel and explain yourself.
If she's been typing and it hasn't been staying.
I just want to go to a panel where it's fun again.
Oh,
Tired
so
of
we're
listening
not
to
fucking entertaining for you.
Not screaming and
no,
yelling and fighting?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just tired of that. I
Me
don't have
too.
that in my household. I guess that's why I go towards the more lighter panels. All that screaming. I didn't grow up like that. I don't ever remember seeing my parents argue or fight. They always took it up into their room.
I think that's because the makeup sex right after is
Yeah.
a lot easier when you're already there.
Well, as a youngin', we always knew when to knock on the door and ask for money. That shit came flying out that door.
Anybody got a topic? Anything? Fuck.
I think we also knew when it was time for us to go outside.
I was always outside. My mom kicked me out of the house all the fucking time.
Well, yeah, we was outside players, but we also could tell by the look on Mom's face when it was time that we probably should leave the room.
Well, that's just awkward.
I'm awkward
You're awkward.
all the fucking time.
I bet you it's cute though.
How's things going at work, Blue Eyes?
It ain't no different. Just same old, same old. You know, I dropped it down to one client and, people are still dying. I'm not contaminated as far as I know. I could be a carrier. What the hell? My biggest, my biggest worry is whether she's going to flip out on me, so.
She get the zombie virus and start eating you.
Yeah, she's got dementia bad, and it's just, there's a part that's entertaining, there's part that's not. It's all how you, as a caregiver, goes in and takes care of it. You know,
Are you a
it don't it don't matter what
hospice?
it doesn't matter what I am.
You can't tell me.
It's
I don't
classified.
want to.
Well, I just wondered if he was hospice or just caregiver.
I
I
just
don't
think
want.
she doesn't want
I,
to disclose about her personal. I think is what it is, which is probably a smart
Okay.
decision.
yeah, I don't talk about it. It's not a big deal. I just go in. I take care of the elderly or the young. It doesn't matter the age.
Oh, okay.
She's doing a PayPal pool to go and spend a week with Too Tall Rob. She's going to take care of him,
Stop
and
yourself. I'm trying to get him on the lowdown. Stop. That guy's
listen,
got to
and then
calm him
he's going to
down.
show her his sugar stick, whatever the fuck
Oh,
that
he
is.
was. You wasn't here the other day when he was talking about what was it? A sponge bath? He was waiting for your sponge bath from you.
He's always talked about that. Thanks to Gary, you know. And then and it was kind of funny because I heard him say something about a sugar stick, and I'm thinking, well, that's kind of an interesting name for his dick,
Yeah.
you know. And then I guess it's not. I don't even really to this day know what it is. I think it may be a marijuana stick. I don't know.
That it is. It is. After the other day, I figured out what it is. It's marijuana. His marijuana.
Well, I had better fun thinking about it was his dick.
No, I always thought it was his dick until just the other day when he was talking.
That's funny.
I think it's funny, but yet I think it's cute.
Yeah, I like Gary gives him a rough time about it. And
I just
once you
think
get to know somebody, I know we're all on YouTube. Nobody really knows anybody. Nobody wants to jump on my crazy boat. Rob don't know what he's asking for. You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm.
well, I just think you have a wonderful job. That's why I asked because we had someone come in and take care of mom, and then we had someone come and take care of dad, and so that's why I said I think you have a wonderful job.
Yeah. Well, it all just mixes into one bowl, so that's all that matters. Long as
Hey
somebody's
Tony,
getting, long as they're fed and got a dry ass, it's all good.
what the fuck did you just say?
I did. On what part?
Something about a dry ass. I don't fucking know.
If you're into a situation in a facility and stuff, and they're wigging out and people judge you and the way you handle, you got to treat them like they're on a bad trip. It's just they're swinging. You just got to, long as this person is happy or not happy, is fed and has a dry ass and clean clothes and is as content as can be, as crazy as their mind gets, it's called quality of life, and that's really all that matters. And that takes a lot of different hands in the stew to make that happen, from a doctor to the nurse to caretakers to actual cleaning their room and keeping it sanitary. It's all of the above. So it don't matter what I do. I have an
Hmm.
appreciation from the top to the bottom. There's people that I look at them and I'm like, I don't know how you do it. And they look at me and they're like, I don't know how you do it. So that right there should tell you.
Usually with
Yeah.
my pants down.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wait, are we still talking about the sugar stick?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
I
I
mean,
think
don't
that
take
should
your
just,
pants completely off, and always leave your socks on.
yes,
So,
it makes the running quicker,
yeah.
easier.
I mean, if you want to put in some serious work and you want to get the job done, like for sure get the job done, you
Get
gotta
one
strip
leg
down
out.
completely fucking naked. You don't want nothing in the way, nothing holding you back. That's all I'm saying.
Never leave the socks on.
No, not if you want to get the job done right. You
Yeah,
don't
you
want
got
to
to
be
get the grip
slipping and
in.
sliding and fucking,
Yeah.
especially if it's hardwood floors or something, and you got it on all fours or something. It doesn't work, right? You can't get that leverage. You know, you can't get that pumping action.
Doesn't
Fucking
matter
feet
if
slide
it's
out from underneath
anything.
you.
If it's Cindy, you ain't leaving the socks on. I don't care no matter what.
Well, it's a good thing it's not you. Holy.
I can remember laying down some plastic in the kitchen floor and putting some oil down. That was a disaster just waiting to happen, but that was the fun. We had some
The fuck
fucking
are you
fun.
hold the fucking on. Hold on. Back up. You slow the fuck down. Put it in reverse. You're gonna get a fucking speeding ticket. Can you articulate a little better? Why did you lay down plastic for
we didn't want.
You're planning on Black Widowing the fucking dude? Or like, what's going on with that? Come on, explain.
Why? There were two people talking, and what'd you say?
What?
There was two people talking. I didn't hear what you said.
I want to know why you lay down plastic and oils and shit. Were you like gonna Black Widow him and just eat his ass after you were done?
We didn't know what we were gonna do. We just wanted to slip and slide and try to have some sex, and you know, there was some good times and some disasters. Let's just put it that way. It's like bringing the plane down on an icy runway. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, no, stop, and there's no stopping. Yeah, you just hope the orifices is correct.
You hope you don't slide it in the wrong hole.
She was going to kill him afterwards, and she had the plastic ready.
It
was so much.
His ass right after. Jesus fuck.
No, listen, I'm going to tell you something. I still talk to this guy, and we still laugh about it.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. My ex-husband, yeah, we still laugh about it.
What'd she say? No?
I said it was my ex-husband.
Oh.
It was my ex-husband. We still laugh about it. But Tony the Tyrant Hunter. Hello. Oil on the kitchen floor. It's not even Friday. He wanted a new topic.
Oh, that's good.
Good old-fashioned plastic wrap. You know how I practice safe sex? I lock all the doors and windows. I put condoms on my ears so I don't get hearing aids. And I get my job done.
Tank, didn't you say earlier, no body, no crime?
Earlier. Yeah, no body, no crime.
Well,
and if there's no evidence, then there's no investigation, right? So, I mean, like, she's got
she
the right
had
idea.
the plastic ready, so she made sure there was no body.
When she says she talks to this guy still to this day, she goes to a little fucking homemade cross stick in the back bush. I'm sorry I had to Black Widow you, baby, but I couldn't have you telling the world.
Oh.
Fuck.
You've been in my dreams. You've seen that fantasy, haven't you?
I haven't seen that. No.
Uh-huh. He knows it. That's
true. At all. However, it would make for a very interesting porn. I would call it Blue Eyes Black Widow.
Oh, he's even got the name of it. He's ready.
In 3D. You got to watch it in 3D. You know, you got to watch it in 3D.
Oh, my God. Yes.
She's got a star in her own porn.
In a world where one man stands to make it all the difference, Blue Eyes decapitates him, screws him, then kills him. The end.
See, it's that villain in that spot.
And you got to be the star. You know what went down, so you're going to be the star.
Jesus.
Oh, don't think I won't back that shit up again. Mm-hmm. He's still good looking.
My goodness, have you had the
I said, don't think I won't back that shit up again.
I have no clue. You both talked at the same damn time.
I asked her, I said, has she
had the plastic out?
Lately, with him.
Oh.
Mm, no, that part's done. No. Yeah, we kept it going, but they had to come to an end.
Shit.
Had somebody else come into my life.
Too
So
tall
yeah,
Rob, right?
no, no. I think I might break him.
I think
He looks a little fragile.
I think you will scar him for life.
Yeah.
He will never be the same after.
I'll bet he'd be willing to try.
I don't know.
Yeah, he'd be.
I don't know. I think you get him older. You get him older. I don't know. He can break out some good tools. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what she said.
Am I not coming through? Hello.
Oh, you're coming through
darling.
now, eh? But before you weren't.
You
sounded a wee
I
bit
love
a robot.
Why don't you switch us?
So, okay, give me a second. And down. And down. And up. And up. Hello.
There we go.
Ha! Okay, cool. Well, fuck, don't everybody talk all at once.
JD, could we say her ex slipped away? LOL.
Oh, that's much better. You sound much better. Yeah, you sound much better.
Golden Knight, nice title.
Yeah.
You're funny.
Coming to a theater near you. Remember, folks, when you go to those types of live shows like that in them theaters, make sure you sit at the very top, or it'll rain, but it's not rain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, that's disgusting. Jesus, I just envisioned that. Oh, God. You just can't unsee that. Fuck.
Flavored popcorn. And that all happened out in San Diego. Whoop, whoop.
San Diego.
You are reliving that moment, aren't you?
Who?
No, I got a smile, yeah. Yeah.
The things that we could come up with.
I always tell my firstborn that he came from pure lust, and it was good. So it shall be written. Here you are.
That's too much.
That's funny.
Yeah.
My sister was conceived in the back of a cab. That's a weird story to have in your brain, right? Well, you can thank my mother for fucking saying that story among a whole bunch of people, and I had to be the one to hear it.
In the back of a cab.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I was made up in a lab somewhere. An experiment that escaped. Did we lose everybody?
No, I was standing here.
Fucking poor Blue Eyes is roboting like a fucking like a robot of some sort. My brain went dead there.
Let me go out and I'll come back in, okay?
Right. You just go and come right back. Okay. I'll let you back up.
Oh. Peter Homer is there. Not sit beside him.
What?
Tall said if Pee Wee Herman is there, do not sit beside him.
She says peekaboo. Does that mean you need the link?
Yeah, that might mean that would be helpful.
Well, then we'll just have to give you the damn link. Paste. Send. Did it send? Did it send?
I don't see it.
I don't see it either. Oh, there it is. Ha. Well, fuck. If what the hell?
Talls, are you having a bad morning? Not Talls. Tank. I was looking at Talls' name and said Tank.
I've had a fucking bad few days now.
How do I sound now?
Oh, you sound
Beautiful.
peachy cream.
Peachy cream.
Oh yeah.
I love accents.
It's a 4x4 by. Wait down there by the cricket. That's what kind of truck a Newfie drives. A 4x4 by.
A 4x4 by?
Yeah. Well, Newfies, they always say bye at everything. How you doing, bye? You know? So a Newfie drives, the truck that a Newfie drives is a 4x4 by. So they add that
4x4
extra
by.
by to it. So 4x4 is what the truck is, but they add the extra by at the end of everything. So 4x4 by. We down there by the creek there. Bye. No?
Bye.
Bye.
Google that shit. You'll see what I mean. Damn it.
We believe you.
Oh, you're calling me a liar, eh? That's what you're doing.
No, we wasn't. We was listening. We were active listeners.
Oh shit, active. That's a weird word, isn't it? Active in what though?
Listening.
Fucking Blue Eyes is trying to say something, but her little eyeball thing there is just like flickering a little bit, like she it wants to say something, but it's not completing what it wants to say.
No, I keep muting. Sorry.
That would be so cool if her eyeball could really talk.
I can make it talk. I got that program. I can make it say, "Oh, Too Tall Rob, yeah, come ravish me with your sugar stick."
Wouldn't that just be a blink?
I can make the heart talk. Fuck, I don't know. We can make something talk on it. Fuck, half a corner of the eyeball. I don't fucking know.
Well, if you can make that talk and then save it, the next time Rob's here, we could put it up, and then he would think it was her. Then we can make it say anything we want.
Cindy, you just talk about do her dog.
Do my dog.
Yeah, make her dog talk. Make her dog talk.
I can make your dog talk. I'm not sure.
Rob don't want my dog. Rob don't want my dog. He wants your eye.
I can give it any type of voice you want to. I got all the different types of voices and shit. I can even give it an accent because I can record it in a different accent and then it'll play through. So like a British or an Irish or a Southern fucking robot voice or chickmunk of some sort. Fuck, I don't know.
But Rob don't want my dog. He wants her eye.
Ooh. Too tall Rob, he wants that eyeball.
See how excited he's going to get when he sees that eye?
Cindy, you
Yes.
just shut the hell up.
Okay. You're telling me I'm
Don't
not being
start
helpful.
no shit. Don't start no shit. There won't be no shit.
Are you telling me I'm not being helpful?
No.
Okay.
Fuck.
Just, as my grandma used to say, just trying to be a blessing.
Bless it thee. Great.
Yes,
now she's not even talking. What the fuck?
I'm here.
She's sitting there meditating on
I'm
Rob.
here. You're there.
No. Listen, you guys, I'm having a coughing fit over here. Give me a little break.
You're having a what?
Coughing fit.
Oh. So you're dying is what's happening. You're coughing your lungs out.
You're coughing?
Yeah.
You got the corona?
Mute that shit
I might.
quietly.
We
never
won't
know.
joke. No, don't joke about that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. I apologize.
Lord, please keep her safe.
All right.
I'm not sensitive.
I apologize. That's my bad.
No, I'm not sensitive. Listen, I could be a walking petri dish. I don't know.
Oh no, we'll say a prayer over you. No, we don't joke that way.
Why do I hear that often? Man, I'm just going to pray for that one.
Hmm.
Making a joke that I could have the corona, it would be just like a joke. I'm sitting my bad ass at home. Saying you could have the corona is not a joke because your fat ass is in a position
Yeah.
it could be happening. You're
Yeah.
skinny ass. You don't have a, you know.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's not a. Listen, I'm taking this serious. I'm not worried about it. I really am not. I take my precautions and I'm really not stressed over it. But I guess that's where it comes to. I do a lot of meditation when I'm sitting with the old people. I just not. If it happens, it happens. I've had a good life. Hope I change somebody's, I'm not sensitive.
That's good.
I've already talked to my kids and the people that I love and told them I love and listen, I'm out. I'm sticking myself out there. It is what it is. Tulls, you still there? Okay.
I'm here.
Golden? Sarah? Hello.
Hello.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. I agree, Blue Eyes. Sarah.
That's a good attitude to have. That's
Golden Eye says she wants her sugar walls. What?
He wants her sugar walls.
Rob wants your sugar walls.
For his sugar stick.
Oh. Thanks for jumping on, Golden. Yeah.
Keep it going. We hate to tell you, but we're kind of on Rob's side.
Oh, shit. All righty.
I'll be back. I'm going to make a coffee.
Okay.
He's really calling Rob time to get up here on panel.
No. I am going to make a coffee. You have my word on that. I may also take a pee. Just, put that out there.
Okay. Thanks for sharing.
Great.
No.
That's funny.
Does nobody have
That's
Rob's
amazing.
number?
You think about it. Huh?
Nothing. What'd you say?
What'd you say?
I said, does nobody have Rob's number? Let him know that you're here. What'd you start to say?
I just talking about how this whole, just the technology and how different everything is and how we talk to people that we really don't even know, but you become to kind of know them. And, somebody comes into a room, Norm,
Yeah.
it is, it's a comforting in a way. I mean, it can be mean and malicious, but there's got to be a comfort level to people out there that have their doors and windows shut because of a paranoia or shyness or whatever. That all of a sudden they become, wanted and friends and can speak on an open level where before they never had a voice. All of a sudden they're like, damn, nobody can see me or anything. I can say what I want. Here's my personality. You know. I mean, look at emo. Listen, from day one, I liked emo, and I'll just tell you my little story about him. I think it's funny. I think he's funny. I think what Gary did was funny, but that's my opinion. Me and emo has never had words, anything bad about him. I might have laughed with, but he's never called me out, or I've never given him a reason to call me out until one time he got upset, which was just recently. And I happened to be in a room, and I just got into the room, and he was going off on whatever reason. And he's like, I'm blocking everybody in this room. And I'm typing in, no. And he's like, yes, Blue Eyes. I'm like, I didn't do anything. And he's like, guilty by association. I said, okay. I said, so be it. I said, I will block you before you block me. And I haven't seen nothing. I don't know. I
Then
just find it, you know, I find it sad because I liked emo and I liked that he had voice coming out, but I don't know. It's sad.
what
I liked him.
you need to unblock him
Nope. Nope.
because
You,
let me
why?
look. Well, let me look at something to make sure he left it up there. Because last night Emo got his voice. Yes. You need to unblock him and you need to go look 20 hours, 16 hours ago. And it says response to Chip and Gen T.
No,
And you,
no, no. I don't go into the drama. I don't want to know. I know his feelings
no.
about.
Emo got his voice. Emo
I
stood up for himself.
listen. What part, Cindy? You're not listening to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't care what emo has to say. He wrote me off, and that's just the way I am. I have blocked family members. Do you think emo is a blip on my radar?
No, I would say
Okay,
not.
all right. I don't deal in drama. If that's the way he wants to have it, and I think he is an interesting person. I find it interesting that he knows about these ham radios. I say the same thing about Lady Di. For some reason, I'm interested in ham radios now that I just said that. But everybody has a nice story and it's interesting. If that's his choice, then bing, there it is. You know?
Well, okay, I see what you're saying. Yes, if he chooses to act that way, I just am thrilled, maybe not thrilled, I'm just glad that he seems to have gotten his voice. He hasn't stood up and taken his voice until last night. And it seems that last night he's stood up and gotten his voice and has pretty much put his foot down and said, "No, this is me, and I'm not going anywhere." And it seems last night it looked like maybe he's gotten his voice. He's taken control of everything
That
rather
is
than
that is so bizarre that you even say that. I mean, have you even been in the rooms and the trenches back in the day when this all started?
yes, because oh yeah, I was one of them that got the
He didn't just get his voice. Emo's had his voice. It's
no
just
I
Gary had his opinion. Chip had his opinion. Chip, I mean, has went out and has supported him. Even this Joey has supported him. He has given even through the war 2019. Chip sent Joey money to help him out during the holidays. See, none of this is being brought up.
no, but where we was doing the I'm off YouTube, I'm on YouTube, I'm off YouTube, I'm on YouTube, I'm off YouTube. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the nobody helps all this stuff, just back and forth. That's what I'm saying. Where he acted, let me say, I said he acted like he didn't have a voice. He acted like he was being squashed, and that's what I'm saying. That emo. Last night it appeared that he was putting. I'm saying we're talking about appearing. It appeared like he was putting that emo away. Now, how long we're talking about that, but last night it appeared that he was putting that emo away and was saying, you'd have to just see the video to see what he was doing.
Do you realize what you just said? That
What?
he finally got his voice, but we'll see how long it lasts this time. I
I
mean,
just did an oxymoron, didn't I? Basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not two-faced. I either like you or don't. If I don't want to listen to you, like, see, I'm not even subscribed to 10th Man. I think he's an interesting guy myself, but I have a hard time, and it was just some mundane over and over and over and over the same thing. I mean, you can only throw a negative wrench in so many times. I just don't live that life, you know?
Right.
Not saying that he's a bad guy or I don't find him interesting. Personally, myself, right now at this time in my life, I don't want to listen to it.
Right.
You know, I don't go and say, talk smack on somebody and then go and try to befriend them or talk nice to them on their panel. To me, that's just being two-faced. And Blue Eyes is not two-faced.
Right.
Believe me, I have downsized myself when it comes to speaking my mind because it would not go well on YouTube.
Right. Oh no, I've gotten the emo boot.
Look at JD ham radios. I'm still interested on the oil on the kitchen floor. Let's just say, JD, I was young and I healed quickly. mm. Memories.
Oh, I'm back.
Hi, welcome back. This is the Tank Boy News Show. We've been
Yeah.
on a few hours.
7. But I'm almost thinking about ending this stream and starting another one. I'm having an okay time, I guess.
Okay, sounds good.
Give me a second. I'll set up the stream right now. While I'm still here, or while we're still here. Or, you know what I mean, right?
Okay.
That way I can send a link to you. Or give you the link. You know what I mean. Jesus, fuck.
Trump said it's in the house. Boop-a-da-boop.
Yeah, maybe someday, Trump said. Oops.
What you doing back there, big guy?
I'm setting up a new stream. That way I can give you the link. So you can just go from one to the other kind of thing. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Oh no. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh. There we go. Apply. Um,
What's for lunch? What's for lunch?
I don't know.
I think I want a Cuban sandwich.
Whoa. Yeah, that one. Oh, we lost Cindy.
Yep.
Oh,
Duck and roll. Duck and roll.
yeah. What's going
Hey,
on, Gary?
hey, you crazy mixed up kids. Listen, I can't stay long because of that emo video yesterday. I've been coming in here so he can't come in here. I'm deterring him from coming in. Hey, you crazy mixed up kids. Listen, I can't stay
Gary.
long. I had nothing to do with that video, Blue Eyes. I had nothing to do with it.
With what video?
You didn't see the emo rant video?
No, but I'll have to. I got him blocked.
Oh, you gotta fucking see. He loses his fucking shit. It's better than the shower curtain, hands down. And
Oh
I
my
had nothing.
goodness.
It was Chip and Gen T that set him off. And 10th man, I had nothing to do with this one, guys.
Pew 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 pew. Shots fired.
Yep. So I can't
Listen,
stay. I can't
Emo
stay.
hurt my feelings. He
Oh
said
no,
he was going
stop.
to block me, so I had to block him first.
Oh boy.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
Oh my God, you got to see it. I
I'm
don't.
gonna take my ball and go home.
Tank boy, you see it yet?
No.
Oh, you guys are missing out on the best YouTube gold that's coming a long time. And I'm not to blame this time, guys. So he puts me in there naturally because I'm his nemesis. But
Oh my goodness.
oh, you got to see it. Blue Eyes.
Okay.
Make sure you pee before you watch it because you're gonna pee yourself laughing.
Oh, it's that good.
Oh my
All
God!
right.
Do you
It's
guys
on.
see the link that's in the private chat?
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, that's the new StreamYards. I'm ending this stream to open another stream.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm posting the new stream video thing in the chat so that in case the notification doesn't go out.
All right, listen, guys, I can't stay in here long because I'm a deterrent for emo to come in here and all the other streams.
But I need some Gary Snowflake time.
I know, I know it hurts your feelings and stuff. We're all going to be sad for a little bit. Watch the video, and I'm telling you, guys are going to laugh your ass off.
Okay, I'll do it.
I'll do
it for you, Gary.
Hey, I thought for sure he was going to have a fucking heart attack.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah. Oh,
It'll
you got
be
to see
worth
it.
it then.
Where is it? It's on his channel.
Okay.
You want me to put the link in private for you guys?
I mean, if it's up there, I'll go to it. I'll watch it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Go watch it. Trust me, you're gonna die.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, I got some shit I got to do, guys. So I just wanted to come in and say hi and say I can't stay in here for an hour because Emo's waiting to come in, and he won't come in if I'm here.
Okay.
You'll see it in the video. All right, guys, take care.
Bye.
All right, later, Gary. This fucking cord. Nothing fucking wants to go my way. I'm getting mad at it.
Okay.
Okay. That link is for the new StreamYards.
Okay. I'll see you over there.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna post this one more time. This will be the new stream. I'm gonna start it in a couple of minutes, give or take. And thank you for everybody that has come and chilled and whatnot. And hopefully I see you on the new stream.